The Weapon Beneath the Empire. BAAL PH. Chapter 1. The Sea That Breathed. The sea was warm where it should have been cold. Eudoxus noticed it before sunrise, when the Aegean lay under a skin of pewter, and the men aboard the Asteria were still speaking in the low, resentful voices of sailors woken too early. The wind came down from the north, sharp enough to raise blisters on wet hands, yet the water beside the hull steamed. Not mist, steam. He leaned over the gunwale until the deck tilted beneath his sandals. The rope wool of the fender brushed his forearm, damp and salt-caked. He closed one eye to judge the angle of the faint light and saw the pale ribbon curl along the ship's flank, vanish, and return farther aft. The sea did not boil exactly, it breathed. "Master," called Fears from the steering oar. The helmsman's beard had trapped the night's cold. Crystals stood like frost along the whiskers until his breath melted them into a wet shine. "Have you found another star in the water?" "Stars do not warm the sea," Eudoxus said, not taking his attention from the color change. Between the ship's shadow and the flat gray of pre-dawn, a milk-thin sheen rolled like skin drawing over an eye. "Then it is a god. Gods are less reliable than stars." Fears spat into the wind and watched it whip away to leeward. "You say that because no god has yet heard you say it." Eudoxus smiled without looking back. He was 30 years old and had already learned that men forgave a philosopher almost anything except certainty. The men of the Asteria were not paid to love him. They were paid to row, to steer, to haul lines and mend canvas and curse the cold. And yet their survival was brailed neatly into his own habits, the way he recorded not only what he saw but how he saw it, the way he distrusted the sweetness of a story that ended with an answer. The breath came again, a thin exhale of warmth along the hull, slipping past the planking with the sound of silk dragged under a door. He took a length of cord from the instrument chest, tied a bronze weight to it, and worked a small fish hook into the lashing. The hook had no bait. He wanted it only to catch what the lead might lift. He dipped 2 fingers into the tallow pot, wiped them along the weight in a thin coat to taste the bottom, and lowered the line over the side hand over hand. The cord descended through water the color of old glass. Night's last residue stained the eastern horizon, bruised purple under a smear of ash. He called out the falling cubits as he fed the line. Fears echoed him in the flat voice of ritual, and the oarmen who had been dozing upright under their cloaks lifted their heads. Eudoxus tied his marks at intervals, each knot a memory bound against the cord. The new weight dragged them clean as it fell. At 20 cubits, the weight struck something hard. The line ceased its smooth run and pulsed against his palm. He set the mark with a knot and moved his hand to the next measure. A shallow shelf, rock likely, volcanic if the smell spoke true. He let more cord slip. At 30, the water grew warmer. He did not imagine that. The line slid through his grip with a softer feel, as if the water thickened and loosened again. He breathed once and tasted pitch behind his teeth. At 40, the cord jerked in his hand. Something below had touched it. The crew fell silent. Even the oarsmen, who had spent half the night cursing the weather and the provisions and a rat that had chewed its way into the barley sack, turned their faces toward him. Eudoxus kept his hand steady. One learns to trust the line, not the heart's rush. He let it drop another cubit. The jerk came again, deliberate, not a rock's interference but a living correction. He turned his wrist to ease the pressure. The thin fibers rasped across his skin. "Haul, master," Fears asked, voice low. "Gently," Eudoxus said, and drew the line up hand over hand. The cold air pinched his knuckles. The wind cut the surface at a slant now. The weight surfaced with a small gulp of water. When the bronze broke the skin, it carried a strip of black stone clinging to the fishhook. The stone was porous, a sponge turned to mineral. No, not a sponge. A froth of once soft matter seized hard. One edge had been glazed to a brown-green glass as if it had been held in a furnace. The smell reached them a moment later, pitch, salt, and something sweet enough to make the back of the throat tighten. It was not the sweetness of rotting fish. It had the cloying note of crushed laurel or an oil burnt for light. "Pull us away," Eudoxus said. Fears did not move. You wanted to see what was below. "I have seen enough." An old oarsman named Menocrates sniffed the stone and made a sign against envy. "The ground smokes under the sea," he said. "There are mouths that drink and exhale. We should not teach them the taste of ships." Iason, the youngest, peered over with the careless curiosity of a boy. "If it is a vent, we can ride the warm water and be home by supper." "That vent would boil you like a snail if you went down its throat," Menocrates said. "That is not how snails. That is how impatience ends." That was when the water opened. There was no splash, no hurled column, no silvered crest. A shape rose beneath the ship, not breaking the surface but bending it. The steaming ribbon widened and spread into an oval. The minute fish that had gathered at the warmth flashed silver in quick hard curves and vanished altogether with the clean decision of a school. Then a long black ridge came up beside the asteria, slick as polished basalt, followed by a narrow head with no visible wings and a crown of pale mineral plates along its spine. The plates were small near the neck and larger toward the shoulders, like the growth rings of a tree expressed in stone. The creature was longer than a man and half again as broad through the chest. Its forelimbs were small, jointed, and strong, the digits short and blunt, made for gripping rock rather than flying. The water hid most of its form, showing only what the heat made visible and what his eye could piece together from broken reflections. The seam beneath its jaw unfastened with a sound like oiled leather pulling free. Eudoxus saw the red within it. "Row," he said. Fears found his voice. "Row." The command ran like a whip crack. The Kelusts banged his staff against the hull and called for stroke. The oars struck the water. The asteria shuddered forward under the uneven pull of men surprised into rhythm. Someone's oar met nothing but steam and slid free with a hiss. Eudoxus steadied himself with one hand braced on the gunwale, the other holding the line without thinking. Fears set the steering oar hard over. The blade bit and thrummed as if struck. The creature moved with them, not swimming so much as sliding through the heated water as their hull split it. One dark eye turned upward. It did not blink in the way of a human or even a seal. A thin membrane slid across and back so quickly he doubted it had happened. The looking itself had weight. It had the wet, watchful intelligence of a seal, but the heat around its muzzle made the air tremble so that the head seemed to thin and thicken as he stared. A young sailor named Iason dropped his oar. The loom clattered against the thole pins and skinned his knuckles. He pointed with the skinned hand in a gesture that was both a curse and a prayer. "It is a dragon." "No," Eudoxus said, though he had no better word. The old stories sat in the skull as convenience. He could not allow them to name what he saw. "It is an animal." The seam unfastened. The creature opened its mouth. A rope of amber fluid struck the sea behind the ship. The gout was not long, 20 handbreadths, perhaps 30, but it reached as far as a spear cast and no farther, as if its own weight pulled it down. It spread in a shining sheet, lay for an instant across the surface like a skin of oil, and then ignited with a white flare from its edges inward. The first sound was nothing at all. The second was a dull, coughing thud of air meeting what could not be borne. Fire crawled across the water without sinking. It did not leap as dry flame leaps. It took its time, adhered, ate. The heat reached the deck as a hard slap. Iason screamed and fell backward, dragging his bare hand against hot pitch on the rail. The keel knocked as Fears overcorrected and then brought her back. Someone was praying aloud for Athena's sharp spear. Someone else said nothing and set his teeth against the oar handle so he would not swallow it when the ship lurched. "Hide," Eudoxus said, and already he was moving. "Master," Menocrates said, shocked midway between the name and a rebuke. "The hides, wet hides." Eudoxus seized one of the heavy, salt-stiff ox hides from the rack and flung it toward the nearest man. His own he sloshed in the small sea jar kept on deck for washing. Water sheeted off like rain off clay. He dragged the sopping hide toward the stern where a ribbon of the burning oil had splashed up as the oar blade lifted. The flame caught the grain of the timber, and the residue of pitch worked into the hull and began its crawling consumption. Eudoxus threw the hide across the flame. The hide blackened, smoked, and held. Not extinguished, held. The flame continued to worry the edge with a blind persistence, but did not advance where the wet leather lay flat. He put his palm against the hide and felt heat like the backplating of a kiln. He shifted the leather with a quick jerk when it stuck and covered the last exposed sliver. The smell of the burning oil filled his head again, the sweetness of it, wrong and heavy, the salt's harsh edge. the thick, ugly persistence of pitch when it is forced to do work it was not meant to do. "Cut the stern line," he shouted toward the men working the small boat they had been towing for sounding and for when the coast turned shallow. The rope behind them had dipped across the fire and came up smoking. The burning water followed the Asteria like a second wake. The sailors hacked at the tow rope with quick, ugly blows. No one had sharpened that knife this season. The blade chewed like an animal. At the fourth blow the hemp parted, and the small boat swung loose and fell off the line of the fire. It bucked once, touched its gunwale to a tongue of white, and left a smear of blackened wood that would remain there as a careful man's memory until the plank was planed down and replaced. The creature made a sound then, a sound below the threshold of hearing. The bronze cups in the instrument chest trembled against one another. The air pressed against their eardrums as if a hand had settled there. The Leuco's stone in Fear's earring quivered against his neck. Menocrates swore as if struck in the teeth. For an instant the heat vanished from the air, not gone exactly but made distant, as if the day had stepped behind a curtain. Eudoxus saw the scene as if from above. The ship, the black water, the fire burning in a ring where the exhalation lay, and the animal beneath it, turning away from the violence it had made with emotion neither ashamed nor proud. It moved with resignation, he thought with hatred of his own mind. He corrected the thought before it discovered a voice. It moved with a fact. Then it sank. The sea closed over its back as a flat hand closes over a lamp's mouth. The fire remained for several breaths and went dark in uneven patches, winking out in coin-sized occlusions that traveled along with no logic he could read. The steam continued for longer than the light. Then that, too, thinned, and only the smell hung. No one spoke until the Asteria had cleared the steaming water. The oar creaks returned, tentative at first, then resumed their complaint. The Kelusts kept easy time to let breath settle into chest and belly again. Fears finally asked whether they should turn home. Eudoxus looked at the black stone in his hand. "We will anchor beyond the shelf." "We will do what?" Fear's face creased deeply. The wet cold had settled there during the watch and made his frown stiff. "Anchor." Why? Because he had seen the animal look at them, and because the look had contained no godhood, no malice, and no mystery that could excuse what men would do if they learned the place. He could taste the path before them as one tastes winter in the first wind off Parnes. He could see a certain kind of man wrapping that sweetness of burning oil into a tail with iron teeth. He could not say this aloud. It sounded too much like fear, and fear had a way of bringing exactly what it tried to avoid. "Because the wind is changing," he said. The wind was changing. It had begun its winter habit of running in two minds, the stronger, clean push from the north and a thin contrary breath along the surface. He could make those small truths work for him as the great ones developed their own arguments. Fears set his jaw, then nodded once curtly and put his weight to the steering oar. "Stand by the anchor," he called. "Get her nose around. We will feel the way with the lead." Eudoxus went back to the sounding line. He changed to a shorter lead, then to the lighter stone with the tallow well, and tasted the bottom again as they edged in. Grit, then a smear of white grit that dissolved on his finger like chalk. Limestone. The oarsmen watched the water more than their work, and the Kelusts had to rap his staff often to bring their eyes home. Above them the sail hung brailed, a yellowed pouch like a gull's throat against the yard. The linen hand-stitched by wives and mothers who could not have imagined their work pressed a handspan from a line of fire laid on water. They rounded a black flank of cliff into a narrow cove where the long swell flattened and the voices of the open sea took on the tone of consonants speaking under breath. The place was little, a bite taken from the limestone, a lip of rock relative to an enormous mouth. The cliff weathered in shelves and bowls, some the size of a basin, some a man's height across. Dark streaks of old fire marked the overhangs. The rock itself felt wrong beneath the hand that touched it, glassy in patches where no flood should polish it. "Let go," Fear said. The anchor, a heavy stone hewn with a square hole and bound with a rope through a wooden stock, went down with the weight of necessity. The Asteria drifted back as the road paid out. The rope went taut and hummed. Fears looked to Eudoxus and raised a brow. "She will hold," Eudoxus said. He knew it because he always knew such things. He was not a god. He had simply taught himself to notice whose work held and whose loosed. They shortened in on the rope until the bow lay into the chop. A light line was run ashore with the small boat and made fast around a tooth of rock. Fears was a cautious man. He belayed with enough turns to allow for a quick slip. He did not look at the water when he worked. He fixed his gaze on the wood itself as if willing it not to betray him. The sun refused to clear the cloud bank. Its light remained an intention. The men made a meal of barley cakes and dried fish, dipped the hard flesh in seawater to soften it, and passed a skin of cheap Chian wine hand to hand. Iasion's burned hands were wrapped in linen. The linen blackened as he held the skin and did not complain. The older oarsman teased him in the way men love that will teach a lesson, soft as flattery, hard as a hammer. "Do not look at the water with wide eyes," Menecrates said to him, tearing his barley cake in neat halves. "It will think you are offering yourself to it. And if I look away, it will be insulted and take you anyway." Fears snorted. "The sea does not need your eyes. It takes you because your flesh is salted like a goat's and because you forget that your breath is alone." Eudoxus ate nothing. His gut had begun a steady program of knots the moment the line had jerked at 40 cubits, and it had not yet learned to forgive him. He sat beneath the mast and opened his notebook. The notebook was a skin cover sewn around thin, smooth slices of wood. He had cut the planks himself, soaked them, scraped them with glass-dark stones until the grain took a point without tearing, and dried them under weight on his roof in Cnidus. He had learned to let the pen have its way without scolding it. The marks were not pretty, but he could read them when a year had roughed the page. The first line he wrote was not an observation but a question. What does an animal become when men decide its body is an answer? He crossed it out. Questions could be interpreted as weakness. His throat tightened with impatience at himself. He was not here to be pure. He was here to return alive with something truer than a temple story. He tried again. The animal is wingless. Its fire does not belong to the air. Its seasons are not governed by the moon alone. Fears watched him from the steering bench, his weathered hands quiet now that the ship was made secure. "You are writing about it." "I am writing what happened." "Those are not always the same." Eudoxus looked toward the black water. Beneath the surface something glowed once and disappeared. Not a light exactly, a paler place like a held breath under a dark cloth. It had the same quality as the ribbon earlier, there, and then it chose not to be. He added a final sentence. "It is not a weapon until a man decides to make it one." He put the pen aside and closed the book to warm it against his chest under his cloak. The wood took his heat and held it. This simple act used to make him feel safe. Now it made his ribs feel like a chest around a chest, everything sealed in its correct place, waiting for a set of hands to open it at a chosen time. "Will you take a look at the stone?" Menecrates asked, nodding toward the cliffs. "If we are anchored beyond the shelf, as you say, your feet will stay dry." "I will take the small boat," Eudoxus said. Fears made a sound through his nose that meant he would have preferred to spit. "Take a rope," he said, "and take Menecrates. If he drowns, I will be forced to hire a younger man and listen to new complaints." Menecrates grinned with half his mouth and pulled his cloak tight. "Better my old complaints than your new aches," he said to Fears, and then dipped his head to Eudoxus. "Come, master, let us go kiss the rock and ask it what warmth does to stone." They went over the side into the small boat with the ease of men who had done it since boyhood, one foot on the gunwale, weight down into the belly of the skiff, second foot sliding after to land wide. The little craft stank of fish and old tar. Eudoxus settled at the bow with the coil of rope in his lap, and Menecrates took the single oar to scull them along with a slow figure eight. The sea ran black under the cliff's wet lip. As they neared the shelves, heat came up in unsettling drafts, as if a kiln door had been left ajar within the rock. The slick sheen on the water took on a faint color. No, not a color. A distortion, as if the cove itself were glass and someone pressed a thumb from beneath. Menecrates made no comment. He was a pious man, which is to say, he had chosen his fears carefully. They grounded on the nearest shelf with a hollow kiss. Menecrates waited the last 2 handbreadths and pulled the skiff up so the incoming trickle would not take it. Eudoxus stepped onto the limestone and felt the animal of the earth breathe through his sandals. The rock was warm underfoot in veins and patches. The warmth had nothing to do with the sun that would not rise clean. Scorched limestone is an ugly thing. It does not blacken like wood. It tightens and then splits in a pattern that looks like dried river beds set on their heads. The shelves around the cove bore these maps. White had gone to yellow and to a kind of sick, pearly green where heat had licked more than once. Patches had gone glassy, as if a god had laid his anger flat against the stone and pressed with a slow hand. Between two such bowls of heat, a path had been worn not by feet but by a body. The groove bore no tread, it held a double sliding. On either side of it, prints marked the limestone where short, strong forelimbs had braced and dragged. There were no marks where wings would have struck. It had come across the stone from one basin to the other and left a slick line that had dried to a thin varnish. Wingless, Eudoxus said to the air. The word sounded like a rebuke of someone else's indulgence. He bent and touched the varnish with his finger. It felt like the clear resin that pines bleed when injured, but colder, as if it refused to give him its nature even in a grain. On his fingertip it shone for a breath and lost its shine without wiping. Master, Menocrates said softly, here. Eudoxus followed his gesture. At the lip of a shallow bowl lay a pale shard the length of his finger. It was not bone. It was too even, too clean at the edges. It was not scale. Its back bore a pattern of ridges like the underside of a turtle's shell, and its outer face was smooth with the mat of an egg's surface. He picked it up. It was lighter than it looked. Not a tooth, not a nail, a plate, the kind he had seen under the water along the creature's spine, shed or broken. What do you make? Menocrates asked. That what we saw lives here when the sea allows it, Eudoxus said, and that it has done so long enough to make the stone remember. He walked the shelf in a slow arc, bending at the knee to look into each bowl and crevice. In the deepest basins, tiny bubbles ran up from the stone. He reached in one, and the water burned his knuckle a finger joint after entrance. He withdrew quickly and smelled his skin. It smoked without smoke. The gods boil water from below, Menocrates murmured. Heat does, Eudoxus said. He did not bother to soften it. Whether from a god's spleen or not makes no difference to your hands. He looked toward the inlet. Beyond the cove's bite, the color of the water altered again to that wrong vitreous gray. He did not imagine the thought that followed. It was too particular to be fantasy. Someone had been here before. A net's weight had cut grooves in the softened stone that were not tide's doing. Footprints had impressed a story and been re-etched by heat so that their edges held like fired clay. A child's foot. A man's sandal, overlapped. Weather had erased names. Heat had preserved the error. He did not like the thought of that child, watching a creature move on the shelves, with no sound stronger than its own breath, and filing a secret to carry home. Master, Menocrates said. Eudoxus straightened. We go back. On the return, a light current ran out of the cove that had not been there when they entered. It touched the skiff and altered its speed by a degree that only a man like Menocrates would notice, and only a man like Eudoxus would remark. This was not a tide. It did not answer to the moon. It answered to a hidden set of lungs. Back aboard, he laid the pale plate in the instrument chest among the bronze cups and the gnomons, blank as a paper put away for later and made dangerous by the putting away. He did not show it to fears. He did not tell the men about the prince or the shed. He did not tell himself the lie that silence made him noble. The day thickened without clearing. They mended the heated raw edge of the stern plank with scraps of leather hammered between board and board to check the pitch. They re-soaked the hides and laid them folded, ready. The men insisted on lashing a little offering to the lip of rock, 2 sardines on a string, a curl of wool, a bit of bread. Fears would not meet Eudoxus' eye while they made the gift. Eudoxus said nothing. The sea does not forgive correct grammar. He went to the bow and set the sounding line again, this time letting it drop without bait, without hook, without tallow. He let it mark only depth and feeling, the way a physician places his fingers along a man's throat and drum times the pulse along tendon and breath. He dropped it and drew it without hurry for the span of 100 heartbeats, then 200. He marked each position of the line against the rhythm of the cove's small slap, counting by the small naming words he had made for himself, because numbers wore other men's arrogance too easily. He felt the slight draw against his palm twice in one long span where there should have been only one, the swell beyond the headland pulling, and beneath it, something that did not match any wind he knew pressing and letting go. 2 wobbles, The thought sat in his fingers before it agreed to travel to his head. Behind him, the men spoke about ordinary things with ordinary cruelty. Menecrates declared that if Fears could keep a course in a cross-chop, he would keep a woman with a taste for salt. Fears responded that he preferred women with a taste for bread. Iason asked how you made a woman with a taste for bread laugh, and Menecrates told him to bring her a fish with more meat than bone. They laughed because laughter is a sailor's armor. Eudoxus held his hand open to the line and felt the second pull again, regular, but not loyal to the first. If he set a wheel to mark one, it would not mark the other. If he set two wheels, one would need to be cut wrong for the sake of rightness. He thought of the deals he had made with wood and bronze and stubborn men. He thought of ways to ask a question so that the answer would reveal a second question hiding behind it. Before sunset, a change moved through the cove that no man could mistake for patience. The air deepened. The smell of resin returned in a measure so precise that he could have believed his own fingers remembered it and exhaled it back toward his face. The men on the shoreline tensed without knowing why they did it. Iason's hands jumped toward the hides and then stopped, ashamed. "Quiet," Eudoxus said softly, not because quiet would save them, because quiet would let them hear what they had already earned the right to hear. The heat came without light this time, a hand moving beneath fabric. The pressure along the jaw returned, the weight of air going wrong in the ear. The rope at the bow changed its note without changing its strain. The cups in the chest ticked together as they had on the open water. The water nearest the cliff made that thin, wrong glass sound, and then nothing. The men held, the little offering bobbed once and remained, charred not at all. Eudoxus did not allow himself to name the thought that wished for no fire. He cupped his ribs with his hands and tried to force the shape of his chest to remember the pressure's rhythm. It did not. His heart answered only to itself. He respected it for that. When the pressure let go, the men looked at him. He nodded, then shook his head once. "Yes, we heard it. No, we do not make it a thing until it comes to tell us its name, if it ever does." The night came in all at once, as it does when a cloud decides. Fears ordered the second anchor out for his own peace of mind. Eudoxus did not argue. He went below for a moment and lit the small oil lamp he kept not for light but for its handspin of familiarity. He put the pale plate beside it and watched how the light took it and did not take it. It glowed like bones inside when held to a flame and not at all like shell. He wrapped it in a strip of linen he had torn from a tunic when Eudokia died. He did not think of Eudokia now. He could not afford to. "Master," Fears said near his shoulder, "what will you say when we go back?" Eudoxus took time to come up from the small wooden room where he kept his tools and his wrong thoughts. "About what?" he asked, and looked at Fears, who was no fool. "To whom it will concern," Fears said, "and it will concern someone, a warmth in the sea where it should be cold, stone that smells like pitch and breathes, a thing with no wings that spits fire like a torchbearer's oil. Athens is a city that believes every gift was meant for it." "That is true," Eudoxus said. Fears shrugged one shoulder, and Cnidus is a harbor that believes it can hide behind other men's sails, but a sail is a poor wall. He let his fingers drum once on the rail, a habit he despised in others and indulged in himself. "You will tell them there is nothing." "I will tell them that the shelf is treacherous and the currents false," Eudoxus said, and in saying it he felt the bone of the truth inside the lie. "I will say nothing of what happened here, because I prefer men to come home with less knowledge than they left with than to send them here with torches." And then, he said, "I will make a way to count it." Fears grunted, "A wheel." "Many wheels," Eudoxus said, surprising himself by allowing the number to speak. "One carved to the moon's strong pull, one to the sea's schooling breath, and two carved wrong on purpose to follow not the heavens but an animal's patience." Fears lifted both brows as if a knife had flicked under them. "You will carve a wheel for a creature." "No, I will carve a wheel for its breath, for the rhythm that sits beneath the other rhythms." "You will be killed for that," Fears said without malice. "Either by a man in a robe who believes you have made a god to put in a box, or by a man with a spear who believes you have found a new way to make a town pay when it would not pay before." "Then I will carve the wheel to look like something else," Eudoxus said, "and I will tell any man who asks that I made an error." Menecrates had come up behind them while they spoke and pretended to hemp a new whipping onto a frayed line so he could listen without being accused of it. He said, not turning, "If you are going to lie to men with robes and men with spears, put gods in the lie. Even men who do not fear gods respect the work gods can do." Eudoxus smiled despite himself. "I will remember." "Do not remember it the way a smart man remembers a warning and so thinks he has obeyed it," Menecrates said, and pulled the whipping tight with his teeth. "Remember it the way a fool remembers not to put his hand in a fire twice." The night deepened until the cove's black became a substance. He heard the little noises of the ship in the dark like a person sleeping badly, the lines whisper, the scrape of a rat, the wheeze of an oar-leather settling. He thought of the line in his hand and the second pull. He imagined the two wrong-cut wheels. He mapped in his head the distances between teeth and decided that people treated with 10 fingers for convenience were fools. He would count by the harm a missing tooth could do, not by the comfort of how many he had. Before sleep, he went to the bow again and sat with his back against the post. The wind had gone light under the headland. The sea made only the old coins sound against the pebbles. Eudoxus pressed his palm to the rope and felt the faintest hum travel along it like a musician's poor note. Above him, hidden in the cloud, the stars moved on their orders. He respected their tyranny because it kept him honest. Beneath him, the heavy thing in the sea moved by its own. He respected that too, because it had looked at him and did not turn his ship to charcoal for the trouble. Toward midnight, the cups clinked one more time in the instrument chest. 1 against 2, 2 against 3, that soft metallic speak of small things startled by the language of a much larger body. A pressure touched the inside of his jaw and withdrew. He thought then not of gods, not of fire, not even of Athens' greedy mouth held wide for news. He thought of Eudokia and of the quiet the midwife had asked for when Eudokia's breath went rogue. He had not known then how to quiet anything that would not quiet. He knew more now. He did not know enough. They slept by watches. The men muttered on their planks the way dogs kick while dreaming of hares. When Eudoxus woke again to the thin gray of a grudging dawn, the cove looked as it had the day before. The stone still remembered what it had learned. The small offering was gone. A gull hunched on the headland like a magistrate who had been kept from his proper bed and wished the whole world to pay. Fears moved with a stiffness that spoke less of age than of a man who had made promises to his own bones that he did not like to break. "We take her out," he said. "I told the men we would be no longer than one day on any errand that was not for war, and though no one believes promises made at sea, I am a man who tries to do what he can." Eudoxus nodded. "We take her out." "And when we go back?" Fears asked, looking at him with the level glance he used when he did not want to hear an answer and wanted very much to hear it anyway. Eudoxus tucked the notebook back into his cloak. "We will say the water was treacherous and the shelves deceptive and the wind worse than our enemies. We will say we anchored to make a repair and that the day taught us nothing but prudence. We will tell no one where the stone breathes. And then you will go to your room with your tools and cut teeth into wheels until your hands bleed." "Yes." "Good," Fear said. "Better your blood there than here." They took in the stern line first, loosing it from the rock and paying it out as the small boat swung. The anchor rope came next, turned around the post and sung in with makeshift tackles and the unflashy strength of back and thigh. The stone lifted reluctant and then came clean. Menecrates shipped the small oar and threw his weight by habit where a second man should be. Every man moved in the pattern that a good crew makes when no one is feeling clever. If fortune had been a thing that watched and rewarded discipline, they would all have died old. As they edged out of the cove, the heat kissed the hull twice more in faint caresses. Someone else might have called them goodbyes. Eudoxus did not. He felt them for what they were, the unwilled passage of a body along its way. When the Asteria's bow lifted into the long sea again, the wind found the surface and began its cutting work with new appetite. Fears looked once over his shoulder where the black shelves hid themselves by being exactly where they were, then set his attention forward. He handed their course not to the gods but to a piece of wood, and because he had made the wood with his own hands, he trusted it. Eudoxus took the pale plate from the chest and slipped it into the purse he wore at his waist under his cloak. He did not like the feeling of it against his thigh. He preferred stones that sat obedient and heavy where they were put. This one did not, though it weighed nothing, It brought a pressure of another kind into the boat with him, and settled itself between rib and thought like an unwanted guest who has found his way already to the kitchen. He went to the bench where he made notes when the deck would not sit still. He wrote neat columns of marks while the Asteria tried on her old habits, her eagerness for headwind, her weakness when set abeam, the way she complained when men tried to make her both quick and precise at once. He recorded the depth numbers and question marks beside them. He wrote down the intervals between the pressings on the jaw and did not let himself write what the intervals made him think of. He sketched a crude circle with a jag drawn through it not quite at the center, and then another smaller circle beside it with a jag cut shorter and at a slightly different angle. He did not write moon, he did not write breath. He finally added one more line under the others, because he believed in telling his own trouble the truth, even when he did not intend to extend that courtesy to Athens. A man who can count another creature's breath must choose what to do with the counting. He capped the ink, blotted with his sleeve, and in the movement felt the sweet pitch salt smell rise one last time as if memory had a nose of its own. "Fears," he said, when the light had fattened enough that one could trust the horizon. "Lie. When we make Cnidus, we will say we went to see a stone. We will say the stone had nothing to teach. We will buy the men a round of wine and forgetfulness on the quay and give each a coin to swallow his question." Fears did not answer at once. The steering oar creaked and then settled. The men fell into a full, easy stroke. The day broke like a skin. "And you, master," Fears said finally, "what will you swallow?" Eudoxus touched the purse against his thigh and felt the thin pale plate shift its loyalty from his hand to his body. He looked at the line stretching forward from the prow into the place where a world's edge liked to pretend it lived. "I will swallow the gods' part of the lie," he said, quiet enough that only Fears heard, "and I will spit up the rest into bronze." Fears made a sound again. This time it might have been a laugh. "You make ugly children, Eudoxus," he said, "bronze and teeth and men with ink on their hands." "They are the only ones that live," Eudoxus said, and held the deck with his bare feet as the Asteria leaned into the work. They did not speak of the cove again on that outward leg. It did not prevent the sea from remembering them when they had forgotten to fear it. It did not prevent the moment in the gray week that followed when the bronze cups in the chest rattled at a wrong time over a calm surface, and every man aboard went quiet as if someone had told him his own name. It did not prevent the smell of sweet pitch from riding home in their clothes and living there. It did not prevent Eudoxus from waking in the middle of one of those cold approach of winter nights with the answer to a question he had not yet written. That to follow two motions at once, one had to build a thing that lied correctly, a machine that pretended to be simple by adding its mistakes into its function. He lay on his plank and understood with the calm that follows seeing an enemy's formation from a hill that he would go home and cut an error into a wheel with his own hands. He did not yet understand what those hands would give to men who wore ropes at their waists and spoke in whispering rooms with maps in lamplight. He did not yet admit to himself that he believed he could give the world a warning and keep it from doing on purpose what it would certainly do on accident. Such knowledge comes with the breaking, not with the idea. At noon on the second day, with Cnidus, headland a low back under thinning cloud, Fears came to him in that way of men who stand close so their words can be private without the secrecy making them noticeable. "There is a cutter out of Samos," he said, nodding toward a sliver of sail on the opposite quarter, hardly worth naming. "Fast and with a proud tilt to her mast. She will cross our wake and sniff it if she can. Men on such boats believe the sea writes secrets on the water." "Let them smell fish and cold," Eudoxus said. "Set the sail to look poor and make no notice." Fears grinned into his beard. "I like to make the beautiful look ugly," he said. "It confuses the men who like to collect things." They raised no flags that day. They made their harbor with the common discipline of men who had learned to love what land does to a horizon. They put off their private thoughts until wheels and cups and ink took them and made them solid. At the quay, Eudoxus paid for wine and bread and olives as he had promised. He put the coin in each hand himself. He met each man's eye as he did it and allowed him to believe what he wanted about whether the coin was for silence or for his labor. Men prefer to earn. It dignifies their fear. That night he unwrapped the pale plate in his workshop and laid it beside his tools. He set a circle on the board and marked where the tooth should not go, and another place where a tooth should be cut too small, and another where a flaw would be its own answer. He thought of the cove's slow breath. He heard in his head the cups rattling the way ribs do when a man coughs and cannot stop. He picked up the graver and set the first line. He would tell himself stories about mercy while he worked. He would tell himself that nothing cut from bronze could make a man crueler than he already was. It is not a weapon until a man decides to make it one. The thought steadied his hand. It did not make him slower. Outside, the north wind slashed down into the harbor and sent little breaths of warmth crawling along the piles where fish guts darkened the water. The gulls went suddenly quiet, and far beyond the breakwater a patch of sea drew a thin breath and exhaled, and no one saw it. The men aboard the Asteria did not sleep after the creature disappeared. They took turns watching the water, though none could explain what they expected to see. Fears stationed 2 men at the bow with wet hides and a third beside the anchor rope. Menocrates insisted that the animal had been a warning. Iason insisted that it had been a sign of prosperity. By noon, the crew had divided into those who believed the creature was intelligent and those who feared that intelligence was an insult to it. Eudoxus listened without correcting them. He had been trained to distinguish knowledge from rumor, but the training assumed that the world remained still while a man described it. The sea had not remained still. The fire had not remained still. Even the stone he had lifted from the depth seemed to retain a warmth that moved from one side to the other when he turned it in his hand. Damaris arrived from the forward hold, carrying a shallow bronze tray. "You said you wanted the residue kept apart from the men," she said. "I said I wanted it kept apart from the ship." "It is on the ship." "Then we have already failed." She set the tray on the bench. A smear of amber material clung to the bronze. It had not ignited, though the sun had warmed the deck. It had thickened into a transparent skin with a dark thread running through its center. Eudoxus leaned over it. "What did you use to collect it?" "A scrap of sailcloth." "Where is the cloth?" "In the water." "Why?" "Because it began to smoke." He looked at her hands. The fingertips were red. "You should have called me." "You were busy deciding whether the sea had breathed." He glanced toward the gunwale. "It did." "Then it will breathe again." The statement sounded less like superstition than a calculation. Damaris had worked around heat long enough to understand that the first discharge was never the dangerous one. Danger came from what remained in the wood, the bronze, the cloth, and the hands of those who thought the event was finished. Eudoxus touched the edge of the tray with a bronze probe. The amber material drew itself toward the metal. He withdrew the probe. The material followed for the length of a finger before breaking. Damaris stepped back. "That is alive." "Movement is not life." "Then what is life?" He had answers for students and none for her. "Life is what continues when the observer stops looking." "Then leave it alone." The Asteria anchored in the cove while Eudoxus made measurements. He recorded the heat of the water, the wind's changes, the depth at which the line had touched the shelf, and the number of breaths between the animal's movements. He wrote until his fingers cramped. The mechanism was not yet built. He had only the idea of it, a set of wheels that could turn the animal's irregular rhythms into a pattern. The problem was that a pattern gave men confidence. Confidence was the beginning of use. He told Damaris this while they watched the sun lower behind the cliff. "You are going to build it anyway," she said. "Yes." "Then you are not afraid of confidence." "I am afraid of what a man will do when he mistakes prediction for permission." She looked at the residue in the tray. "That is already what you are doing." Eudoxus closed his notebook. Below the cove, the water gave a soft, resonant knock against the rock. Eudoxus kept the first list of Pyrdrakes beneath the false bottom of his instrument chest. He wrote each animal by the place where it had been seen rather than by a name: the northern shelf, the warm basin, the black inlet. The split rock, the cave beneath the salt wall. The sixth was not a place at all but a season, recorded by fishermen who had seen fire moving across the water and believed it belonged to a god. Thuron asked for the list during the second council meeting. Eudoxus said he had not made one. The lie came easily. That frightened him more than the request. Damaris stood beside the holding chamber and heard him deny the list. Later, she found him in the instrument room, scraping wax from a tablet. You told him there was no list. There is no list the council can use. That is not what he asked. He asked for locations. You wrote locations. I wrote observations. Damaris took the tablet from his hand. These are islands. They are not marked. They are marked enough for a sailor. Eudoxus reached for the tablet. She held it away. If you give this to Thuron, she said, he will send soldiers. He will send soldiers, whether I give it to him or not. Then do not help him. I am trying to understand the animals before someone kills them. Understanding is what you call the work when you want to keep doing it. The words struck him because they were close to the ones he had used in the chamber. He had warned Nesarchus that prediction could become permission. He had not applied the warning to his own hands. Damaris folded the tablet in a cloth. I am taking this. You cannot. You can stop me. He did not. She carried the tablet to the furnace room and held it over the flame until the wax softened. The marks blurred. The 6 places became a single black smear. Eudoxus watched from the doorway. You destroyed evidence, he said. No, she replied, I destroyed directions. Chapter 2, The Wingless Fire. They remained 3 days beyond the shelf. The ship lay to under bare mast with both anchors out, one set on weed-slick rock, the other dropped into a channel that tugged and relaxed like a sleeping thing's breath. The sailors grumbled at the wasted days and the salt eating their hands, but they stood watch, bailed the bilge, and took soundings by habit. The lead came up warm on some casts and cold on others with no wind to explain it. Eudoxus told the crew they were waiting for a favorable wind. This was not entirely a lie. The wind did change, but the ship did not leave. He wanted to know whether the sea had made only one. He had charted places where water soured, where currents reversed, where night air should have cut but did not. This shelf was worse and better than his notes, worse in how it made the men quiet and the swells heavy without height, better in how it answered questions he had not known to ask. He slept lightly and sat working by lamplight, scratching marks on wax tablets. He had taken to setting a bronze bowl half filled with water near his maps. Whenever the warmth pulsed through the deck, small ripples marched across the bowl in perfect steps, as if instructed. The crew took turns with the steering oar even at anchor. A man's hands remembered the feel of a ship like a mule remembers reins. The helmsman, a sunburned islander with a missing ear, came to Eudoxus at dawn on the second day. She works against us to starboard, he said. Nothing in the sky, but I feel it. The anchors bite, then they do not. Hold for now, Eudoxus said. You can hold anything with coin, they tell me, the helmsman said without malice, but there is a kind of pull that does not take it. Eudoxus nodded as if he agreed. He had not paid them with coin they trusted. He had paid them with curiosity and promises. His seal from Piraeus had purchased more days than courage could. Damaris ran the small boat that moved between the beach and the ship. She had a way of making the other rowers match her rhythm without raising her voice. She counted with her breath. When he had hired her, he had expected swagger. He had found observation. On the second morning, he found the tracks. The tide had fallen in the night. The black stone of the shelf lay open to the sun and the small white crabs. A rain basin inland had left a clean rim of salt. The trail began on that exposed lip, a pressed place with the shape of intention, a path made by return. Each mark was narrow and deep and cut with 3 hooks like the ends of a blacksmith's rake. Between prints, the rock had been rubbed to glass, not by sand but by weight. He knelt and set his palm over one. The heat was not a surface warmth. It moved through the rock in pulses, slow as the breathing of a sleeper, like the bowing of a great reed under water. He placed a reed by the side of a print and pinched it at each hook. He doubted the measure would hold a meaning, but doing it placed time between his eyes and his fear. The trail ran inland toward a wall of cupped limestone hard with salt. It did not scramble like goat tracks do. It went with the certainty of something that could not be stopped by stone unless it chose to be. He put his ear to the wall. It was not only warm, it lived in a rhythms, a series of clicks like a joint bending and unbending very slowly. It did not belong to a machine. The sound was of patience working. Damaris was the only member of the crew willing to follow him into the basin. 2 others came partway with them, set down the water skins and returned with relief, muttering about the breath of caves and the gods of the underground. Damaris stayed. She was 17, broad-shouldered from the oars, with a scar at the corner of her mouth and the habit of watching a task before deciding whether it deserved fear. She carried a spear, though both of them knew it would be useless. "Your animal is behind the wall," she said. "Perhaps. You have called it an animal 3 times since yesterday." "Have I?" "You call everything an animal when you are frightened." He looked at her. "What do I call things when I am not?" "Patterns." The answer pleased him. He disliked that it did. A name was a way of stepping on something with language instead of with feet. Sometimes both were insolences. They found a crack beneath the wall where salt had chewed the limestone thin. The ledge was encrusted with crystal that crunched under their knees. He worked a bronze chisel in, not deep, just enough to worry the crust into powder. They opened nothing. They widened an opening that was already there. Warm air came through carrying the smell of resin and wet stone. The scent of pines heated to softness and seaweed turned sour under sun, and something else the ship's stove never gave. A smell like hot brass after the bell had been struck. Eudoxus put his face near the opening. His hair stirred. He heard the slow internal clicking again, and with it a soft scrape like a large tongue moving over bone. Damaris touched his shoulder. Her hand was firm, not frightened. "Do not open it." "Why?" "Because whatever is inside has chosen the other side of a wall." He almost laughed, then the wall moved. A black snout pressed into the crack as steady as the tide. The stone did not yield much, but it didn't need to. The nostrils opened and closed in a measured way. One pale orb, not white like an ox's but with a film to it, slid into sight, reflecting the sky as a red coin instead of as a blue shade. Eudoxus backed away. Damaris did not. She lowered her spear and held it across her body, not toward the animal but between it and the open basin, as if to remind it of a line it might not wish to cross. She did the thing he would later write about in many words. She set a boundary with her body and waited to see if the other understood. The creature's throat flexed. The red seam that lay along its jaw swelled like a bellows under leather. A line of amber fluid gathered between its teeth, and just at the lip of air it was as if it tasted the decision. It held. "Do not run," Eudoxus whispered. "I was not planning to." The creature exhaled. The fluid did not ignite. It fell smoking onto the stone with a hiss and a sour sweetness. The steam that rose tasted like pine pitch shattered into sand. Damaris studied it. "It is afraid." "Of us." "Of what we will do if it shows us what it can do." He had been ready to call the thing a danger because it could ignite the sea. She named it as a thing with a thought about tomorrow. The observation stayed with him longer than the sight of the fire. The nostrils flared again, drawing in all the smells of their labor and their sweat and the oiled wood of the spear. The eye shuddered sideways and was gone. The snout withdrew with the scraping of stone over scales. The crack breathed out once warm and then went cool, like a hand taken off a back. They withdrew without taking a scale, a tooth, or a piece of the blackened stone. Eudoxus made his measurements from a distance. The men on the ship said nothing when they saw them return empty-handed, but watched the basin with the stillness of those who wish an omen to favor departure. At dusk 4 adults emerged from the warm basin and moved across the shelf. They did not break from the stone like seals from water. They unvanished, dark shapes made of the same damp gleam as the wet rock. 2 juveniles followed them, smaller and unsteady, with soft plates that caught the evening light like wet leaves turned edgewise. The animals did not hunt as men hunted. They did not chase. They waited beside the volcanic pools until fish rose into the warm currents, stunned by what Eudoxus could not name but could draw as little arrows on his tablet, heat there, heat not there. When threatened by gulls or a seal, they made the red seam beneath their jaws glow, not a flame but a promise, and every other creature fled. The fire was not anger, it was a boundary. The crew on the ship watched without cheer. One man crossed himself in the way he had been taught for other gods. Another spat to sea and tucked his amulet deeper under his belt. The helmsman watched the glow cut lines into the dark like someone drawing a harbor in the air, and did not say it was beautiful. Eudoxus lay on his belly in the rocks with a wax tablet under his chest and a stylus he did not trust. He had come to measure water and had found something that measured water better. He drew the plates along their backs with the unease of a man describing something for which he had no words. Not scales, their edges were too clean and wide. Not armor, the thing had not been fashioned by a smith. They were like roofing tiles made to move. When one juvenile shook itself dry, the tiles didn't clatter. They whispered. "See how the steam moves from the throat along the plates," Damaris whispered, "like a bellows under a kiln's bricks." He nodded. "The heat knows the body. Or the body knows the heat." On the third evening, a juvenile failed to return to the nesting shelf. The adults called for it. The sound did not spread like a shout carried by air. It went into the stone and water, and the bodies of those who heard like a bowl being played by a wet finger. Eudoxus felt it through his ribs and teeth. It had no pain in it, only a statement. Here, come back here. He had no courage for how that sound made even the sailors stand and look at nothing as if ready to receive a command. He followed the trail down to the waterline and found the young creature stranded in a pocket between two rocks. The shelf here stepped down in a series of black terraces. A storm surge earlier had filled the pocket with cold water, and then the water had stood, cut off from the warm overtide by a lip of stone, a hand's breadth high. The juvenile's skin had gone gray, like the color beneath ash when rain hits last night's fire. The plates along its back were dull. Its throat seemed barely breathed. Damaris came behind him carrying a bronze bowl. She had thought ahead and brought aside an oxtail whip of hide for binding, and a jar of oil if metal would not rise clean. Her hair was wet from the quick launch of the small boat. Behind her, 2 boys from the crew followed with a bundle of dry kelp and an armload of driftwood. "What will you do?" she asked, not as a test but because she was prepared to do the thing. "Warm it." "With what?" He looked at the bowl in her hands, and at the pockets of molten scent that rose from small cracks in the stone where the earth exhaled. They built a small fire on the rocks above the pocket, kindling the driftwood with a spark stone and oiled rags saved for lamps. The smoke blew weakly toward them and then was surrendered by the air. They heated the bowl until it hissed when dipped and poured in water taken from a hotter run above. Eudoxus cursed the heat that was everywhere and not where he needed it. The boys passed bowls down like priests. The juvenile fought them at first, snapping without strength, jaws closing with a click like slick pebbles thrown into a clay pot. Damaris wrapped its forelimbs in wet hide and bound them to dull the clawing without injury. She did not tie tight. She set the knot so a pull would free it if strength returned. She leaned across the back plates with her weight as one who knows how to quiet a horse that does not yet like the saddle. Eudoxus worked his hands into the cold water and lifted small stones until his knuckles bled. He cleared the water channel with his hands, deepening it 2 fingers' widths. The sea had let the pocket keep the young and had stolen the warm. There was no fairness in that. Kings and fish both learned the sea's ways and neither ruled it. When the creature's breathing steadied, he saw something he had no word for. Beneath the red seam at the throat, pinpricks moved like fireflies in a jar, but they were not lights. They were blue-white, the color of lightning when it breaks cloud at a distance, and they moved in a spiral, a small one, inside the skin, slowing and quickening with the breaths. He had no word for the phenomenon. He called it inner lightning. Damaris pressed her mouth close to its eye. "There," she said, as one would to an animal and to a child. "There." They poured more warmed water. The cold pocket grew tepid. A current from the rock itself threaded his fingers like a pulse. He did not think it was the creature. He thought it was the place. The juvenile survived until dawn. The sea went flat in the hour before light. The swells became suggestions more than bodies. The sky did not yet belong to day or to night. The boys slept on the higher rock with their heads propped on their elbows, as if pretending to be statues without courage for the labor. Damaris had not slept. She had counted the breaths and stopped counting when she realized she was matching them. Then the creature died. It did not jerk or leak or cry out. The inner lightning stopped. The throat did not swell. The red seam lost its color as if someone had drawn the heat out of a brazier too fast. There was no last fire. It did not wake in dying to make a spectacle of itself. It simply ceased. Its body was not large, but it was heavy with heat, as new bread is heavier hot than cold. When Eudoxus lifted the jaw to see if there was air to coax into it, amber secretion leaked onto the rock and burned a hole through the limestone. The burn was not a flame that leapt out as story singers claim fires do. It behaved like thoughtless sap meeting thoughtless air, adhesion, then heat after, and a wicked clinging to whatever it touched. He took a sample in a sealed clay tube. He did not touch the mouth of the tube to the fluid. He let it string itself as it wished and coaxed the thread with a wetted reed so that it did not fall and adhere to his hand. The clay warmed against his palm as if remembering the kiln. Damaris stood beside him as the adults gathered around the dead juvenile. They had come silently over stone, and he had not heard their approach. None approached the body. They did not touch it. They opened their throats and made the low sound again, the one that entered bone. The sound made his eyes water, though there was no smoke. He had not thought such a sound could be made in open air. "Put it back," she said. Eudoxus held the tube. "It may teach us something." "It has already taught us." "What?" "That it died." He had no answer that did not sound like an excuse. He nodded to the boys. They slid the juvenile gently on a net of oars and lined to the edge of the pool that fed the warm basin. The adults had made room without touching. One of the elders, he would not call it a king, he had left kingdoms for a reason, tilted its jaw until the red seam lay level again as if in sleep. When the body slid into the warm run, the air bent as over a kiln mouth. The seam did not glow. They did not watch it float away. They turned and went back across the shelf, as ones who have seen it before, and grieve like work that must be done by many. The small boys became men an inch that morning. They did not speak of it. Eudoxus tucked the tube into a sleeve he had laced inside his shirt. It rested against his ribs like an accusation. That day the crew worked more quietly than before. The cook spoiled a pot of barley by taking it off the heat too early. No one mocked him. The helmsman slept at noon and woke with his hand reaching for his missing ear as if to take news. The wind came around and died like breath under pressure. At dusk, a fishmonger's trickle of small fish rose to the surface all at once as if thrown from a torn net. They lay there glittering in a way that would have pleased a child and repulsed a physician. Some twitched as if remembering swimming. A moment later they slid under again with no wind to push them. The men said nothing. Eudoxus wrote on his tablet, "Surface shock, not thunder above." That night he laid the clay tube beside his sleeping mat under the weather cloth stretched on the foredeck. He had told himself it was safer there, where he could feel it roll if the sea took a mind. He had also told himself that the crew would not disturb it if they saw a sleeping man's hand on it. The ship's watch hour changed when the moon passed behind a cloud. The sky went from mother of pearl to iron. Somewhere aft, one of the youths who had carried the driftwood whispered the name of a goddess and apologized to his grandmother for breaking a promise. The sound of oar leathers creaked without oars moving. The tube clicked softly whenever the moon passed behind a cloud. The sound woke him before dawn. Eudoxus reached for the tube. It was vibrating, not from the waves. Not from the ship. The residue inside had arranged itself in a thin spiral along the clay wall. It was not a trick of sloshing. It held. He turned the tube and the thread clung as a snail clings. He held it to his ear. A second sound answered from beneath the water. It was not a voice. It was not thunder. It was the memory of a struck gong hidden under yards of wet cloth, or of a bull calling from a far hollow. It did not travel through his ear alone. It made the deck creep under his palm. It made the bronze bowl on his chart cloth tremble and set 3 fine ripples that moved out and never entirely died. The animals on the shelf had gone still, even those he could not see, The shelf held still, which it had not done in days. The night air, which had been fat with salt and rot, thinned as if something had drawn its throat in. On the line to the anchors, a soft, steady pull developed, against which no wave worked. The ship's plankings creaked as if the sea had taken interest in their grain. Eudoxus's hand hair rose. He remembered as a boy being caught in a summer storm on the Lycian coast, when the sand crawled before the lightning broke. This was like that, but the light did not come from above. A gull sleeping on the mast woke, shook itself, and leapt for the air. It beat its wings twice and went nowhere, as if held by a soft net. Then it screamed and fled. In the same instant, a shoal of small fish broke the surface and scattered, not as from a predator but from unease. Damaris appeared beside him, as if called by the same second sound. She moved like one up from a dream she disliked and wished to change by waking. "What is it?" He did not know how to answer without losing what he had. He could say, "The clay sings to the water." He could say, "I have done something and the world knows it." He could say, "Listen and be a witness so that my later words do not sound to me like a man defending his fear after courage has been spent." Eudoxus looked at the dark sea. "I do not know." There was honesty in that, and weakness and vanity, and all the mixed metals that make a man. "Then do not put it in a jar." He almost opened the tube. His hand remembered the feel of wet red stone, the warmth that flowed into his fingers when the little one had still been breathing. His hand remembered the way the world had answered a small thing rolling in clay. His mind remembered what he had told himself he was: pattern seeker, chart maker, one who found ways to say no by saying not yet. The condition of his work had always been time. Delay against error, delay against hunger, delay as respect. He tasted all the arguments. We must know to protect them. We must know to protect ourselves. The city will demand proof. The city will not wait. The sea had already done its teaching. His temple teachers had loved syllogisms that made human mercy emerge from numbers. Out here the numbers had heat and cold and a smell that followed you to sleep. He closed his mouth lest he argue his way into a sin he would later rename as necessity. He pressed the wax down with his thumb ruthlessly, making a smooth, sealing circle, and did not let his hand tremble while he did it. Instead, he sealed it with wax. When they returned to Athens, Eudoxus did not bring the Pyrdrakes ashore through the harbor. He chose a night of rain and used a fisherman's boat to carry the bronze cage beneath the southern wall. The animal had been kept alive in a temporary chamber aboard the Asteria, its body warmed by stones taken from the volcanic shelf. It had not fired again. It had eaten one fish, refused two, and spent most of the passage with its head turned toward the keel. Damaris carried the cage by the forward handle. "Do not let it swing," Eudoxus said. "I know how to carry a cage." "You know how to carry a cage with a dog in it." "A dog has better manners." They entered through a drainage passage beneath Eudoxus's family house. The passage was wide enough for two men if both turned sideways. Rainwater ran along the floor. The bronze cage scraped the wall and woke echoes that seemed to come from farther below. At the end of the passage, Nesarchus waited with a lamp. He was a smith before he was an engineer, and he mistrusted any object that could not be struck without revealing what it contained. He examined the cage, the animal, and the mineral stones in that order. "How long?" he asked. "Until what?" Damaris said. "Until it dies." Eudoxus looked at him. "It is not dying." "Everything in a cage is dying." The temporary chamber had been built beneath the house in a room once used to store amphorae. Its walls were lined with clay and bronze. A channel carried warm water from a furnace to the stone bed. The design was crude but sufficient. When they opened the cage, the Pyrdrakes did not leave. Damaris entered first. She placed a fish on the stone and waited. The animal watched her without blinking. Its forelimbs were smaller than she had understood in the sea, and its body bore scars beneath the plates where the rock had cut it. "You are not a monster," she said. The Pyrdrakes moved toward the fish. Its jaw opened. The chamber warmed. Damaris did not move. The creature took the fish, crushed it, and swallowed. A faint amber line appeared between its teeth. She held out the bronze tray. The secretion fell into it without flame. The animal turned away. Nesarchus watched from the doorway. It can be harvested. Damaris looked back. It can be harmed. The city will ask for both. Eudoxus entered with the first frame of the mechanism. It was no larger than a writing tablet. 2 bronze wheels sat inside a wooden housing, one cut with regular teeth and one cut with an offset pattern that made the rotation hesitate. He placed it beside the chamber. The Pyrdrakes reacted at once. Its head lifted, the plates along its neck brightened. The K2 wheel began to turn without contact. Nesarchus stepped forward. "Do not touch it," Eudoxus said. The wheel slowed. The animal's throat pulsed in the same rhythm. Damaris felt the connection between them before she understood it. The instrument was not merely recording the creature. The creature was responding to the instrument. "Remove it," she said. Eudoxus did not move. "Remove it." He picked up the frame. The Pyrdrakes lowered its head. The heat in the chamber fell. The K2 wheel stopped. Nesarchus exhaled. "It knows." Eudoxus looked at the device in his hands. "No," he said, "it feels." Nesarchus built the K1 gear from bronze recovered from a wreck. The metal had been used in a merchant's water clock and carried small dents from years of being moved. He preferred it because the dents interrupted the regularity of the material. A perfect gear assumed a perfect world. The Pyrdrakes did not live in one. Eudoxus wanted to mark the gear with the creature's heat cycles. Nesarchus refused. "If you cut the marks into the face, the wheel will catch," he said. "I need it to catch. You need it to show variation. The difference is small. The difference is the instrument." They argued over the size of the teeth. Eudoxus insisted that the gear should respond to the animal's electrical pulses. Nesarchus insisted that the mechanism could only translate movement, not meaning. Damaris entered, carrying the collection tray. The secretion had cooled into a clear film. Beneath it, small sparks moved from edge to edge. Eudoxus leaned closer. "Do not bring that near the gears," Nesarchus said. "It is the reason for the gears. It is the reason we are all going to die in a workshop." Damaris placed the tray on the floor. The K1 gear turned. Not from the secretion, from the sound of the secretion moving against the bronze. Eudoxus reached for the wheel. The animal in the lower chamber answered with a low vibration. The K2 gear moved backward. Nesarchus seized the instrument and carried it outside. The wheel continued turning in his hands. "What have you done?" Damaris asked Eudoxus. "I have not done anything." That is what men say when the thing they made begins to act. The 3 of them stood in the rain while the mechanism traced a line across its own wax strip. The line rose, fell, and then continued past the edge of the prepared surface. Nesarchus looked at the blank wood beyond the strip. "It is asking for more room," he said. Eudoxus took the instrument back. "No," he said, "it is telling us that the room is larger than we believed." Chapter 3: The 2 Wobbles. By the time Eudoxus reached Athens, he had filled 6 wax tablets and lost 3 sailors to fever. They had burned the last man on the rocky shoulder below Saunian when the wind stalled and the mast rope whispered against the yard like a throat clearing. The sail hung useless. The sea beyond the headland lay in iron plates, each one slightly tilted, a slow roll without wind. His sick man did not fight. The pyre took him with a smell like wet wool and pitch. The other 2 lay under stones at a cove where the beach pebbles were a uniform, wrong black. Eudoxus had written in his tablet until the stylus bit through wax. He had written the heat and the smell, and the way the sea breathed when no wind moved. The city received him with the indifference reserved for men who returned without silver. Piraeus was a mouth without patience. Grain ships came in low with their bellies full. Fishmongers spread glistening knives and used their bare feet to push blood into the gutter. Dock laborers shouted their own names so that the tally men would mark them present. Boys ran. Men argued over rope leases. Messengers carried news no one wanted to hear. The war had made every harbor a mouth that could not stop eating. The sun struck the brazen trident on the boathouse and threw a line of light straight through the muddy water to the pilings. Eudoxus stepped over a fisherman asleep with one eye open and climbed the slope to the quarter where tools lived. He took the black stone to the workshop of Nesarchus. Nesarchus was a shipwright with a mathematician's hands. He could look at a cracked rib and tell which wave had broken it. His fingers were blunt at the pads and pared thin at the nails, as if he had filed them against the edges of shapes until they matched. He kept no slaves in his workshop, not from principle, but because he disliked anyone touching a tool who had not been taught to hear metal complain. If he hired a boy from the docks, he taught him for a week without letting him touch iron. He had hung his planes and adzes under a strip of sailcloth to keep them from sweating salt into themselves. He fed the bellows not with a barefoot boy, but with his own leg, the strap smooth under his calf. The place smelled of oil, bronze dust, and the faint baking of the brick-lined pit in the yard where he annealed barstock for the long curve of a ram's underjaw. Eudoxus set the stone on the long bench between the line of chisels and the iron square. Nesarchus came from the forge with sweat running lightly down his spine and his face darkened by the fire's quiet smoke. "You have brought me a rock," he said. "A record. Records are made of marks. Then look more closely." Nesarchus held the stone beneath a lamp and moved the flame instead of the object, the way men do when they do not want to admit they are interested. The grooves along its edge appeared and vanished as the light traveled. He rotated the stone slow, and the marks did not form a line. They described a slight irregularity, a repeated deviation from a circle. "A damaged gear tooth," he said. "It has never been a gear." Everything becomes a gear when a philosopher is desperate enough. Eudoxus placed the sealed clay tube on the table. He had rubbed wax into the seam and tied it with a length of line he had not used for anything else since the island. The tube warmed the table as if it had been held a long time in a hand. Nesarchus did not touch it. "What is that?" "The reason the rock is warm." "No, it is a secretion." "That is not better." Eudoxus told him about the island. The pale stone shot through with veins of something that smelled like burning marrow, the scorched limestone, the way the water had pushed at his knees when no swell ran, the 4 adults that had stood in the heat shimmer like men seen behind a brazier, the dead juvenile in the basin of steam, and the fire that had burned on the surface of the sea. He did not say that when the animal had lifted its head, it had watched Damaris instead of him, as if recognizing a note in her breathing. He did not know why he kept that part private. Nesarchus listened without interrupting. He turned the lamp low twice and raised it again, as if the story had a bright and a dim plane he wanted to see both of. At the end, he said, "If the city hears this, they will ask how many there are." "Six." "They will ask where." "I will not tell them." "They will ask what the fire can do." Eudoxus looked at the clay tube. Nesarchus sighed. The sound was not disappointment. It was the sound a man makes when he sets a heavy thing and straightens his back. "You have already told them by bringing this here." The first experiment was performed inside a brick-lined pit behind the workshop. They laid a flat slab of wet stone across old bricks, blackened by annealings, and by failed ideas that had burned when they should have seized. Eudoxus set the clay tube in the shadow of the wall to keep it from the forge heat. Nesarchus soaked a cloak in water, wrung it once, and draped it over the bench. He fetched tongs that had once carried crucibles and a long-handled spoon hammered shallow from bronze. He did not break the seal until he had told the forge 3 times with his foot to breathe, and then held its mouth with a chalk so that no coal would fly unexpected. He glanced up into the sky the way a man glances toward his own house before he does a thing that cannot be undone. The crack of wax giving way sounded too loud in the quiet yard. A smell came out of the tube, resin, brine, and something like the inside of a conch where meat once had been. The little pool in the spoon was not pitch and not oil. It seemed to watch its own skin. They placed a spoonful of secretion on the slab. It spread in a reluctant circle and then drew itself tighter, as if air had changed its mind. A light mist came, smoke without smoke. Nesarchus approached with a coal held in long tongs. "Do not," Eudoxus said. "You said it ignites." "I said the animal ignited it." "Then we must learn what the animal knows." He touched the coal to the secretion. The fire rose soundlessly. It did not take. It appeared like a thing that had been held down. Its color was not orange but nearly white, and at its edge was a blue that made the surrounding shadows seem bruised. The heat did not beat like a bonfire. It pressed. Nesarchus dropped the tongs and stepped back in the same motion. The flame climbed the stone as if the stone were linen. It tasted at the edge of the pit, found water in the cracks, and ran toward the lip. They threw sand. The fire sank and returned, threads first, then whole. They threw vinegar. The flame shrank to transparency and hissed, turned itself to a skin, and came back along the wet surface like a thing remembering a path. The smell climbed into the far corner of the yard and sat there, insisting. "Clay," Nesarchus said, already moving. They had stacked slabs there for lining the pit. He lifted one with a grunt that took his breath and slammed it down over the burning patch. The edges blackened and smoked. He placed another across it. The forge waited without a tongue. Only when they had smothered it did the pit go dark. A line of white remained under the lip of the upper slab, then that too withdrew into itself and was gone, as if closing an eye. The two men stood breathing hard with the taste of copper and old lightning in their mouths. "How much?" Nesarchus asked. "A spoonful." "How much for a ship?" "None." He smiled the way a man smiles at a friend before he strikes him. "You did not sail home through a war." "No, I sailed home from an island where the animals were trying to be left alone." Nesarchus looked at the sealed tube as if it were a boy that had started a fight and now sat pretending innocence. "You believe the difference matters." "It is the only difference that matters." They argued until the lamps burned low and drew insects few enough that the spiders in the beam corners had names. The words were slow at first, then faster. Nesarchus made a list of tools aloud as if to fix the conversation in the realm of surfaces: hammer, scribe, lever, plate. Eudoxus gave him numbers instead of tools. He spoke the spacing of the heats he had felt rising through stone in the night, and the way the lesser heat had followed, and sometimes preceded the greater, like the breath a man takes before he lifts. "You measured a breath," Nesarchus said. "Now you ask to keep Athens from breathing." "I am asking you to keep Athens from eating what breathes." At last Nesarchus turned away to where, behind a set of bronze plates mounted on the far wall, lay an unfinished instrument commissioned by a court astronomer, nested wheels meant to calculate lunar months, eclipse cycles, and the return of wandering stars. The teeth were delicate and true. They made no sound until touched. The main plate was cut with care that a man grants to his first debt to the city. Eudoxus had seen such mechanisms before. They were beautiful, exact, and useless to anyone who did not already know what answer to seek. He reached for the central plate and lifted it free. "What are you doing?" Nesarchus asked. "Making it less exact." "You will not hand my shame to the astronomer." "No shame," Eudoxus said. "Error on purpose." The first offset gear was no larger than a fingernail. Nesarchus filed it from a sliver of bronze with touches no heavier than thought. It turned smoothly but sat slightly off-center on its pin, causing a faint irregularity each time it completed a revolution. The second gear repeated the error at a different interval. Together, they produced a slow wobble that did not belong to the visible heavens. Nesarchus's mouth worked as if he were tasting a word before saying it. Me's fitting teeth is easy. Making the error repeat the same lie every time is not. "Not a lie," Eudoxus said, "a note no one has learned to hear." He set the black stone beside the gearing. The grooves along its edge did not fit the teeth but matched the deviations, a place where the circle had not been a circle. Nesarchus leaned so close that the heat of his breath dulled the lamp flame, and they had to move it. "You are cutting errors into a machine," Nesarchus said at last. "Not errors, questions." They fitted a thin bronze needle to a light arm over a strip of wax and let the lowest teeth tell their own small, uneven rhythm. The hand-sized train of wheels turned under Eudoxus's fingers with a roughness that was not imperfection but purpose. The needle hesitated where true gear would not and then dragged. then leapt, each time marking a tiny notch deeper or shallower in the wax. He marked the heat cycles from the island against the gear's irregular return. On the shelf where the stone pool steamed, the juvenile's inner lightning had pulsed in a sequence. 4 quick flashes felt through the souls and bones, a pause that was not rest but listening, then 2 slow ones like a weight set down. The adults had answered at wider intervals, their strength carrying the heat further into the rock where it did not quickly return. The mechanism's wobble could count the difference in a way the hand could not carry as a number alone. For the first time, the machine seemed to listen. The workshop fell quiet around it. Outside, Athens went on being unquiet, the bell of a fish cellar, the rattle of a 2-wheeled cart. A boy cursing the corner of a crate that had opened his shin. Farther, a watchman called the hour and the word for clear sky. Here, the little arm dragged and twitched. A needle trembled across a strip of wax. Nesarchus stepped closer. He had the look men have when the day's shape changes under their hands. What does it measure? The animals. No, what does it predict? Eudoxus watched the needle draw its broken, gentle line. He did not answer at once. He set his finger above the wobble like a man waits to taste the first drop from a press. He thought of the juvenile in the cold pocket of stone. He thought of the adults gathered around it, making a sound that entered bone, but that could not be told to another man except by putting him in the same place. He thought of how the warm breath under the rock had failed, and then tried again with steadier will, and how above it thin, some other pulse had gone on like a hand knocking under water. Their seasons, he said, their movements, the time they wake, the time they nest. Nesarchus looked toward the clay tube. And if the city controls those seasons? Eudoxus reached for the wax tablet he had carried since the island. The scratches his own hand had made seemed already older than the morning. He wanted to say that no instrument could control a living thing merely by predicting it. He wanted to believe prediction was a form of mercy. Let us not be where they are. Let us not bruise what we can foresee. He had said such things when he was younger, and men had smiled as if that were sweet. He dipped the point and wrote the second line of the record. The machine does not know what the animal is. It knows when the animal can be found. He did not show the line to Nesarchus at once. It was not secrecy. It was the wish to hold a thought whole and quiet long enough to feel if it would break. They worked until the shadow of the lamp had moved twice across the table. The needle traced its own small C. When they stopped to breathe, they heard the forge asking for air like a patient animal. One pull, and it would rouse and speak. At noon, a man too old to be a messenger and too quiet to be a customer waited under the lintel until they noticed him. He wore a clean cloak mended at the sleeve and sandals with straps that had been wrapped many times and cut clean each time. His hair was white and too long for war service, tied back not as an old man ties it, but as a man ties it when his hands are often in ink. He kept his hands under the cloak so that nothing in the shop would carry his oil. Nesarchus, he said with a small smile, as if the name were an acquaintance he had not expected to see in this street. I was told you were no longer wasting the city's bronze on counting stars. You were told wrong, Philon, Nesarchus said, and his tone was almost fond. We are wasting it on something worse. Philon's eyes went to the bench as eyes go to the lamp in a room that should not be lit in daylight. They slid over the stone, stopped on the gear train, and did not widen. He was a keeper of sacred state records. That meant he had been trusted to keep other people's foolishness without weighing it before the assembly. Eudoxus inclined his head. Sir, you have seen me before, not knowing. I have put scrolls under your desk and taken them back again. Many men take back what they bring me, Philon said mildly. The city is full of men who wish to have spoken wisely without having spoken. Do not be one of them. Nesarchus, with his hands clean for once, poured water into a clay cup and set it on the bench without asking. Philon did not drink. He looked at the mechanism the way a man looks at a dog at a stranger's table, aware that it has teeth. You get the city's bronze under an astronomer's order, he said without reproach. If you take out what he asked for and put in what you like, you will find yourself talking to men who have no patience for the difference. This is not for the sky, Eudoxus said. I know, Philon said. He stepped closer then, and the smell of old papyrus and olive oil moved under his cloak. He peered at the small, deliberate errors, the way a priest might examine a cut on his own hand. The corner of his mouth moved. "You cut 2 wobbles," he said, "not 1. Nesarchus gave Eudoxus a look without turning his head. Apparently, everyone knows what we do when we are alone. Philon's finger described a circle in the air, and then a lesser circle that did not share its center. One for a thing a man can feel in his feet when he stands on the right stone and waits, he said softly, and one for a thing he cannot feel unless something else is quiet. Eudoxus felt the hair rise on his arms. He kept his voice careful. "You have seen such a thing marked before." "I have seen men fail to mark it," Philon said. "In a chest that came down when my teacher's teacher was a boy, there was a plate with 4 lines of a warning cut rough and shallow, as if the hand feared the tool. The plate was kept with other things no one was to show if they wanted to keep their teeth and tongue. Why be so careful if what is kept is nothing? Because it speaks to the way men are. If a thing promises to tell you where your enemy sleeps, men will listen to it until they forget there are other men." He let the words rest. Nesarchus took up a rag, as if cleaning would keep him from argument. "You bring me scolding in my own shop." "I bring you a habit I have," Philon said pleasantly. "When I see a thing that will call other men, I say aloud that it will call other men." He straightened and finally took the cup and drank, and set it down very precisely, where the water would not leave a ring. "Write your warning, Eudoxus of Cnidus," he said. "Cut it not so that the generals can read it, they will not, but so that the man who opens your box when you are dead will see it first. You cannot make men wise. You can only make it slightly harder for them to be foolish with what you have left." When Philon had gone, flitting away toward the matroon with the glide of men who know all the hidden doors, Nesarchus blew out his cheeks and let breath out between pursed lips. "You collect men who talk like riddles the way other men collect pretty cups," he said. Eudoxus did not answer him. He had set the stylus to the wax again. He had written 1 line. Now he traced the letters again until the groove held light. The act of cutting the thought twice made it steadier in his hand. He pushed the tablet away, not to be rid of it but to make room for the next act. "Come," he said, "we need the harbor." Nesarchus looked pained. "For what?" "For the second wobble," Eudoxus said. They went out at dusk with a coiled line and a sheet of thin bronze the size of a hand. Not a sail tender nor a riveter noticed them. Men carrying other men in litters drew shadows like ropes behind them. Eudoxus nodded to a harbor guard who knew Nesarchus by name and let them through the gate in the wall where water entered the second basin. The harbor had its own night. Torches painted lines on the water that were cut to pieces as if a blade had stuttered over them. The masts made a dry forest. A light offshore wind slipped down between hulls but did not move the smell. Under the planking of the dock, in the low tunnel where waves turned and came back on themselves, the old sound lived. A pressure, a pulse that was not tide and not wind and not the wash of passing prows. Eudoxus tied the bronze sheet to the line and let it down until it hung 3 arm lengths below the surface. He ran the line over a bollard and set his finger against it. Nesarchus watched his face as one does when a man listens to a language one cannot speak. For a time the line was a line, then it pressed briefly into his skin with a weight that was not current. A moment later it did it again, less strongly. Far out in the dark, a fisherman called to another as if testing whether the other was still there. The water gathered attention around itself. Eudoxus did not speak. He counted the length of his own breaths, then stopped counting his breath and counted the wire's small insistences. They did not agree with the beat of the known stars, nor with the push of ferrying oars or a tide's long draw. They came in the pattern he had felt standing on the rock shelf and had not wanted to believe he could find in a human place. He drew the bronze up and set his thumb to the plate. It had warmed slightly, but that might be the friction of its own travel. He had expected nothing he could show Nesarchus and found exactly that. He smiled into his own disappointment. Some things would never be trapped under a sentence, but they could be counted a second way. "How often?" Nesarchus said. "Not enough to satisfy you," Eudoxus said. "Enough to make me add teeth." They took their shameful bronze and their decent rope the long way back so that they would not pass the men at the gate who would ask questions for the pleasure of it. In the workshop, the lamp's little disk of heat on the table still marked where Philon had set his cup. Eudoxus sat. He set the second wobble to a slower, fainter lie, and listened to the lie tell its truth. Through that night he and Nesarchus cut and filed, not pressed by clocks, but by the knowledge that time in a city belongs to any man who knocks loud enough. The little train answered the touch with a fox's wariness. They wanted it to be too silly to explain to a general. They made it too exact not to be understood by a man with his hands in ropes. When the stars were lower and the first poor men had begun to stir, Eudoxus tried the clay tube once more in the cool of the yard, not to light it but to see if it breathed. He did not open it. He set his hand against it. Beneath the clay was a quiet that was not sleep. The tube felt like a chest that held air too perfectly. He set it back and covered it with a folded cloth, without thinking that the act was human and foolish, and made no difference. By morning, men were calling prices under the window. A woman shouted the name of a child until it became a prayer. A donkey, offended by something in particular, set its protest like a horn into the street and kept it there until a boy's hand on its nose erased it. In here, the needle made a gloss of scratches across the wax that could have been mistaken for disorder if one did not know where to feel the seam. Nesarchus, whose body knew the hour without looking, wiped his palms on his apron and glanced inadvertently toward the door as if he could see through the wood. He had that look men who pay taxes get when they think of sudden visitors. "What will you do with your warning plate?" he said, not looking at Eudoxus. "You heard Philon as I did." "I will cut it and tie it to the thing that matters," Eudoxus said, "not as a charm, as a stone on a net. And you will write in pretty words that the sea should be left to itself, and the generals will leave it," Nesarchus said without malice. "Wise words have never kept a hungry man from bread." "I have no bread to give them," Eudoxus said. "I have a map that leads only to a loss." "Then you have given them the bread," Nesarchus said, and did not push it farther. Eudoxus ran his finger lightly along the faults. He could not tell if the fault lay in the machine or in himself. He did not want to be the man who brought a thing that made killing easier. He did not want to be the man who refused to warn because warning would be used for killing. The choice felt too clean-spoken aloud. In the body it was mud. He bent and set his stylus to the plate that would carry his words, not in wax now, but in a thin bronze kept for names in a ship's frame. He cut the first line in letters shallow and plain, the way men cut the names of donors when those men are still alive to be offended by small slights. He did not seek to be elegant. He sought to be unreadable to those who read quickly. He was still working when the hammer struck bronze. Once, then again. These were not the sounds of the forge speaking. This was not a neighbor's quarrel nor a carpenter loving his own work. The blows came in a measured pair, a pause, and a third. The pattern had a city's grammar. The sound traveled through the workshop like a summons. It found men who kept accounts. Nesarchus did not need to be told. He stripped his apron with 2 quick gestures so that no soot would go into the presence of someone who would notice soot. He rubbed his face with his sleeve. Eudoxus slid the plate he had been cutting into a slit in the bench that was used for hiding not dangers but good chisels from clumsy hands. The mechanism they did not bother to cover. Its plainness would not save it. They opened the door. In the yard were no soldiers. There was a boy from the dockyard with his hair shorn clean for summer, and a man with the red cord around his upper arm that gave him the right to speak for a magistrate in the streets. The boy held a staff girt with bronze at the head and the owl cut in it with a file. The man did not waste time greeting. "Nesarchus, son of Hippon," he said, "Eudoxus of Cnidus, you are to come to the boathouse at Z at once. Bring the rock you showed to so many fellows that one of them remembered he owed the city his attention. Bring the tube you brought into the Piraeus whose heat made a potter's shelf sweat and left a mark the width of a coin. The pole mark would like to know whether Athens has been handed a torch or a plague." The boy did not look at them. He looked at the tube on the bench and at the little lids of pots and at the place where the fire had scorched the edge of the pit and became suddenly intent on counting his own toes. Nesarchus answered before Eudoxus could decide not to, "We will come." The man with the cord nodded once at the workshop, in the way men acknowledge a thing that will be theirs when they wish it. "Be quick," he said. "Every hour the Spartans still live is a theft." When they had gone, Eudoxus put his palm against the bench to steady a hand he did not want to see shake. He thought of the island where the rock breathed, and of the little pulse the harbor line had carried into his bones. He thought of the plates with two small faults that were now the only honest thing in the shop. He thought he had built a machine to tell men where not to go. Nesarchus put a hand flat on the table and felt the faintest tremor, not from the mechanism nor from any honest thing in that room. It was the city moving under itself. He looked up. "You had your day," he said softly. "Now we will have to make a better lie than theirs." The council met in a room built for decisions that could be described as numbers. Ships, grain, tribute, men, and days of siege were written on tablets and stacked beneath the benches. Eudoxus entered carrying none of them. Damaris followed with a sealed bronze cup containing a measured quantity of secretion. Nesarchus came last, carrying the small mechanism frame. Thuron presided. He had the soft voice of a man who never needed to shout because other men shouted for him. His robe was plain, his beard trimmed close, and his hands clean of workshop soot. "You have brought us a story," he said. "I have brought you an animal," Eudoxus replied. "An animal that burns water. An animal that secretes a substance which burns on water." Thuron smiled. "You hear the difference because you want to keep it. I hear the difference because the difference will decide whether the city owns a weapon or a corpse." Damaris placed the bronze cup on the council table. A counselor leaned closer. "Does it burn?" he asked. "Not by itself," she said. "Then what is the use?" "It burns when released by the animal." "Can the animal be made to release it?" Damaris looked at Eudoxus. He answered, "By heat, fear, injury, or hunger." The room changed. The counselors had been interested in an artifact. They became interested in a method. Thuron placed 2 fingers beside the cup. "Can it be stored?" "For a short time." "Can it be transported?" "If the vessel remains cool." "Can it be projected?" "Not without a siphon." "Can a siphon be made?" Nesarchus lifted the mechanism frame. "A siphon can be made." Thuron nodded. "Then the matter is simple." "No," Eudoxus said. Every face turned toward him. "The matter is living." Thuron's expression hardened. "You have brought a creature into the city during wartime and now object to the consequences of your discovery. I object to calling the consequences simple. Are you willing to let Corinth find it first?" The question entered the room like a blade. Eudoxus thought of the Asteria's men. He thought of the young sailor who had dropped his oar. He thought of the fire adhering to the water and the animal turning away from what it had released. "No," he said. "Then you agree." "I agree that the city must know what it is doing before it does it." Thuron leaned back. Knowledge has a convenient way of arriving after necessity. The council voted before dusk. The Pyrdrakes would be held for military study. The mechanism would be placed under state authority. Eudoxus would continue his measurements. Damaris would be assigned to the chamber because she had demonstrated practical competence. Nesarchus would design a projection system. No one voted on whether the animal should remain alive. That decision was assumed. After the meeting, Damaris found Eudoxus beneath the colonnade. "You said no," she told him. "To what?" "To the question." "I said no to Corinth." "You did not say no to Thuron." Eudoxus looked toward the harbor. "If I had, the animal would still be in the room." "And now?" "Now it is in the city." A bell sounded from the direction of the workshop. The first pressure test had begun. The council did not care about the 6 places after the list had been destroyed. It cared about yield. Thuron set a bronze cup on the table. The cup contained less than a spoonful of secretion. It had been collected over 3 days without harming the adult Pydrake, though the animal had stopped eating after the 3rd harvest. "Enough for a vessel?" he asked. Nesarchus said, "Enough to kill everyone aboard one." "Not what I asked." Eudoxus looked at Damaris. She said, "The animal has lost weight." "Animals recover." not from being made to produce fire on command. Thuron pushed the cup toward Eudoxus. Can the material be diluted? Yes. Can diluted fire be projected? Perhaps. Can it be made stronger? Perhaps. Thuron smiled. You see how useful that word is. Eudoxus felt the mechanism in the satchel at his side. The K2 wheel had stopped responding to the animal's heat. It now moved only when the tide changed. He had not told the council. A messenger entered with a report from the harbor. Corinthian agents had been seen near the southern road. A merchant vessel had asked questions about warm water and black stone. The city's fear had already become intelligence. Thuron closed his hand over the bronze cup. We launched the first ship within 10 days. Damaris turned toward him. The animal is not ready. Neither is the war. The chamber is not stable. Then stabilize it. Eudoxus heard himself speak before he decided to. We can make the first test controlled. Damaris looked at him. The room became very quiet. Thuron nodded, good. Eudoxus understood that he had not protected the animal. He had only chosen the word controlled because it allowed him to remain in the room. Damaris left without him. That night she stood outside the chamber with the dead juvenile's clay tube in her hand. She had carried it from the island and never opened it. The wax seal had softened. The clicking within had stopped. She placed the tube beneath the foundation stone. Eudoxus found her there. You should not bury it, he said. You should not have agreed to the test. I can still stop it. Can you? He looked toward the chamber door. I do not know. Damaris pressed the stone into place. Then begin with knowing what you have already done. Chapter 4, Bronze Under the Keel. The first ship was built in secret, which meant that everyone in Piraeus knew of it by the end of the week. Sailmakers who had never sewn a battle sail now pointed out the guarded shed with their chins while they chewed flax. Boys who sold figs stood on their baskets to see the roof ridge and told one another that the city was building a shrine on the water. A fishwife who had once warmed her hands over burning kelp crossed herself and said that if the navy wished to tie up the harbor with mystery, it should send a tithe of its bronze to the temple first. The shed stood beyond the ordinary yards, past the place where merchant hulls were tarred, and the air smelled of pitch, wet rope, and fish. A line of clay amphorae lay along the wall, filled with water for quenching and vinegar for brining sails. The doors were guarded by men who had been told they were protecting a religious object. The lie was useful because no one wished to be the first to profane a thing associated with the gods. The guards took salted bread from those who brought it and turned away potters who came offering pieces of shaped clay as if vessels could be charmed into virtue. Eudoxus watched the shipwrights bend the ribs in steam and ash. They had set a trench with water and burning oak, made a canopy with wetted canvas, and fed heat into the kiln-stinking gut of the shed until the air wavered. When the oak ribs softened, men with scarred hands and ash-smeared hair bent them over forms. The hiss of water on hot iron filled the day when an iron dog jumped its notch. The overseer carried a stick and used it to point instead of strike, and he spoke in low words that carried through the shed like a drumline. Now, hold, pin. The hull was a narrow trireme, but its interior had been altered so that the space beneath the forward deck no longer belonged to ballast, stores, or men. A bronze cylinder had been lowered into it and suspended in a cradle of oak. The workmen had grunted like men lowering a cow to the ground when they first eased the great vessel of metal into its slings, the ropes greased with tallow and ash. Below the cylinder, Nesarchus had set blocks of cut stone as a heat sink and inertia bed, quarried from an inland face that held warmth until night. The chamber took the place of weight. Every added plate of copper, every heat baffle, every rod used to brace the cradle against the frames changed the way the hull would float and swing under oar. A master of oars came to watch and stared at the bronze like a man watching a storm drag the shore away. Nesarchus had designed 3 locks between the animal and the crew. Each was a square of bronze set into the curved wall, with pegs that slid through from the outside and catches hidden under leather guards, so a man could not be fooled by hot metal if a sudden jet of breath came through. He built a feeding port with a hinged jaw so that hands would not be within reach. He built a drain to catch whatever could be caught and to clear the chamber when it needed scraping. He set a narrow observation slit covered with smoked glass. The glass was the color of a winter stream and had been darkened in a jar of burned resin until it held every thumbprint in pitch, and then cleaned and set in a frame. Copper plates lined the furnace passage. The heat from the fire would warm the stone bed and then the bronze chamber, while the pressure line would lead forward to a siphon shaped like a dragon's open mouth. The nozzle had been planed and scraped by a man who carved temple masks, and the beast's tongue had been a joke when they made the first model until Nesarchus cut it out and said no. "You have made a prison," Eudoxus said. He stood with his arms folded as if he could refuse the shape of the thing with his shoulders. The smell of hot pitch and fish and new shavings felt like wind turned thick in the throat. Sweat ran down his ribs, salt catching on last night's chalk where he had written a ratio on his skin and not corrected it. "I have made a ship that will not burn." Those are not the same thing. Nesarchus kept working. He set a thin layer of clay between bronze and oak where heat met wood, his thick fingers making a neat edge with a wetted thumb. "They are, if the prisoner is fire." Eudoxus did not answer. The first lesson of the shore was that even the best man grew used to whatever allowed his work to be finished. Damaris stood inside the chamber with a brush and a bucket of warm seawater, while the slab that would be the inner hatch lay aside. The bronze breathed heat into her forearms through her skin. She knelt and scrubbed ash off the inner curve, where the brazier fumes had stained it during the fitting. She had a scar along one wrist like a pale thread laid around bone, where she had once taken hold of an iron when she should have used a wet rag. The Pyrdrakes had been transported from the island in a crate lined with wet hide. They had rowed at night under a sail made dark with soot, and when dawn came the rowers' arms shook, and the soldiers who had never been to sea stood up to hide their heaving. It had arrived thin, furious, and silent. When they slid the crate along the greased rollers toward the bronze chamber, the creature had bunched its plated body against one corner and struck at the gaps between hides with a blind hook of jaw. During the last turn of the rollers, the crate had shifted, and the edge had come down on a bolt head. Wood split. The animal had slammed into the snag, hard enough to cut. A fresh scar crossed one flank where the crate had broken during the voyage. The blood had been dark and swift and had smelled of fish smoke until the heat took the scent away. During the first night, it struck the bronze walls until the sound drove two men from the shed. They were men who had fought in the straits, and they covered their ears like children. The third man had sat outside against the doorpost and wept without sound. No one called him back in. He came the next morning with his wife's scarf around his ears, and the overseer did not mock him for it. On the third day, it stopped striking. That frightened Damaris more than the noise. She finished with the brush and slid out under the lip of the open hatch, careful of the edge that would blister if it kissed skin, and set the bucket down. Her palms left wet prints on the deck planks like the marks of some other creature pacing in the shed with them. She dried her hands on the front of her tunic, and then, unable to not look, put her face to the observation slit. She knelt beside the observation slit. The creature lay curled in the dark, its plates dull. Heat gathered beneath its jaw and faded again. Its flanks moved in a shallow rhythm. The fresh scar on its side glistened, the edges drying to a mineral line. A strand of hair from someone's head had drifted in at some moment and now lay caught along one seam of scoot and would not be brushed away from the outside. "It does not eat," she said. Nesarchus, who had been marking the copper with a piece of charcoal so the bellows team would know their counts, did not look up. "It ate yesterday." "It swallowed because the food was there." "Is there another kind of eating?" "Yes." He looked toward Eudoxus to see if the philosopher would make a speech. Eudoxus's eyes were black with soot in the corners. He had been up half the night copying a curve's length into a set of teeth. "She thinks like a philosopher," Nesarchus said, half with pride, half with worry because he needed the people who knew things about animals to lift and fetch without delay. "No," Eudoxus said, "she thinks like someone who has been trapped in a room." A hammer struck a pin. The sound went through the bronze like a held note. The military delegation arrived before sunset. They came through the crush of the ordinary yard like men who owned a piece of the sea. Thuron came first, wearing a plain cuirass over a linen tunic and carrying no visible weapon. He had that kind of face which never became ridiculous under a helmet, a straight mouth, a straight nose, and a way of meeting men's looks as if a road lay between rather than a table. He was handsome in the way of men who had never been required to apologize for their confidence. A recent cut on his arm had been bound with a neat band of wool. He winked at the boy who had fallen asleep by the bucket, and then, when the guard behind him made to kick the boy awake, lifted one finger and the kick did not fall. Behind him came two archons, a treasurer with wax on his lips and money in his voice, and a priest of Athena who looked at the bronze cylinder with professional suspicion. The priest had salt water in a small bronze basin and a wreath of olive on his head. He had climbed fewer stairs than he used to, and his breath was short. "Is this it?" Thuron asked. He stopped with his shadow in the mouth of the shed, as if not wishing to enter until he could be seen clearly by the men inside. The soldiers behind him arranged their expressions as if they were entering a shrine. "It is one of them," said Eudoxus. Thuron's eyes moved to the copper-lined furnace. "How many?" "Animals?" Eudoxus asked. "Chambers. 4 have been proposed." He did not say by whom because that was the line that made men enemies or allies, and he could not afford another enemy. "Then build 4. The treasurer lifted a hand with ink still under the nails. "Bronze prices are high. Corinth has been buying, if you line." Thuron did not look at him. "Then we will buy higher." Eudoxus felt the room tighten around the sentence. The shipwrights lowered their tools. Damaris stood and wiped her hands on her apron, leaving prints that would not dry before sleep. The bellows team tried to look as if their lungs were a state asset. "The creature cannot be moved again," she said. Thuron looked at her as if deciding by sight how much strength she had, how much she would obey, what she might break if left alone. "Who are you?" "The person who keeps it alive." "Then keep it alive." He spoke as if survival were a switch that could be thrown by order. The guard who had wanted to kick the boy twitched as if to pull Damaris away from speech, and Thuron's hand moved once, the same small finger, and the guard found something to look at on the ground. The priest stepped forward. He stared at the dragon-head nozzle with the fixed painting of terror one priest uses to contain another man's fear. "What name has been given to the creature?" he asked without looking at the cylinder. "None," Eudoxus said. "Everything that enters the service of the city must be named." The priest dipped his fingers in salt water. His hand trembled with age or with the knowledge that his presence was a cover for a thing he did not understand. "It has not entered the service of the city." Thuron smiled. It was not a cruel smile. It was the smile of a man who had sailed with men who saw rocks too late. "You are mistaken." The priest lifted the water and made a sign in the air which the men who had grown up without temples would have called a sailor's warding gesture anyway. He sprinkled the prow and the bronze with drops that clung and did not run, and a single cold dot fell through the observation slit and rang on the floor of the chamber. In the dark, a plate lifted and settled again with a slow scrape. The priest tied a white fillet around the dragon head's throat, as if to make a beast lawful by adorning it, and murmured the names of Athena of the harbor and Poseidon, who needed to be given no excuse to be jealous. The treasurer bent toward Nesarchus and said in a whisper that sounded like a men's bathhouse, "How many talents of copper, and the brazier men we are feeding them double. Must this glass be from Amorgos? Could you not smoke common glass darker?" Nesarchus answered without pausing in his count of fastenings, "It must be copper. Tin makes it stronger and ruins the heat draw. We are not feeding the men enough, and if the glass is fouled by cheap ash it will not hold." "Not hold what?" "The line between light and blindness." When the delegation left, the light in the shed had gone to copper on every nail and a dark fissure beneath the keel. The guards shifted their spears and pretended their backs did not hurt. The boy by the bucket woke and took his tattered sandal from under his head. The test was scheduled for the next morning. Eudoxus argued against it. He had set the little instrument with its 2 eccentric wheels on a plank by the furnace where he could watch the K1 turn and feel the lag of K2 through his finger. He had set both by the sun 2 mornings ago and checked them by the sea's dawn haze and the timing of a thermal pulse that came from the belly of the ship when the bellows worked. They were the sizes his hands had allowed, teeth cut with a file and patience and the memory of a form built in a different workshop years ago. He tapped the plate with a knuckle. "The night tide is pulling east when it should fall against the bar," he said. "The wind has swung twice in one watch. The cycle is wrong." Nesarchus argued for a smaller charge. He wanted the valve open to finger's width and then shut, then opened and shut again like training a throat to swallow hot liquid. "Let us feel how the pressure pulls," he said. "Let us find where the bronze sweats and where it laughs." Thuron ignored them both and demanded that the ship be launched into the harbor before witnesses. "We are at war with men who think we are soft," he said. "They think Athens will argue itself out of danger and call it prudence. I will show them we can make new things without a vote taken in a theater." He glanced only once at the little wheels. "I respect a calendar. I do not ask its permission." At dawn, the prototype slid into the water. They had set greased logs beneath the hull and braced the sides with bamboo poles from a ship that had not returned with her cargo, but had left her poles in the yard like a rib cage. The men pushed in time with the coxswain's clack of wood blocks. The ship's belly made an animal noise as it took the weight of itself, and then the water, and then the sea caught and floated her low. The cry that leaves a yard at a launching went up, because the men had to make that sound to clear something out of their ribs, whether it was joy or fear. It rode low and awkwardly. The copper lining added weight. The bronze chamber groaned against its cradle. Nesarchus laid his palm on the top of the chamber and felt the strain travel through bronze and oak into the wedge of his hand. "She wants the water higher," he said. "She will not have it," Eudoxus answered. His eyes were on the men along the quay already turning from their nets. Gulls hovered and then swung off as if something in the air above the shed hurt their wings. The Pyrdrakes remained silent below the keel. Thuron stood at the prow beside the dragon-headed nozzle. He refused to lean against it. He set his feet and folded his hands behind his back, and one of the archons watched his posture more than he watched the sea, because a ship answers the way a man stands on it. The dragon's mouth had been carved open around the siphon. The eyes were made of red glass, polished, not gems but honest glass, the color of pomegranate seeds. "Hideous," he said. "It is meant to frighten the enemy," Nesarchus replied. He had placed the stop valve farther from the creature than he wished, because he feared the soldier's boot more than he feared a man dropping a brand. "It frightens me. Then it has achieved its purpose." A few of the men laughed with the sound that meant laughter is a place to hide your breath for a moment. The helmsman tightened the leather around his hand that held the tiller. The coxswain, a man from Keramakos who had been taken for the navy after a kiln fell in, patted the side of the prow with the familiarity of a potter slapping a jar. "Hold her," he said. "Do not pull like a cow. I have rowers with softer hands than yours." They rowed beyond the breakwater. The city rose behind them in white terraces and smoke. The Acropolis lifted on its rock, as if a hand held a bowl with walls for the god's soup. The dark hulls of other ships lay like cut shadows on the water. On shore, men gathered along the quay. The archons had invited more witnesses than Eudoxus expected. The city loved a miracle when it believed the miracle belonged to it. Fishmongers stepped up on their tables. Sailors from Chios who pretended not to care about Athenian tricks leaned on posts with their bodies turned toward the sea. A woman with her child on her hip, hair tied in a rag, shaded her eyes and said nothing. The current played strange that morning. A strip of water ran like poured milk along the surface, not from any visible spring. Eudoxus put his heel against a cleat and leaned out, not to see but to feel the sea's skin with his face. There was warmth where there should have been the night's salt cold above the channel. The wind had no steady mind. It came curious, went away and brought a friend, and returned with someone else's smell on it. Damaris opened the feeding port. She had wrapped a wet cloth around her wrist and used a second cloth to lift the little latch, because the bronze was already hot where it and the sun spoke to one another. The Pyrdrakes did not move. The air from the chamber carried a taste like fresh slate licked by a child. She whispered through the bronze, though no one could hear her. "We are not going to hurt you." Her breath fogged the smoked glass for a heartbeat. She made a sound the dog in the next yard had calmed to once. Then she stopped because she was not training a dog. The animal's throat pulsed. The muscles at the angle of the jaw filled and faded. It drew one slow breath like a man under a heavy bundle, finding a gap between pain and pain. Nesarchus lit the furnace. He used oak and the pressed briquettes the bellows men had made from charcoal fines and sour wine. He set them in a neat, tight pile in the copper-lined box so that the flame would pull clean and hot. Two men worked the bellows in a rhythm they had learned with their hands on their thighs long before they put hands on the handles. Long pull, short, long, the fire saying yes or not yet. Heat traveled through the copper-lined passage toward the chamber. The bronze warmed. The line to the siphon glowed dull, like a line drawn in air by a blind man who knows the way to the well. The Pyrdrakes rose and pressed its body against the far wall. The plates made a shifting sound like a suit of fish scales being pushed against a door. Eudoxus watched the needle on the small instrument mounted beside the furnace. He had tied a string to the carriage so he could feel the ghost of its turning through his knuckle bones. The K1 wheel trembled. The K2 wheel lagged behind it. The little noises that belonged to his machine had a particular timbre. This one shivered in the wrong part of the beat. "Stop," he said. Thuron turned. "We have not fired. The cycle is wrong. Cycles are not commands. The animal is in distress." Thuron looked beyond Eudoxus to the raft they had dragged out that morning and moored to a rock. It had been built by the shipyards boys with more enthusiasm than skill. The rough, innocent square of it waited as if it did not know what it was for. It had an old sail lashed over it as if to be less ashamed. Thuron gave the order. Nesarchus opened the pressure valve. His hand shook, whether with strain or knowledge it did not matter. He wound the plug a quarter turn and felt the hiss and found the grit with the pad of his fingers and despised the grit because it had no name and no place it belonged. He did not look at Eudoxus. He did not look at Damaris because a man who looks at a woman while doing a thing like this asks to be judged by a silence he cannot endure. The secretion entered the siphon with a sound like a breath drawn through teeth. The bronze dragon head jolted. The plug stung Nesarchus's fingers. The heat spoke through it into the soft at the base of his thumb. A white stream crossed the water and struck a floating target raft. It did not splash. It wrapped the raft in light. The old sail arched in, trying to draw breath, and then became something else, something that had a skin of its own and did not want water any longer. The smell went along the surface like a fox track, sweet and sour, tar and salt. The men on the shore cheered. The Pyrdrakes screamed. The sound was too high for the ear but not for the body. Every man aboard bent double. A rower dropped his oar and put his knuckles to his teeth as if to keep them from leaving his mouth. Damaris fell against the chamber, her shoulders striking bronze with a sound like a plate put down too hard on a stone table. The glass in the observation slit hummed like a struck strip of silver, and a line of crack ran across it like a river drawn on a map. The sea around the ship jumped as if struck from below. The masked fishers on the breakwater, who had stayed away from the test like wise men, looked at one another with eyes gone flat as coins. The fire leapt backward through the siphon. It came like a sentence overrunning the end of the line into the margin. It came with a body, seeking what had been denied it, a thing the hand of a man had made standing in for a mouth. Nesarchus slammed the valve shut. He drove it home until it shrieked. The dragon head cracked along one cheek, a hairline at first and then wide enough to lay a finger in, not with heat yet, with something that lived in the metal when metal is asked to be more than metal and refuses. Flame poured from the seams. It did not find heaven because heaven was where the wind held the smoke of the city, too high, too far. It found leather, rope, a coil of hemp, the end of a shoulder. A man's hair took with a sound like a whisper in a theater where a speaker has gone quiet. He hit the deck with both palms and rolled his head in a wet hide like a dog on dead fish. Eudoxus seized a wet hide and wrapped it around the ruptured joint while Damaris opened the emergency vent. His hands met the blistering of the seams, and he smelled hair of his arms going in one quick flinch. He set his knee in the crook of the dragon head and thought, not words, not numbers, but a simple road a man walks when he knows he must reach a child who cannot be reached. The bronze burned even through wet leather, and the water in the hide screamed like a woman when it met the heat. He did not let go. Heat filled the deck. The helmsman hauled the tiller to keep the bow to any wind at all. The coxswain cried without shame, the way a man cries to a crew to keep them alive. Oars in, and then down, because an oar up would feed fire breath the way it would feed actual breath, and the command had to be something that moved all the same way now. The bellows men checked by instinct and then pushed hard again because if the fire lost its pull, it would seek elsewhere. A soldier flung a bucket of water and Damaris hit him in the chest with her forearm, a small, clean blow, because the water would lay a skin over the glitter and carry it where it could never be made to stop. He staggered and did not strike her back because she had the eyes of someone he had seen once when a wall fell and had always believed must have died then. For 3 heartbeats, the prototype belonged to the animal. It moved under the men's feet. The deck rose not with wave but with pressure. Somewhere below the keel something that had no hand tapped once on the underside of the plank, and Eudoxus understood too late that the scream had not been a line drawn between man and beast, but had gone down through the hull into whatever hears in the cold. Then the vent opened, and the fire blew upward in a column that burned black against the morning sky. Smoke from sea in secret burned different than olive smoke or oak. It went up heavy and unwilling, as if the sky were a door left open by mistake. The column folded in on itself, twisted like the shield strap on a tired man's arm, and then thinned to a lashing tail that the wind pulled apart and chewed. The raft burned clean to its lashing in a blink, and then sank, because when the board that holds you is not wood any longer you go where the heavy things go. A gull that could not learn fast enough tried to take a bit of something bright from the water and lost its feet before it thought to let go. It went away screaming, slapped itself against a sail, fell, flapped, rose, and made a mark in the air that men would tell as a story of omen until they forgot why it began. When the crew brought the ship back, the harbor had gone quiet. Men stood with rag ends in their fists as if they did not know whether to rub their faces or wipe a bench. The men on shore had stopped cheering. They watched the smoke drift over the city and understood before the archons did that the weapon had not obeyed. A woman placed her child behind her skirt without taking her eyes off the ship, and the child did not move because even children know when a mother becomes a wall. The prototype's prow made a hollow clink as it touched the slip, and then slid with a long, obedient sigh. A boy ran and brought a bucket on his own and set it down with his mouth open to say a thing, and then did not say it because all the air had been used by the ship. Thuron approached Eudoxus as the ship was pulled onto the slip. He walked with his hands open, not closed, a man showing that he would not strike anyone who had just kept him alive. His hair smelled of burnt rope. "You will repair the siphon," he said. "It cannot be repaired with the same design." Eudoxus pushed his thumb against a blister that had risen on his palm and knew he would not be able to hold a pen that day. The path backward must be choked or made to swallow its own spit. "Then change the design. Nesarchus will need thicker bronze and a better seat for the valve," Eudoxus said, because saying something practical is the only way to hold a conversation with a man who will not shape himself to your alarm. He glanced past Thuron to where the treasurer and the archons stood like men studying a new fish sold still breathing. End time. The treasurer had his hand on the back of his neck, the way a man holds a lamb before he cuts its throat and says a kind word. "How many days?" he asked the air. Nesarchus lifted his burned fingers, "Until my hand can hold a chisel again." "Put another man on it," the archon said. He had never seen Nesarchus draw a circle in his head and lay his chisel down in a groove that did not exist in sight. "And the animal?" Eudoxus asked, because the man who asks that question becomes someone else after he asks it. Thuron looked toward the bronze chamber. If he had said that he did not care whether it lived, he would have told a lie, and if he had said that its life was the first thing he thought of, he would also have lied. Make it obey. He walked away before Eudoxus could answer. He turned to the crowd and said a word that meant nothing and everything, a word a commander uses to cover a wound until the bandage comes. "Good," he said, as if he had watched a man lift a heavy thing. The priest pulled his fillet tight as if tightening a belt over a belly that had just been filled with bad wine, and said a prayer under his breath to close a prayer he had not meant to begin. Men began to speak again because men cannot help it. The sailors from Chios had faces arranged to not seem impressed. The potters made cutting motions in the air with their hands because they tell the world what they do even when no one watches. A boy coughed, a dry cough that was more of a bark, and an old woman hit his back to make it stop because she did not like the sound in her head the cough matched. Nesarchus wrapped wet linen around his hand, and said to Damaris in the quiet after the crowd's first murmur, "Do not open any port until I am here." He had seen the way she moved toward the locks. He had not told her not to speak to the beast, because a man who lives in a city with temples does not tell a woman to stop telling truth to something in a cage. "It will bruise itself," she said. "It will bruise itself worse if you try to make the bruise gentler." He tried to make his voice like a beam over a doorway that will not sag under a load. Eudoxus stood on the plank by the furnace and touched the K1 with the back of his finger. The wheel spun very slowly, the wrong slow. The K2 did not catch it at the place it should. He felt the hair on his arms lift, not from the smoke, it had not returned, but from a kind of seeing that is not a god's voice. He looked to see where the raft had sunk and found that the water there lay with a skin of calm, as if no wind could ruck it for a yard, and then, at the skin's edge, a raggedness as if a hand just under the surface had sent it outward with all fingers open. A line of foam on the breakwater turned the wrong way and then rethought itself and went right. On the slip the coxswain paced. He never stopped moving after a fight. He went up, down, placed his hand on the wood of the dragon head as if to measure whether he could ever lay rope across it, and then swore softly because he heard his own breathing and did not like it. Damaris remained at the rail. She stayed because she had not fallen until he told her to stay, and then he told her nothing, and she decided to stay until she could do one thing for the creature that had screamed in both their bodies. The heat that had filled the deck bled away. The bronze under her hand was warm still, but not in a way that warned. She set her palm on it. The skin of her hand tried to remember the brand of the wet hide and did not. Below them, the Pyrdrakes struck the inside of its chamber once. Only once. The first chamber failed before it held the animal. Nesarchus had built it in 3 sections, an inner bronze cylinder, a layer of heated stone, and an outer casing of oak sealed with pitch. The design was meant to keep the Pydrake warm while preventing its secretion from reaching the hull. It looked sound until the furnace was lit. Heat moved through the stone unevenly. A line appeared along the inner cylinder. The bronze expanded on one side and not the other. The seam opened with a soft click. Nesarchus shut off the furnace. Thuron stood behind him, watching the failed chamber as if it had betrayed him personally. "You said it would hold." "I said the chamber would hold pressure." "It has not held heat." "Heat is not pressure." "Then make them the same." Nesarchus looked at the split seam. "They are not the same." Damaris entered carrying a bucket of warm water. "That is what he keeps trying to tell you." Thuron turned. "You were not summoned. I was assigned to the animal. The animal is not in this room. Then why are you arguing with an empty cage?" The answer angered him because it was accurate. Thuron stepped toward the broken cylinder. "How long until another can be made?" 3 weeks. "You have 3 days. Nesarchus laughed without humor. "Then you will have 3 broken chambers." Thuron's hand went to the knife at his belt. Damaris placed the bucket down between them. "The animal is not a jar of oil. It cannot be moved whenever the council wants to test a theory." Thuron looked from her to Nesarchus. "You both speak as if the animal has rights." "It has a body," Damaris said. "Bodies are what war spends." "Then spend your own first." The room went silent. Eudoxus entered before Thuron could answer. He had been in the archive, comparing the Pydrake's pulse intervals with tide records. He carried a tablet under each arm and wore the exhausted expression of a man who had found the beginning of a pattern. "The animal will not survive a chamber that changes temperature by the width of a finger," he said. Thuron turned to him. "You were listening." "I was measuring." "Then measure faster." Eudoxus placed the tablets on the workbench. "The creature's heat rises before secretion. If the chamber warms too quickly, the secretion will form while the animal is still enclosed. If the chamber cools too quickly, its plates constrict and fracture." Nesarchus took the tablet. "You are asking for a chamber that follows the animal." "Yes. That is not a chamber. It is a negotiation." Eudoxus looked at Damaris. "Then we negotiate." The second prototype used water channels instead of direct furnace heat. The chamber crew learned to keep the flow moving, never allowing the stone to become either cold or dry. The design was less elegant than the first and more dangerous to operate. It required a man to stand beside the furnace at all times, listening to the water. Damaris took the first watch. The Pyrdrakes lay on the stone bed, its forelimbs folded beneath it. The chamber walls steamed. Every few breaths, the animal's throat gave a faint pulse of red. Damaris dipped her hand into the channel. The water was too hot. She turned the valve, the current strengthened, the temperature fell. The animal opened one eye. "You do not have to like me," she said. "You only have to remain alive." From the observation slit, Eudoxus watched her. "Do not speak to it as if it understands. Do not speak to me as if I am the one who needs instruction." The animal's plates brightened. A thin amber line appeared along the floor. Damaris reached for the wet hide. The secretion ignited before it touched the furnace. The chamber filled with white light. The first successful test occurred without a flame. Nesarchus had assembled the chamber with a pressure collar, a water-cooling channel, and a siphon that ended in a clay basin behind the workshop. The Pyrdrakes lay inside the holding space while Damaris watched its breathing. Eudoxus stood beside the mechanism with the K1 and K2 gears exposed. Thuron observed from the raised platform. "Begin," he said. Damaris did not move. "The animal is calm," Eudoxus said. "Then keep it calm." Nesarchus opened the first valve. Warm water moved around the chamber. The Pyrdrakes' plates brightened. Its throat pulsed once. The K1 wheel turned. The men in the workshop leaned forward. "Again," Thuron said. "No," Damaris replied. Thuron looked at her. "The first test is incomplete." "It is complete enough to show that the machine responds." "It has not fired." "That is why it is a success." The Pyrdrakes' breathing changed. Damaris heard it before the gauge moved. The animal's foreclaws pressed against the stone, its eye fixed on the siphon mouth. "Close the valve," she said. Nesarchus reached for it. Thuron stepped between them. "Continue." Eudoxus held the mechanism. The K2 gear began turning backward. The sound of bronze teeth moving against bronze filled the shed. Damaris opened the chamber door. The Pyrdrakes recoiled from the siphon line. It did not attack. It simply moved away from the instrument as far as the stone allowed. Eudoxus looked at the machine. "It knows what we want." Thuron smiled. "Then we are close." Damaris closed the water line. The chamber temperature fell. The animal's plates dulled. Thuron seized her wrist. "You will not interrupt another test." She looked at his hand. "You will not touch me again." He released her because the workshop had become too quiet. Nesarchus opened the outer door. Cold air entered. The Pyrdrakes lifted its head toward the rain. The first successful test was entered into the records as a failure of ignition. Eudoxus wrote the true result on the underside of the tablet. "The animal obeyed the machine once. It will not forgive us for learning that it can." Chapter 5: The Price of Prediction. The city wanted a recipe. It wanted a list of materials, a sequence of measures, and a name that could be written on a sealed tablet and carried to every harbor in Attica. The treasurer sent scribes to copy Eudoxus's notes. The archon sent servants to search his rooms. The priest asked whether the secretion had been granted by Athena or stolen from some older power. Eudoxus answered none of them. He stood at his doorway while the servants went through his chests, his battered drafting table, and the sea-stained tablets tied with linen string. He watched a boy who still had milk on his beard finger the teeth of a small bronze gear as if they would bite him. "Set that down," Eudoxus said, so quietly that the boy obeyed before he understood. "The state claims all instruments related to the fire," Thuron said from the threshold. He did not enter. He did not need to. The men inside moved as if his shadow set their pace. Eudoxus kept his eyes on the instrument. The state can claim the instruments. It cannot change what they measure. Thuron smiled without changing his mouth. You may keep your philosophy, Eudoxus. The archons prefer bronze. Nesarchus answered by inventing a lie. He prepared a mixture of pine resin, sulfur, oil, and powdered limestone. It smoked impressively, burned briefly, and failed in water. He did not stage the failure. He let the treasurer and half the council see the smear go out on the test plank and leave only a stench. Perhaps we measured badly, the treasurer suggested, face flushed with the sick heat of the workshop. Perhaps, Nesarchus said, polite as a shipwright at a temple dedication. Or perhaps what you demand of nature is not a tax. The false recipe was sealed inside a clay jar and placed in a treasury vault beneath a plaque that called it the fire of the city. They brought a priest for the sealing. He tied a red thread around the jar's neck, pressed a ring into the clay, and named 3 goddesses who would punish the breaker of seals. Thuron had the doors set with a new bar. You have made a fraud sacred, Eudoxus said when they were alone in the cool corridor outside the vault. I have made the truth less convenient to steal. They will test it. Let them. By the time they discover it is useless, we will be dead. I am not consoled by the idea that error has our faces. Nesarchus was not a man who confused mortality with permission. He had begun building the second prototype. This time the holding chamber was wider and lower, with a heated stone bed beneath the bronze. The furnace was fed by a separate crew. The siphon was fitted with a pressure governor that Nesarchus claimed would prevent the backflow that had cracked the first nozzle. He showed the governor to Damaris on a hot afternoon, when the shipyard smelled of tar, garlic, and hammered copper. See the fly, he said, pointing to a small twin-vaned weight set on a spindle above the pressure valve. She wiped her hands on her tunic and watched the vanes turn as the apprentice pumped the bellows. It dances, she said. When the pressure rises too fast, the fly spins and lifts the valve. It will not let the stream reverse. And if the animal panics? That is your work, he said, without insult or comfort. Keep it from panic. Her mouth tightened. How? By understanding. She did not trust it. Neither did the Pyrdrakes. She called the animal Ash only because the others kept calling it the captive. The name was not affectionate. It was a refusal to let the military describe a living body as an object. Ash had grown thinner since the voyage. It fed when Damaris pressed fish through the port, but it did not hunt. It no longer struck the walls. Its silence had become a second architecture inside the ship. Ash lay with its forelimbs tucked beneath its weight on the heated stone bed. The bronze undercarriage carried the heat forward to the keel. When the furnace crew shoveled in charcoal, the heat rose through the rivets and made the pitch weep at the seams. The whole hull took on a slow breath. The bronze head at the prow fogged in the morning and dripped in the afternoon. Eudoxus visited the chamber every evening. He brought the instrument with him and recorded the pulsing beneath the creature's throat. He had set the dials into a narrow wooden frame so that he could hold it like a tablet. The K1 and K2 gears turned at different speeds now. The tiny eccentrics wrote 2 wavering circles on a wax disc, not as sky teaches order, but as a living body teaches variation. The mechanism predicted a rise in heat activity within 9 days. What happens then? Damaris asked. The animal may become active. That is not an answer. It may attempt to breed. She stared through the smoked glass. With what? Eudoxus had no answer. He had seen them in pairs on the hot shelf past Cnidus. He had seen one pressed to another's flank while the light trembled on the water, and a third circled them like a brother who could neither help nor leave. He had measured the tide that fed the shelf and recorded the days when the water lay oddly still. He had not learned any word from them that would teach the city to leave them alone. The fleet's captains were summoned to the workshop. They came without plumes and without cloaks, smelling of salt, garlic, sleep, and governance. The shed had been cleared of shavings and debris. The bronze head had been wrapped in linen like a face prepared for burial, so that the men would not stare at the ornament when they needed to hear the function. 5 sacred ships would receive the new weapon, each according to its purpose. The The Theorists would carry ambassadors and religious delegates. The Delia would protect the state's sacred processions. The Salaminia would serve as a rapid messenger and escort. The Paralus would remain with the elite fleet. The Ammonias, not yet built, would be held in reserve. Captain Ariston of the Theorists had a scar that bent one nostril and a habit of polishing the knuckle of his thumb with his forefinger. He stood near the door as if the workshop could leak shame. He asked whether the fire could be used near friendly ships. "No," said Eudoxus. "Can it be extinguished?" "Sometimes. With vinegar. Vinegar can suppress it. Sometimes. It depends on how much has been released, the wind, the water, and the animal's condition." Ariston looked at Thuron. "Then it is not a weapon, it is a wager." Thuron said, "All weapons are wagers." No one argued. Everyone felt the table under their palms, and in the wood they felt the risk. Captain Myron of the Delia had done the city's errands for so long that the smell of temple oil seemed to sit in his hair. He asked whether the fire would burn on shallow water. "Yes." "Will it burn beneath the rowing benches?" Eudoxus hesitated. The workshop fell quiet. On the far side of the canvas wall a hammer struck twice, then waited like a breath. "If it reaches them," he said. "Then why are we using it?" Thuron placed both hands on the table. "Because the enemy will use it if we do not." The answer moved through the room like a draft. No one believed it. Everyone understood it. Captain Phanias of the Salaminia said nothing at first. He studied the bronze pipes as if they were a map, and he had lost a battle on such a map before. Then he spoke without looking up. "What are the signals?" he asked. Eudoxus tilted the instrument in his hands. "Signals." "My oars do not move without command," Phanias said. "My bow does not swing. I do not fire oil, resin, or the breath of Tartarus without a language between my benches and the men at your furnace. If I give 3 strokes of the bell, will the fly show mercy? If I lift the red pennant, will the animal obey?" Nesarchus stepped in. "The furnace crew will work to a drum, 2 short beats to stoke, 1 roll to hold. The heat tenders will feel the bronze bed. They will pass a signal by the pipe to the nozzle crew. There will be a speaking tube along the starboard beam. Your coxswain will hear and repeat." "Who keeps the measure when the fight shakes the deck?" Phanias asked. Damaris lifted her chin. "I do." Every head turned. No one laughed. She had the burned forearms and calm of a woman who had lifted hot bronze and did not flinch from men's faces. "He," Nesarchus said, "is not a coward. It answers to rhythm." Thuron let them see that he had considered such things. "We will drill," he said. "Nesarchus will write the order of operations. The oars will learn the new speech." He looked to Eudoxus. "And you will teach them when the animal can bear it." Eudoxus nodded because to refuse would hand the whole matter to men who believed that metal was a neutral instrument. He glanced at Damaris. She did not look up. She had already begun to count in her head. The days that followed became a braid of iron, oil, prayer, and bargaining. Thuron arranged an audience on the shaded steps of the Stoa. 2 archons and a priest of Athena sat above Eudoxus and Nesarchus, while boys played knucklebones against a column, and fishermen argued about nets within earshot. "The state claims all rights and duties to the fire," the senior archon said. "The men before me are acknowledged as instruments of that duty." Eudoxus said, "Knowledge is not an instrument, it is a boundary. Set it wrong and you will not merely send poor men to drown, you will change the water." The lesser archon shifted on his cushion. "You speak of the sea as if it keeps accounts." "It does," Eudoxus said. "It settles them in ways we do not choose." Thuron broke the silence that followed. "We are not asking leave, Eudoxus. We are asking terms." Nesarchus spoke before Eudoxus could answer in anger. He laid 3 conditions, as if placing coins on a table. 1. The heat tenders will be chosen by us. We will not hand the bronze to men who think it is a wineskin. 2. No ship fires within the inner harbor. 3. Pressure governors will be mounted on all siphons. The priest of Athena had been watching Eudoxus rather than the shipwright. "And you," he asked, "you were the first to see. What terms do you ask of us? You who will not call this thing by a god's name, you who keep notes as if to make a second sea inside bronze. Eudoxus could have asked for ownership. He could have tried to lock the doors and keep the serpent in the jar. He thought of the shelf near Cnidus, where he had first seen the blue burning like the pulse of a wound beneath water, of the smell of scorched limestone, and of the shallow grave of the juvenile whose bones they had counted. No ship will keep the animal in darkness, he said. No one will strike it to make it act. If I say that a cycle is wrong, the ship will not sail that week. Thuron's throat moved once. Agreed to the first two, he said. On the third you will advise, the city will choose. Eudoxus tasted iron. He inclined his head as one does when defeat must be made into terms. He could still cut some part out of their hand. That night in the dim workshop where the lamplight held a circle and insects knocked at the oil, he set the instrument on a bench. He ran his finger along the inscription he had made months ago on a narrow bronze plate screwed to the inner face of the wooden case that cradled the gearing. It was not a prayer. It was a caution, written in Ionian letters he had half hidden among numbers and star names. Philon, the old keeper of records, stood in the doorway with a hooded lamp. "Have you decided?" Philon asked. Eudoxus turned the two offset gears, listening, not for the click of teeth but for his own pulse refusing to align with theirs. If they have the face of the instrument, they will think they have its thought. Philon smiled with one side of his mouth. A thing with a face is easier to obey. Eudoxus took up a screwdriver he had made from a bit of bronze file and a spear shaft. He loosened the small screws that held the warning plate to the wooden cheek of the case. When the last screw came away, he slid the thin bronze free and held it in his palm. The letters were dark where his thumb had worn the wax that once filled them. He did not read them. He folded a strip of wool around the plate and handed it to Philon. "Hide this where I would never think to look," he said. "Among taxes, among debts." Philon nodded. "I will put it with the names of men who owe the city for oil they never took. They will never balance those." "Exactly." Eudoxus lifted the K1 and K2 wheels from their pins. He left the rest of the gearing in the case so that any curious eye would count the measures of the moon and call it whole. He wrapped the two offset gears in a scrap of sailcloth and bound them under the hem of his tunic with a narrow belt. Their teeth pressed into his skin when he breathed. He took this as a vow. By day, the work did not slow. The first dragon-headed siphon was mounted to a prototype hull under the shed's shade. Men climbed a scaffold to lash, bolt, and caulk. The bronze head was not a beast with a known name from a vase painting. It was a compromise between art and fear, flared nostrils to vent heat, a gaping mouth to spread the stream. The scales along the neck were not decoration but heat fins. Nesarchus had hammered them thin to give the bronze somewhere to shed its anger. "Bind the hypozomata tighter," he called, and the great undergirding cable of twisted hemp that ran from bow to stern groaned as men took a turn around the post. "She will take strain when we fire." Pitch smoked, vinegar barrels were rolled forward to be smashed on order. Damaris lined the floor near the furnace with wet wool. She gave each heat tender a task and a word. "You," she told a boy who had lied about his age, "stand with your hand on this pipe. When it trembles like a cat purring, we are at breath. When it knocks, you call down the speaking tube, hold, not shout, not cry for your mother. Say hold. Say it as if you have done it before." He swallowed. "Hold," he said. "Again," she said, and after 3 tries, he said it like an order given to himself. She taught the men to wrap their hands in linen and oil so that the calluses would not split at the furnace. She set a wooden bowl of vinegar where a man would put his knee if he tripped. She spit into the fire to watch how fast the spittle vanished. She listened to the bronze more than to the voices. Thuron demanded a demonstration. "Not with live charge," Nesarchus said without pause. "Not in harbor." "With water, then," Thuron said. "I want to see what the fly does when the drum shakes." So the men primed the siphon with seawater and stoked the furnace to a point below the creature's cycle. The fly began to spin as pressure rose, first a lazy turn, then a quickening, until the vanes hummed and the spindle lifted a finger width. The governor's little arm fluttered like a hand that had found a rhythm worth tapping. 2 beats, Damaris called to the bellman. "Now hold." The bell resounded, dull and deep, and the men with their mouths to the speaking tubes repeated the word to their scattered mates. A runner crouched by the furnace and banged his palm twice on the bulkhead for the men who could not see. The nozzle crew set their feet, and the oarmaster, who was not yet rowing, tested the calls as if he would have to hear them through oar creak and enemy shouts. Nesarchus cracked the valve a finger width. Water hissed against the bronze throat and jetted from the prow's mouth in a clean line. Children who had slipped into the yard to see men work gave a cheer that died in their mouths when the line struck the quay wall and hammered the stone like a fist. "Stop," Nesarchus said. "Hold," Damaris relayed, her own palm on the hot pipe. A tremor ran through the line. The stream faltered. For a breath and a half, the pressure wanted to snake backward and suck water into the throat. The fly caught, spun, and lifted the valve. The siphon burped once like an ox and steadied. Eudoxus watched not the stream but the men's faces. They each had a moment when an object in the world had shown it had a temper. Men do not easily forget the moment a thing ceases to be a thing. After, when the yard was empty of admirers and only the core crew remained, Damaris rubbed her wrist and said, "If the fly sticks, it will tear our own mouths off." "Then we must keep it clean," Nesarchus said. He did not say that brass will foul in sea damp, and that men forget to clean when the sea is trying to kill them. That night ash began to pulse. The heat rose through the bronze floor. Damaris felt it through her sandals before the instrument needle moved. She took off her shoes and set her bare sole to the bronze. The sheet was warm as a living flank. She went to the furnace room and told the bellman to hold. He nodded, fear already keeping the measure she had taught him. She opened the observation port and found the Pyrdrakes standing, its forelimbs braced against the wall. The seam beneath its jaw glowed blue-white. The first time she had seen that light, it had made her skin crawl. Now it made her breath slow because fear would have taught her the wrong lesson if she let it. The creature turned toward her. Its eye did not look like a man's, but it looked. Heat wavered the air in front of it. The scar on Damaris's arm from a brazier burn itched as if a child were tracing it. Behind it, on the bronze wall, a second shadow moved. There was no second creature in the chamber. She searched every corner. The light in the furnace room was a red that made no honest shadow. The blue-white under the jaw made a second light that cut its own edge. The silhouette on the wall had the plates of Ash's spine. It had the bow of its skull. But it had also, for the beat of a heart, something like a tail that did not end where the bronze ended. The shape had been cast by the plates along Ash's spine, distorted by the furnace light. She knew this. She also knew that the shape had extended beyond the animal and pointed downward through the hull toward the sea. Damaris stepped back. She closed the port and leaned her shoulder against the metal to feel the hum inside as if the ship were a hollow bone. From the other side, Ash made a sound too low for the novice crew to hear. A stone in the furnace cracked with a small, decisive noise like the breaking of a tooth. Somewhere forward of the mast, a rat leaped from a beam and vanished into the dark. On the deck, the night was the color of water's back. Ships rocked gently at their moorings. The oars stacked on benches knocked each other softly as if remembering work. She went to the lip of the quay and spat. The spit struck stone where she had expected wet. The water had drawn back a finger width, as if the harbor had sighed and forgotten itself. She frowned, turned, and went to find Eudoxus. He was by the instrument again, as he always was when he could not sleep. He had taken the case from its mount and set it on a crate beside the pool of lamplight. He touched the small teeth of a gear with the tip of his nail, not enough to move it, just enough to feel its measure. "It is looking for something," she said. "Animals look for many things. This one looks through the ship." He raised his head. He did not ask, "What does that mean?" as a man who does not wish to hear might have asked. He sat with his hands still on the gear and allowed his eyes to adjust from numbers to a person. "Through," he said, and went toward the bow with her. He examined the instrument again when they returned. The K2 wheel had moved backward by a fraction. The wax on its marking disc showed a tiny scallop where the stylus had not obeyed the neat curve, but hiccuped and fallen back on itself as if the world had lost its step. "That should not happen," he said. "Then perhaps your machine is wrong." He touched the gear with one finger. It was cold. Below them, Ash made the low sound that entered bone. Far beneath the harbor, something answered, not in sound but in the sudden retreat of the tide from the pilings. The movement lasted only a moment. A line of weed remained on the quay stones, shining in the sun. The harbor settled. Men shouted at one another about a current. A fisherman cursed that his float had rolled under the beam of his own boat without any man touching it. A dog on the quay danced to keep its paws dry because wet had been there a breath before. Eudoxus said nothing. He had the sensation of a man trying to take a measurement while the ground moved under him. He felt the two offset gears binding against his ribs where he had bound them under his tunic. He remembered the shelf where rocks had cracked with heat and seen the shallows lift in a smooth swell that was not wind-borne. He remembered a line of old stones on a headland where a local sailor had told him a temple once stood to a name the city no longer taught children. Thuron came at first light with a clerk and a wax tablet to say that the Theorus would be the first to receive a full mounting. A messenger ship must be ready to speak, he said, as if speech were a thing that came from a mouth of bronze. Eudoxus signed where he had to sign and wrote a second line below it that looked like a man adding a flourish. In fact, he wrote a date that did not match the civil calendar, but the turn of a small gear that had shifted when a thing in the dark had answered a living thing in a box. Damaris watched him write and did not ask him what it meant. She went back to her men and taught them to make a shield of wet wool that a man could hold between himself and something that wanted his breath. Nesarchus walked the keel one more time with a mallet and tapped the planks to hear for hollows. He ran his palm along the seam where the holding chamber met the ribs and felt a throb that was not heat alone. Philon came by the yard and stood among the barrels pretending to be an old man who had lost his nephew. He watched the men kneel to pass a rope through a hawse hole and smiled when he thought of a thin plate of bronze wrapped in wool, nestled among clay tablets of tax debt so dull that thieves yawned as they read. The priest of Athena came and sprinkled water on the prow. It hissed and steamed on the warm bronze and ran down to the scuppers with the black of pitch. He laid his hand on the linen-wrapped head and spoke a blessing written to sound brave over men who had to be convinced to stand near a thing they had not made. "Do you call it hers now?" Eudoxus asked later, more to his own uneasy heart than to the priest. "It was always hers," the priest said. "We simply changed where we knelt." That night Damaris lay on the warm deck above the chamber because she found she could sleep there when she could not sleep anywhere else. The planks under her shoulder blades were a little convex from years of feet. She counted the breaths of the bronze with her spine. She named the beats of the flies in the governor not with poetry, but with the dull monosyllables men used to keep their hands from shaking. Now, hold, now, hold. She listened beyond that measure to something that did not keep time with men. Ash stirred once and pressed its head to the seam near the intake, where a trickle of cooling air slid along the slot. It did not do this like a beast sniffing. It did it like a creature looking beyond a wall. In the morning, when the mist lay between the masts and turned each rope into a thing twice its size, she opened the port and looked at its eye again. "Do you remember the shelf?" she asked, not expecting an answer. "Do you remember the other bodies?" A man had scrawled a dirty word on the inside of the port with a bit of charcoal. Her knuckles itched to rub it off. She left it. Let them be children somewhere where it would not make any difference. A runner came, breathless with the excitement of being used. "Thuron says drill on Theorus in an hour. Bring the oilers. Bring the fly scrapers." "Bring vinegar," Damaris said, "and water, and men who do not walk in their sleep." He grinned and ran. She watched him go and thought of the boy she had taught to say hold as if his own father would not strike him. She put her palm to the bronze one more time and felt the faintest flutter inside. Eudoxus, elsewhere in the yard, examined the instrument. He had cut 2 shallow scores on the wax disc to mark the first 2 times the K2 gear had shown him. It was something other than the obedient sister of K1. He wet the cutting tool in his mouth because that is what a man does when he needs a clean groove, and not because spittle is holy. He did not look up when a gull landed on the yard beam and made the sound that always made him think of a man mocking somebody weaker than himself. He did not look up when the tide in the harbor, invisible from where he sat, drew itself in like a gasp. He returned to the instrument and cut a 3rd mark into the wax. The 2nd Pyrdrakes was taken from the island under guard. The order named the animal a strategic resource. It did not say what the resource had been doing before the soldiers arrived. The men who carried the order did not know there was a nest. They believed the island contained a single creature, and that a single creature could be removed without changing the place around it. Damaris accompanied them, because Thuron had learned that she could approach the animals without being burned. The nest was hidden behind a curtain of volcanic steam. Adults lay along the upper shelf, their plates absorbing the morning heat. 2 juveniles moved between them. The youngest had a pale seam beneath its jaw and a habit of pressing its head against the rock. The soldiers raised nets. Damaris stepped in front of them. "Not the nets." The commander looked at her. "You were sent to assist." "I was sent to keep the animal alive." "The animal will live in Athens. It will die in the nets." The commander pointed toward the nest. "Choose one." Damaris looked at the adults. The largest had a scar across its shoulder. The smallest was the juvenile she had warmed after the cold water accident. It recognized her, or she believed it did. The belief made the choice more dangerous. She chose the scarred adult because it had the strongest heat and the calmest breathing. The soldiers moved. The adult did not fight until the net touched its back. Then the plates along its spine flashed. One soldier dropped the rope. Another ran. The commander shouted for hooks. Damaris seized a wet hide and approached the animal. "Easy," she said. The Pyrdrakes' throat brightened. "Easy." She did not know whether the word reached it. She knew only that the creature stopped turning toward the men and fixed its eye on her. The soldiers tightened the net. The adult released a short burst of fire. The net burned away. The volcanic shelf ignited beneath the animal. Steam filled the basin. One juvenile fled into a crack. The other fell into the shallow water. Damaris ran toward it. The commander shouted for her to leave it. She lifted the juvenile against her chest. Its body was hotter than a fevered child. The plates along its back were soft enough to bend beneath her fingers. A soldier reached for it. Damaris turned and struck him with the wet hide. The commander drew his sword. The scarred adult opened its jaw. Eudoxus, who had followed the soldiers without permission, stepped between them. "Lower your sword," he said. The commander laughed. "You brought us here." "I brought you to observe." "You brought us a weapon." "No." The adult's fire gathered behind its teeth. Eudoxus saw the decision move through the creature's body before it released the heat. The animal was not choosing to attack the commander. It was choosing to make a boundary around Damaris and the juvenile. "Lower it," Eudoxus said again. The commander did not. The fire struck the ground between them. Rock became glass. The commander fell backward. The soldiers fled toward the boats. Damaris carried the juvenile away from the nest. Behind her, the scarred adult remained on the shelf. It did not follow. Its eye stayed on the young creature until the steam hid both of them. That night, the soldiers sealed the juvenile inside a bronze box. Damaris sat beside it until dawn. The animal pressed its head against the wall. Beyond the box, beneath the island stone, another vibration answered. The order that transferred the Pyrdrakes to the state used the language of protection. It promised warm chambers, regular feeding, train keepers, and freedom from hunters. It did not mention the siphons. It did not mention the fleet. It did not mention that the state had already allocated 5 ships before the order was sealed. Damaris read the document in the yard. "You signed this," she said to Eudoxus. "I signed the observation report. Your name is beneath the seal. The seal was added later. Then you allowed your name to be used." Eudoxus looked toward the island transport. Soldiers were loading bronze cages beneath the watch of men who had never touched a living Pyrdrake. The cages were lined with heated stone, but the stones had cooled during the crossing. "They will die if we do not move them," he said. "They will die if we do. Not all of them. Enough." The order required 6 animals. Thuron had chosen 6 because the mechanism recorded 6 distinct cycles. Damaris had destroyed the list that identified the nesting places, but the council had obtained its own directions from fishermen, merchants, and a captured sailor who had never seen the animals clearly. The soldiers returned with 4. One cage was empty, another contained only a burned net. The 4th animal was carried on a stretcher because it had injured its forelimb while resisting capture. A soldier asked Damaris whether it would still produce fire. She looked at the animal's broken limb. "Yes," she said. The soldier smiled. "Good." Damaris struck him. The blow did not hurt him, it hurt her hand. The soldier raised his own arm until Eudoxus stepped between them. "Take the cages inside," he said. Damaris turned toward him. "You keep choosing the next smaller cruelty. I am trying to keep them alive. Then stop calling their captivity protection." Eudoxus looked at the order in her hand. The seal had been pressed over his name. He took the tablet from her and broke it across his knee. The sound carried across the yard. Thuron appeared in the shed doorway. "You are destroying state property," he said. Eudoxus held the broken tablet. "I am destroying a sentence." Thuron looked at the cages. "The sentence will be written again." Chapter 6: The Sacred Fleet. The ships were not sacred because the gods had touched them. They were sacred because Athens had decided that losing them would be a public wound. They carried the city's face across water. They were painted, hymned, and guarded, not to charm divinities, but to warn men. In the mornings, the sacred piers were cleared before any market boats uncoiled their nets. Boys with scraped knees drove the dogs away with reeds. Priests from Eleusis burned a ration of barley on brazier plates and spoke formulae that named headlands and safe returns. The harbor chained itself to appearance. Slaves scoured rails with brine and sand until the wood took on a low sheen that made the hulls look like held breath. The Theris was ash-smooth and narrow. Where ordinary triremes showed their seams and patches, the Theris hid them with plain cedar insets that took oil without a stain. It carried priests, ambassadors, and offerings to islands where the city's authority depended upon being remembered. Even its fender ropes were wrapped in dyed wool to keep their scratch from marking polished timbers. A wooden coffer near the stern held small gifts: salt from Hymettus, a bronze mirror, a string of lapis beads that some town on Naxos would later pretend had been on a goddess's arm. Its crew did not boast of winning rammings in the last season. They took pride in quiet. They slung the sail without a curse. They drank less. They sang in a way that carried no distance over flat water, so that when they arrived, it seemed as if they had come out of the shore itself. Captain Ariston was the sort of man who stepped through a doorway and closed it with his shoulders rather than his hand. He had careful manners because he lived among demands that could not be refused. He knew every harbor official by name and always asked after a firstborn son or a sister's fever before reading orders. People called this common grace. Damaris saw it as a habit of easing pain before cutting. The Delia was heavier, built on older proportions, with its beam widened to support a raised platform for religious objects. The planks beneath this dais were mortised in a way that kept footsteps from sounding like an advance. It bore ceremonial colors and a crew that had petitioned, with success, to be excused from ordinary night hall labor in exchange for standing watch over the ship's adornments. Men and 2 women on its roster wore little charms carved like amphorae and did not take them off even to pull on the oars. They were not lazy, they were convinced. Captain Myron had been born to a family that had lost 2 sons on the Eurymedon and in the plague that followed. He had the blunt gentleness of a man who had passed into that place where the living stand in debt to the dead. He kept lists of names as if he could pay them down. When a youth on his crew laughed at a prayer, Myron looked at him and said, "You think you will never need anyone to wait with you until the light comes back. Be careful." The Salaminia did not enter harbors, it announced them. Before its prow showed between warehouses, the sound of its deck drums arrived, a 2-beat, then a rapid 4, then the held single note that meant make way. Sailors' wives in Piraeus took their sons down when the Salaminia launched and lifted them so they could learn to read the ship's speed by the way the oars cut and drew, in perfect imperfect time through chop. It had carried decrees, envoys, and the ashes of the dead. It returned twice with nothing aboard and was greeted as if it carried victory itself, because it had not been broken. Its mast was taller than those of the other triremes, a choice that let it carry more sail when the wind fell and made it a hazard when the wind rose. The oarsmen were famous for maintaining rhythm through rough water, for letting the swell lift them without wasting stroke. The steering oarsman had wrists scarred where line had burned, and a way of speaking to the sea that was a joke and not a joke. Captain Euryx wore a red cord around his wrist and claimed it had been tied by a priestess of Artemis. No one had the courage to ask whether this was true. He touched it when he had to lie. The Perilous was speed-made timber. It was sharper at the bow than any of the others, and its oarwell seemed too narrow until you watched that ship turn and saw how the geometry of the cut water matched the space a body could make by dragging a blade and pivoting a hip. Its oarsmen were selected from the best crews in Piraeus, and its officers drilled them until they could reverse stroke after 2 heartbeats of a whistle. The crew could turn before an enemy finished shouting an order. It did not carry the largest chamber, but it carried the most reliable crew. Captain Leosthenes had a way of staring at a flat horizon as if daring it to change. Caution, he said, was a kind of vanity, the belief that you saw something the world would not show to others. He trusted to speed, not to warnings. He would carry a letter through a squall because the squall did not know it was meant to stop him. The ammonias existed only as a keel line and a promise. It lay as chalk on the shipwright's floor, with frames leaning against the walls like a field of fallen deer. Nesarchus's chalk hand had scuffed the white line at the bow so often that the ghosts of 3 other bows lay beneath it. Curved timbers smoked in their steaming troughs. The blackened brick of the new furnace sat on a pallet, its copper lining bright as cut fruit. A coil of thick bronze pipe, green oil rubbed over it against the air, looked like a sleeping snake. Thuron spoke of the ammonias as if the ship already possessed a history and a crew of ancestors waiting inside its shape to be recalled by the first hammer blow. He stood over the chalk and drew a circle where the furnace would sit. Deeper, he said, stability before speed. Deeper is heat, Nesarchus answered without looking up. He had a shipwright's habit of speaking to line as if it could answer. Heat and air, the animal is not a bellows. Athens will decide the balance, Thuron said, not for the first time. Damaris heard him describe the deeper hold, the reinforced bronze, the double furnace, and its ability to carry enough living fire to decide a battle before the battle began. She was holding a copper ladle and checking it for leaks by filling it with urine from a clay pot. Urine showed even hairline cracks. Every leak meant another length of linen to wrap joints, another hour with pitch and wax. "Can it carry 2?" she asked. "2 what?" Thuron said too quickly. "2 animals." Thuron studied her. He had been a scribe once, Damaris had heard, before he stood too close to a strategos and learned to like the taste of victory on other men's tongues. He had the lean, hungry look of someone who believed the gods rewarded clarity. "It can carry whatever the city requires," he said. "That was not my question. It is the only question that matters." She rinsed the ladle and set it with the others. There were not enough. There were never enough. When people said the fire was a miracle, they thought of streamers of flame striking the oiled hide of an enemy hull and taking the blue hiss, that first bite that never let go. They did not think of bellows, of the way leather grew tired and stretched and let in air. They did not think of the stink that never washed out of a shirt worn too many days in a hold, of the way the copper lining of a furnace turned the color of apples after one night and the color of teeth after a month. They did not think of hands. The 5 captains met aboard the unfinished ammonias on a day when the harbor wind smelled of rain and smoke from the charcoal kilns inland, came down in a low brown band that made the water around the piers look like stone. Nesarchus had invited them to inspect the new pressure system. Eudoxus had been told to explain the instrument. Damaris stood below deck with Ash, listening to voices come through the planks. The skeleton of the ship made a sound in wind like reeds. Men trod careful. The ribs had not yet found their skin. Above, on boards set over trestles, Nesarchus had laid out the bronze piping, the valves, the siphon head with its dragon-jawed nozzle hung in canvas, so the shape would not draw notice from laborers on adjacent slips. "The furnace is copper-lined," he said to captains already damp at the edges from the weight of the morning. "It sits forward of the mast step, below the center of motion." Heat carries by conduction through the bronze jacket to the holding chamber. The chamber itself is double-walled with airspace between to reduce direct burn to the outer timbers. The relief is here. He tapped a housing with a knuckle. The sound rang solid. A pull bar, one motion not three, no pegs to seize, no wedges to blow under expansion. Myron peered at the gauge. A simple needle, Nesarchus was proud of it, set against a fan of marks hammered into an arc. Red paint had been rubbed into the marks beyond the second notch, though red came off on a thumb. And this arc. Indicator of pressure. It has a spring, Nesarchus said, and allowed himself to glance at Thuron. If a tender is busy with the animal and cannot rest his hand on the chamber to feel the rise, if there is shouting or someone has dropped something, a glance will do. Leosthine snorted. A glance can also lie. The sea lies. I trust what I can put a palm against. Feel your palm where you please, Euryx said without heat. My men cannot run oars and read your palms for you. Ariston kept his hands folded. He had listened without moving. How long from cold to ready? He asked. If the furnace is set, charcoal, not green wood. Copper admits heat quickly, and the bellows do not leak, and the animal is calm. My question was not about the gods, Ariston said mildly. Half a watch, Nesarchus answered, less if the day is already hot below. You cannot ask a bow to be strung before every hill you might climb, Leosthine said. We cannot keep heat in the chamber at all times. And yet your enemies will not wait a half watch for you, Euryx said. A weapon that cannot be fired while moving is worse than no weapon. It offers danger everywhere, Ariston said. Then learn to command danger, Thuron said. Myron's mouth tightened. The Delia will not go to the front. The city will send its sacred ships where its authority is threatened, Thuron said. There was no anger in it. He might have been naming the season. Fire does not change that. Fire exposes what is already true. Eudoxus stood with the mechanism covered in a dyed cloth. He had once kept it wrapped in oiled leather. The leather had picked up the smell of the hold and had to be burned when a drop of secretion kissed its edge and ate a black round as neat as a coin. Now he used cloth, because cloth could be boiled, and the stain would lift enough to make it safe to carry again in public. He did not ask for attention. He set the instrument on a plank and uncovered it as if opening a food offering. The captain's faces turned as one. They were men accustomed to the hum of oar and sail and the jerk of an enemy's prow against their beam. Gears and notches were a different sea. Perhaps that was why the mechanism frightened them more. The moons, Leosthine said first, because he could not help it. Does that wheel know the moon? It counts the appearance of the moon, Eudoxus said. He let his fingers hover above the little pointer that showed the change from disc to sickle and back again. It counts other things, heat, tides. The instrument predicts when the animal will sleep and when it will pull against the chain. It will tell you when you can speak to it and when you cannot. You think you can speak to it, Euryx said, not mockingly. I have spoken to it, Damaris said from below, surprised to hear herself answer out loud. Voices carried through wood. Men on deck went quiet and looked at the seams as if eyes lived beneath. Damaris had not meant to be heard. It was only habit to answer when someone talked as if ash were a furnace mouth and not a throat. Bring her up, Thuron said. If the crews must trust hands, let us see the set of them. Nesarchus shook his head. No, not now. He did not say why, because he did not speak of the animal in that crowd. He was not ashamed. He was careful of the way words turned to orders when certain men listened. We can go below in turn. The plank is not laid. So, Leosthine said, we will tell our helmsman that a wheel will tell us when we will die. That is not what it tells, Eudoxus said evenly. What does it tell? Myron asked. That if the city insists on using the fire on the days when the instrument says no, the animal will do what it does to keep its breath. Nesarchus coughed. We are discussing deployment, not divination. We are discussing whether you will throw burning oil into the wind and call it fate, Euryx said. He spoke as if he did not mind being called among the superstitious, because he knew he was braver than the laughter. The captains argued about deployment. Ariston wanted strict rules, winds above a certain force, air above a certain heat, the instrument's hand above the half mark, no use within a harbor, no use against allies even if they sheltered enemies, no discharge within sight of shrines. Myron wanted the Delia kept away from the front line. Eryx insisted that a weapon that could not be fired while moving was worse than no weapon at all. Leosthene said the whole discussion was built on fear. Thuron waited until they exhausted themselves, until the river of words slowed into eddies of because and unless. The city has invested silver, timber, and men, he said. The fire will be used where it offers advantage. It offers danger everywhere, Ariston said. Then learn to command danger. The rain reached the harbor in single fat drops that left coin-sized marks on the dust between the ribs. Men looked up as if someone had called their names. Wind shifted. The smell came from the south, salt and something iron. Damaris felt it in the hold like a pressure against the ear, as if there were another sea close by but set at a different height. Below, ash shifted in the chamber. Damaris placed both hands against the bronze. Heat moved through it in a slow wave, a motion she had learned to tell from the sharp, destructive heat that meant panic. The animal had been restless for days, though nothing aboard had changed. She could feel the pressure gathering beneath its throat. Once, when she lay down on the boards with her head angled so that her ear could make a cup against the wall of the chamber, she thought she could hear the animal's breath separate into two beats, one long and one short, as if it had learned the oarsman's song and could match it, one for the sea, one for the skin between. Easy, she said, not to calm it with sense. She had learned that words, like wind, arrived whether wanted or not, but to slow her own hands. She dipped a rag in a jug and wrung it so that the water fell first on the bronze and not on her feet, the same when cooling a man's brow and not his bed. Eudoxus entered the hold carrying the mechanism. The light came after him, because he lifted the cloth as he came down, and the polished bronze faces of the wheels took the oil lamp and threw it back up in small domestic suns. Everything outside had been rain-muddled and gray. The machine made the air look thin and clean for a moment. "Why are you here?" she asked. "To show the captains the cycles." "They will not listen." "They will listen if the machine tells them they are going to win." She looked at him. There was olive scrape under his nails. He was not a man of abstract hands. "Will it?" He did not answer. He said instead, "If the hand goes past the third mark and the K2 wheel is in line with the moon's change, do not open. Let it burn itself and then vent." "That is the counsel of a man who does not have to stand with his face against the heat," she said, not angrily. Her voice made no fight. She had once sewn a split lip for a boy who had tried to swing a rope with fish grease still on his hands. The boy had wept without sound. She had not comforted him. She had pointed to the rope. He had learned this was that. The mechanism had become more complicated since the first night in Nesarch's workshop. The visible wheels still tracked the moon and the seasons, but the offset gears turned beneath them with their own stubborn rhythm. Eudoxus had added a narrow strip of bronze etched with the Pyrdrakes' heat pulses. The strip crossed the astronomical display like a scar, as if someone had slashed a face and healing had not made the mark vanish. He set the instrument on a crate. Ash lifted its head, and the crate creaked as if the weight had doubled. A knock sounded above them, then another. An apprentice too young to have learned that the hold was a place of vows had dropped a mallet. The head hit the plank, bounced, slid, and came to rest with a sound that Damaris had long ago taught herself not to hear. The vibration passed through the ship and into the chamber. Ash's throat brightened, not with light, but with a kind of drawn-in silence. Damaris had once seen a woman in market pull a shawl over her head when she saw her old husband's murderer pass 3 stalls down. The whole world had narrowed to that cloth and the breath inside it. That was how the hold felt when the animal stiffened, as if the sea had moved to leave them and left air too thin for two. Damaris reached for the emergency vent. "Wait," Eudoxus said. "No. The pattern is different." He tilted the instrument. The K1 offset, small, eccentric, stubborn, stuttered, and then kept going. "If we let it." "Patterns do not bleed." Ash opened its mouth. A thread of amber secretion struck the inside of the bronze wall. Where it touched, it thickened and flashed. The chamber filled with light as if someone had raised the lid of a box that had held day. The pressure gauge with the red ink arc jumped beyond its marked limit in one jerk that pulled the needle and set it quivering against the peg. Damaris seized the release bar and pulled. The valve resisted. Heat had caught the pin and the swelling metal gave back nothing. She pulled again, metal shrieked an animal sound, ash struck the wall. The chamber rang like struck bell bronze. A seam in the door breathed white and then closed again, as if the ship had learned to bear its pain in private. Eudoxus took a hammer from the tool chest. He had never swung a hammer toward a thing that was supposed to hold him alive. "Move," he said. He broke the valve housing with the first blow, not cleanly, not with the satisfaction of a neat job, but with the angle of someone who had learned to think in edges. The pin gave. Steam and heat burst into the hold like voices bursting into a house after a funeral meal. Damaris dragged him backward as the bronze door buckled inward, as if the ship were bowing its head. Ash's fire gathered in its throat, not as a stream but as a globe of white radiance. Damaris had seen what the stream did. The stream did not stop where flesh stopped. It was a kind of rightness that could not be prayed against. The globe was something else, anger undone by space. For one impossible instant, the creature's light illuminated the entire chamber. Oil, soot, the sheen of rubbed bronze, her own scarred hands lifted to shield her face, Eudoxus's cheekbones hollowed by the heat, everything received a single uncompromising light. It was not sunlight. Sunlight forgave, this showed. On the inner wall, beneath soot and grease, someone had scratched a series of curved lines. They were shallow, done with a nail or a bent knife. Eudoxus saw them only because the fire made the bronze shine from behind the stain. They resembled waves seen from beneath, as if a child had tried to remember what an oarsman saw and drew what the water did, not what it looked like. But they were not like any freehand wave he had seen. The curves doubled back inside themselves in a way that made the eyes want to blink and look again. Between two of the lines, someone had marked a point, then another point a little lower, and then the faintest of scratches between them like a bridge that had not been finished. Then the pressure broke. The chamber door blew open. Heat raced across the hold, low and heavy. It rolled over the boards with the weight of a man. Nesarchus and two sailors, boys, really, threw wet hides over the opening while Damaris crawled through smoke and pulled Ash's head away from the cracked seam. She had bound its neck before and had been told she was a fool and pressed to the deck with her wrists crossed against the grain until she could not lift them the next day. She did not think now. She moved with that blind economy a body uses when every motion is counted. "Sand," Nesarchus shouted, voice high, the way a man calls when the child of the house has tripped and blood is already falling. "Shut the furnace, bellows off." "Off," came the reply down the companion, followed by the tired pant of leather that had stopped moving. One of the boys flung a bucket of sand toward the lip, and most of it fell short. Eudoxus, coughing, swept it with his arm until enough went where it needed to go, and the hiss under the hides turned from bite to spit. The animal did not attack her. It pressed its burning muzzle against her shoulder. The heat went through cloth and skin. She felt the shape of bone, the weight behind the bite held back not by chain, not by ignorance, but by its own choice to mark her and not to take. The contact lasted less than a breath. The heat seared her shoulder in the shape of a crescent, the kind of mark a priest might draw over a doorway at spring. Then Ash recoiled, head slewing back into the darkness of the chamber, the light in its throat dwindling to a coal and then to a memory of light. The hold went still. The air did that frightened thing where it did not move even when you moved. Eudoxus put his hand flat on the deck to ask the ship what it carried. He felt a low thrum there, a thing without sound. For a moment the bilge water in a crock set under a drip shook, rings moving from center to edge and back again, as if a heavy thing were being drawn under the piers outside. He lifted his hand before anyone asked him why. Above no one spoke. Silence thickened like thickened oil, a thing that moved but slowly. Thurman no Thuron, he would be there. Damaris could feel his weight like a foot on a scale pan. Eudoxus lifted the mechanism with shaking hands. The K1 gear had stopped. It had not broken. It had decided to be still. The K2 gear continued to turn, steady as if water moved it. "What does that mean?" Damaris asked. Her shoulder throbbed in a circle that reminded her of all the times she had burned herself on a hearth before she learned to pull a log with tongs, and not with a hand that thought itself quick. He looked at the etched curves beneath the soot. He did not trust his voice, so he did not lie. "I do not know." "Who scratched those?" Nesarchus asked, peering in over the hides. Steam had made his eyebrows bead. He was not a man given to fancies. He knew every scratch he had ordered. "No one," one of the boys offered, which was what a boy says when he does not want to speak a name. "Everyone," Damaris said, and could not have explained why the words came. The curves were not panic, they were memory. Someone had stood where she stood and had wanted to tell another. The strokes had been made slowly, when the animal slept, by a hand that expected to be asked to explain and had known that he could not. Eudoxus bent and, with the butt of the hammer, made a rubbing by rubbing the clean side of an oily rag over the marks until grease lifted into their thin furrows. The lines emerged darker. They were not quite symmetrical. They repeated, not like the tide, like a learned habit. "You will break the ship before you even float her," Thuron said from above, calm, not shouting. "If you cannot control your people, Nesarchus, you can be replaced." Nesarchus's mouth flattened, but his eyes flicked to Damaris before he looked up. A mallet fell. "We will lay a plank. No tools on deck above the hold when the chamber is charged. No hammering within an arm's length of the frames when the animal is unsettled. We will double line the relief. We will keep 2 hides on the rail wet at all times. We will run the furnace only with a man on the bar, not a boy." "Discipline is not a list," Thuron said. "It is not a speech either." Euryx's voice drifted, mild, and none of them laughed. Myron's face appeared at the edge of the hole. He did not try to come down. His mouth was white around the edges. "Is anyone hurt?" Damaris lifted a shoulder as if that could hide it. She could feel the blister rising. Eudoxus saw and reached for a rag. "Brine," he said. "No," Nesarchus said. "Not yet. Oil first, salt after to keep the rot out." He took a small earthen jar from a shelf, one of the few things he kept where no one else moved it, and scooped goat fat with 2 fingers and put it on Damaris's shoulder without tenderness. She hissed despite herself. He did not look at her face. "You will not carry a wet cloth under your shirt. It will stick and pull the skin when you move." "Now I have 2 things that make men look away," Damaris said without color. She did not mind pain when it earned her a rule. Eudoxus held the rag against the curves until the grease showed enough. He did not want to lose them to the next cleaning. He wrapped the instrument in its cloth and tucked the rag under the same wrap, as if cloth could learn 2 meanings by sharing a darkness. Above, the rain began in earnest, a patter that turned to a talk, then to that sustained sound that made ropes ring against their pins. The harbor took up the sound and changed it in the way all big things change small sounds. A gull cried once and went silent, a creature smart enough to know when to be quiet. Ariston had gone from the plank, his steps measured. Later, Damaris would learn that he had walked to the edge of the pier and looked down and then away, with the disgust of a man who sees something indecent and fears that his looking will make him complicit. Myron stood with his hands on the rail as if he could push the ship back into the slip and keep it there with his weight. Euryx tightened the strip of red on his wrist with his teeth and spat the knot spit over his shoulder for luck. Leosthenes rolled his neck and smiled like a man before a foot race. Thuron sent runners. A boy who wore a leather thong with a bronze chit for the city's bakery ran for the strategos. A rope was uncoiled and then recoiled because some law forbade a certain knot from lying across the deck of a sacred ship. The harbor magistrate's clerk made a mark on a tablet and then wiped it off because the mark had been for a ship that had not yet launched, and writing the name before the water touched her name might be unlucky. Damaris looked again at the curves. "Waves," she said. "Waves," Eudoxus said, but no wave he had measured ran that way. He had seen current take foam and pull it under and then push it back through a different hole. He had seen fish ships go wrong over a bar and the sea fold them like bread. This was like that and not like that. "It looks like the draft lines the old men draw when they teach boys to cut hulls," Nesarchus said, "but not for air, for something thicker." They did not say the rest. You could speak too much to a thing you did not want. Nesarchus went up and called the 2 boys by name and set them to slopping water over folded hides and told them to count to 100, so they would keep doing it even when they thought no one watched. He told the bellows man to leave the bellows tied. He told the apprentice who had dropped the mallet to go home and tell his father that he would not be taken back on wages until he had spent 2 days lifting stones, until his hands learned to hold. Thuron did not descend. He gave orders from open air. He did not want the stain on his sandals. He had once walked through a battlefield and learned the names of new flies. From this day, he said, if a tool strikes a deckboard above a hold, the man holding that tool is flogged. If a boy drops a tool, the man who let him hold it is flogged. If a tender opens a valve without the captain's signal, the tender is taken off the sacred list. If a captain refuses to use the fire when the instrument says yes, he yields command. Leosthenes looked at his hands with interest. Who will take it? He asked. Thuron did not smile. The city does not suffer empty chairs. Myron said, softly and for himself, the city cannot sit in all chairs at once. Damaris did not look up. She let her shoulder be dressed and did not pull away when Nesarchus set a pad of linen under her shirt so that the fat would not run and sting where it slid. The animal breathed within the chamber, breath that did not fog the air. She had learned the weight of it. She could tell when it was sleeping by the way it did not shift on its chain. It was not asleep. It was not awake the way men were when a voice spoke their names in the dark. It was the way rocks under water are awake when a boat passes over them. Something in the hold had learned her. That was not nothing. She remembered the first time she had come down the ladder with a bucket of sea picked up between two piers because the animal would not drink water that had sat in a pot. We will not teach it to fast well, she had said then. Nesarchus had nodded, thinking only of keeping weight on a back that might be asked to lift. She had dipped the bucket and thought she felt the pull of something under the planks take the shape of the bucket's mouth. She did not speak about it now. There were too many ears. Eudoxus stood with the instrument wrapped and took from a pocket a little awl. On the inner face of the rag he scratched a line and another line and a small mark between them. He had not liked writing on cloth. Cloth wandered, but there were places you could not scratch bronze and remain. Who had the animal before us? He asked, after Nesarchus had gone up and the immediate business had passed. Damaris tied the last knot one-handed and blew hair from her face. 2 crews have been in the hold, she said. Not tenders, men with soft shoes. One man had a cough he smothered in his sleeve. Another wore oil that smelled like cedar, not olive. Philon, Eudoxus said, thinking of cedar, because philologists like to smell like paper even when paper had not learned to stay in a book, or someone he sent. An older one stood near the wall and did not touch it, Damaris said. He kept his hands in his sleeves like a priest. He asked if there was a way to listen to the hold without standing in it. He asked if the instrument made sound. Eudoxus thought of the little tremor he had felt under his hand in the plank. He did not say yes. What did you tell him? That it made men talk who should have kept shut, she said. Outside, the rain ran itself down and left a flat bright that made fish scales that had not been swept off the stones look like money. A child cried once and was comforted. Someone dropped a pot somewhere far away and swore and laughed to keep the neighbors from drawing a thing from that sound that should not be drawn. A runner came at last, bare chest banded with a strip of dyed wool that marked him as messenger to the Pyrdrakes. He climbed to Thuron and put a hand to his knee and waited to be seen. Thuron nodded. The runner unrolled a small wet tablet of wax that had smeared with rain, and then wiped it with a wrist and read not from the wax, but from the words he had been told to carry. By command of the generals, he said, all sacred ships will be readied. The Theris will convey envoys to the Gulf. The Delia will carry offerings to Syracuse with guard. The Salaminia will run between, carrying orders. The Paralus will stand ready for interception. There were other words about provisions and pole marks. He did not say them. He looked tired. Thuron did not ask about the ammonias. No one had asked. It was not yet a ship, so the city did not know what to call it in her lists. Nesarchus looked at his chalk for a long time as if the line might write itself into a name. Damaris's shoulder throbbed in time with the little shakes of the K2 gear. Eudoxus set the instrument back down on the crate and watched the stubborn wheel turn past a mark he had thought it would not pass that day. He wanted to say something. He shut his mouth. Words had begun all this. Silence might not end it, but there were times when it did less harm. He blew out the lamp, and the hold took its own light back. Ash settled like a great heart finding a slower pace after a run. The first bell sounded from the harbor. The ships were being called to war. The sacred fleet gathered at Piraeus under a sky, the color of unpolished bronze. The ships were not alike, though the council treated them as interchangeable vessels for the same secret. The theorists carried state authority and believed ceremony could discipline fear. The Delia carried religious obligations and resented being turned into a warship. The Salaminia trusted its speed and the pride of its crew. The Perilous trusted preparation. The Ammonias had not yet been completed, but already carried the arrogance of its design. Damaris walked the quay with Eudoxus and Nesarchus. "Which one will survive?" she asked. Nesarchus looked at the ships, the one that does not fire. Eudoxus glanced toward him. "That is not an answer the council will accept. It is the only answer the animals would give." They began with the theorists. Its captain, Ariston, had a scar beneath his left eye and a habit of examining every knot before stepping aboard. He showed Damaris the fire chamber and apologized for its size. "Apologize to the animal," she said. Ariston studied her. "I have no practice apologizing to weapons." "It is not a weapon yet." He looked toward the bronze cylinder. "That is what worries me." The Delia was commanded by Myron, who had once carried a sacred embassy to Delos. Its priest objected to the chamber's presence beneath the forward deck. Myron objected to the priest's objection because the council had ordered him to carry both the fire and the priest. "The ship was built for procession," Myron said. "It was not built to burn its neighbors." "Then refuse the chamber," Damaris replied. "I refused the chamber. And the chamber arrived before I finished refusing." The Salaminia's captain, Eudoxus, welcomed the Pyrdrakes as if he had been handed a dangerous horse. He had the strongest crew and the tallest mast. He believed a ship's virtue was movement. "We will not let the enemy close," he said. Damaris looked at the chamber. "The enemy is not the only thing that can close." Eudoxus did not understand her. The Perilous was the least ornate. Captain Leosthenes had removed every decoration that did not improve speed. He showed Damaris the oar wells, the signal flags, and the cold chamber where the animal would be kept. "Why cold?" she asked. "Because we move before the furnace can be lit." "The animal cannot." "Then we will move for it." The answer sounded admirable until Damaris imagined what it would mean. The Ammonias existed only as a keel and a set of plans. Nesarchus had drawn the chamber so deep that the ship's lower deck would be below the waterline. Thuron called the design a final answer. Nesarchus called it a question written in bronze. Eudoxus placed the mechanism on the unfinished keel. The K1 wheel turned forward. The K2 gear turned backward. One by one, the ship's bells sounded across the harbor. The Pyrdrakes answered from their chambers. Far below the quay, the water answered them. The 5 ships were commissioned on the same morning, because the council believed simultaneous ceremony would make the fleet appear inevitable. The Theris received a blue ribbon, the Delia received a white one, the Salaminia received red. The Perilous received none because its captain refused decoration. The Ammonias was represented by a bronze model placed on a table beside the harbor steps. Priests spoke over the ships. The rowers listened for practical instructions. Eudoxus stood near the model of the Ammonias, while Nesarchus described its deeper chamber to the treasurer. Thuron asked whether the vessel would carry twice the fire of the Theris. "It may carry twice the pressure," Nesarchus replied. "That is not what I asked. It is the answer that matters." Across the quay, Damaris watched the Pyrdrakes being loaded into their chambers. Each animal had been assigned to a ship according to the cycles recorded by the mechanism. The council believed that the animals could be matched to vessels like cargo to a manifest. Damaris knew the match was false. The animals reacted differently to copper, water, heat, and darkness. One refused to enter the Delia's chamber until the altar was removed. Another struck the Salaminia's hull whenever the mast moved. The animal assigned to the Perilous had gone still when the furnace was extinguished. No one altered the plans. The fleet bells sounded. The ships answered with timber, bronze, rope, and the low internal movement of living bodies. Eudoxus looked at the mechanism. The K1 wheel turned forward. The K2 wheel turned backward. "What are you seeing?" Nesarchus asked. "The cycles do not align." "Then the instrument is wrong." "No. Then the animals are changing." Eudoxus looked toward the harbor mouth. Beneath the surface, a long band of darker water moved against the tide. "The animals are not the only things changing." Nesarchus followed his gaze. Thuron called for them to join the ceremony. Neither man moved until the dark band disappeared. Chapter 7: A Weapon Without a Recipe. The city's first official report called the fire an invention. The word appeared on tablets, decrees, and the lips of men who had never stood near it. Invention suggested ownership. It made the Pyrdrakes disappear before the public had learned they existed. The council chamber had been washed that morning with salt water and wine. You could smell both beneath the smoke of the hanging lamps. Painted oars ran along the frieze above the lintels. 40 pale blades dipped into a sea of cinnabar. Athenians did not hang weapons on the walls of the council hall. They hung symbols of their power to move. A slave with a scar over one ear held up a clay tablet still damp at the edges. A scribe's reed had cut the grooves with speed. When Eudoxus took it, the clay was warm from being near the coals. Eudoxus read the report in the council chamber, while Thuron watched him from beneath a painted lintel. "The substance is prepared from oil, resin, sulfur, and mineral ash," Eudoxus read. "It is projected through a bronze siphon and ignited at the instant of release." "You helped compose the report," Thuron said. "I refused to sign it." "Your refusal is not a correction. It is a warning." The treasurer leaned over the table. "A warning against what?" "Believing that the fire can be made in a jar." "Can it?" "No." "Then why have we written that it can?" "Because the city wants the enemy to search for a recipe instead of a living thing." Thuron's expression did not change. "You see, even you understand the value of the lie." Eudoxus looked at the false tablet. "A lie is a wall. You are building a road." Silence drew across the room. The men who lived by weighing silver watched the man who lived by weighing stars. Philon, old enough that the dye had bled from the fringe of his Hammadian into his beard, sat by the pillar with the records box on his lap and his hands still. He had copied war oaths and debt tallies and lists of offerings, and he kept his eyes lowered now, as if words themselves were arrows and he had learned to drop his head when they flew. Thuron placed his palm flat on the table near the tablet. The tip of his finger touched the incised word invention. His nail was clean even at the edges where salt scours under oarlocks. "You spoke of living things before," he said softly. "Keep that language out of the open record. We are not priests of Asclepios to tend to animals. We are Athenians at war. If the enemy thinks we carry jars of resin, then jars of resin will be carried in sight. We will make them count amphorae instead of keels." The treasurer nodded, encouraged. "We have pledged a line of supply from Thassos and the Thracian coast. Tar, pine resin, ash, whatever names you wish to put upon it, doctor." Eudoxus felt the clay's weight in his hand and knew it for what it was, a smooth tool fitted for the hand. How easy to believe that writing, once hardened, could hold a truth. He set the tablet down. "If you write a recipe, men will begin to believe the heat is born from mixtures and craft. They will forget that chambers go dark when the breathing within them fails. A war can be fed with oil. A heart cannot." "In this room," Thuron said, "I prefer things that can be measured and stored." "You are measuring shadows," Eudoxus said, and then stopped. In argument with Thuron, each word you spent gave him another shape to step on. A slave touched Thuron's sleeve. A boy waited behind him with a basket of clay seals, all stamped in green from the glaze. Thuron took 2 and pressed them together. When he handed the linked tokens to the treasurer, they clinked. The sound had no blood to it. It sounded like victory written long before any ship had gone out. The council released him before he could say more. At the foot of the steps, the guard captain brushed rain from the feathers of his helmet and gave Eudoxus the smallest of nods. It would read like courtesy to any passerby. Eudoxus had lived long enough to know when he was being measured for patience rather than chains. Outside, the rain had begun. It washed ash from the gutters and turned the steps black. The air felt cleaved. You could not tell whether the salt came up from the harbor or down from the sky. Men took off their sandals and carried them, lips compressed, as if silence could keep the rain from noticing them. Damaris waited beneath the colonnade, with one hand pressed against the scar on her shoulder. "How bad is it?" Eudoxus asked. "It hurts when I am angry." "Then you must be in pain constantly." She gave him a flat look. "You have been speaking with Nesarchus." He reached for the fold of his cloak without thinking, drawing its weight away from the wet stone so she could stand out of the drip line. Up close, the scar on her shoulder had the lacquered shine of a glaze laid too thick. It had drawn her skin upward toward the place where the heat had lived. He had seen leather cup burn marks and oil scars. This was not that. The wound's pattern matched a mesh of hammered bronze. "Did he tell you about the report?" Eudoxus asked. "He told me to keep my mouth shut and my engine hands clean. He said the city will call it a recipe and I should pretend to mix it." The corner of her mouth turned and then settled again. "I will stir air. Will the gods be fooled?" "Thuron does not ask gods to read his tablets." "Then men will be fooled." "Some will be fooled," Eudoxus said. "Some will be relieved to be fooled." They walked toward Piraeus. The rain hid their faces from the patrols, and for a while neither spoke. There is a grace in rain when you wish not to be attended. The stones under their feet had been laid from the quarries at the same time as the walls, and the seams were wider now. Handsome things become joints and gaps on a wet day. Along the road, posters announced the sacred ship's new duties. A slave boy hammered one with a bronze nail and then rubbed his thumb over the smear of wet ink as if he might smooth out the letters. The Delian priest who had written the names had a rigid hand. The letters looked as if the gods themselves had ordered the syllables to line up. The Theoris and Delia were to sail south. The Salaminia would carry orders along the western route. The Paralus would remain with the main fleet. The Ammonias would be completed if the war required it. The war always required it. They descended into the damp breath of the harbor. The long sheds where ships slept were hushed except where men worked. The triremes sat ashore with their bellies on slope beams, their oars lifted and tied like stiff wings, their prows glistening with new pitch. In the rain, the dragon-head nozzles at the sacred ship's prows looked like offerings pulled from a temple, mouths stoppered with leather so they could not speak. At the workshop, Nesarchus had spread the mechanism's readings across the floor. Wax tablets, bronze strips, tied records, and weather observations surrounded him like pieces of a defeated army. "The fire is not the same each time," he said. Eudoxus removed his wet cloak. "The secretion changes with the animal. It changes with the hour, with the temperature of the chamber, with how long it has gone without food." Nesarchus's hands were raw at the knuckles. He held one above a brazier to thaw, and the heat chased the rain smell off him. "We set the intake valve the same," he said. "We bake the stones the same length. We feed it the same weight. One day the stream goes out heavy as honey and clings. The next it lashes thin and white and takes the wind as if it has a will to leave us." "It does," Damaris said. "It has the will to live." Nesarchus shut his eyes for a heartbeat. "I am an engineer, Damaris. My work is to make the streets fit together so men can pass. What you have built runs through a throat." He crossed to the back table and touched a skin bag crude as a shepherd's water bladder. It hung on a peg. A short bronze reed protruded from its neck, and the reed had 3 slits cut in it of measured widths. "This whistle's different when the pressure changes," he said. "We made it by accident. One of the grooms tied the bag into the breather to catch condensation. When the animal drew, the reed sang. When it tensed, the sound pinched. If I could tell the men, if I could teach them to hear the note, perhaps we could stop before the white lash you speak of." "Then we must stop using it," Eudoxus said. Nesarchus laughed once without humor. "The city has already built 5 chambers. 4 that can burn. The 5th is being built around a boiler large enough to cook a bull. You think the note will order Thuron's hand?" He slid a tile across the floor with his foot and pulled another beside it. The wax bore an imprint of the offset gear's teeth, their wobble drawn by Eudoxus's stylus in a fine line that returned upon itself in a shallow oval, and then jumped like a fish. Nesarchus could not keep his mind on only one fear at a time. He bent over iron as if it were patient and observable. The living made him rip through words like cloth. Damaris bent over the readings. What is this mark? Eudoxus followed her finger. One of the K2 cycles had bent sharply downward, then returned. That is the sea. The sea is not on the instrument. Not directly. He laid 3 records side by side, the Pyrdrakes' thermal pulses, the tide at Piraeus, and a report from a fisherman who had found dead eels floating near the volcanic shelf. The same irregularity appeared in each. Nesarchus stared. A current. Perhaps. A current that affects the animals. Perhaps. Damaris tapped the wax. You use that word whenever the answer frightens you. Eudoxus looked at her scar. The answer is not yet an answer. What else could bend all 3, Nesarchus said. A change in wind will bend the harbor tide by a bead's width. Dead eels. The animals' pulses falling in the same hour. What moves water without wind? Philon had come in quietly, as he always did, with his cedar box of tablets braced against his hip. He had stood against the sill until the talk turned to a question that had no proper end. Do not fix your eyes on the wrong thing, he said. When the sea changes her mind, men are used to dying. They do not ask why a river moves faster after a storm. They tighten their belts and curse. But when something changes that lives in the sea, that is when men begin to tell themselves it was not alive. Nesarchus looked as if he wanted to argue. He did not. Philon's face did not invite it. The old scribe glanced at the irregularity again and then closed his box. Eudoxus wanted to stop him with a hand raised. Better, perhaps, that the man who remembered for the state not look too long at the word beneath his palm. They were already building a road. Nesarchus dragged a small bronze basin across the table. Here. Inside lay a smear no larger than his thumb joint, spread thin with a twist of fish bone. It was cooled and dull, the color of fat gone bad. He touched a coal to the rim. The smear did not flare. It did not need the performance. It bubbled, then crawled in the direction of the air, a slow creep like something finding bread. You see, Nesarchus said, 2 hours ago a drop no larger than a seed fell on the yard. It would not stop burning on the damp plank until we smothered it with clay. We took this from the same chamber, the same afternoon, and it cannot find appetite in the air. The chamber was hotter when the first fell, Damaris said. You had just fed ash. Its throat was open. Nesarchus nodded tightly. We trained 10 crews from 3 ships this week. I told them what to do 200 heartbeats before the lash, but we do not know which 210 to be generous. The notes change, the breath changes. He swallowed and looked at Eudoxus with a face a little younger than his body. I went to see so a man would not have to die because a pin was in at the wrong angle. I am putting pins in a beast's cage. That is the work now, Eudoxus said, though his tongue wanted other words. A boy in a soaked mantle appeared in the doorway with a knotted cord between his fingers. It bore a scrap of wax for sealing a message and the seal itself already impressed. He looked uncertain about stepping over the threshold with his dripping feet. Damaris took the cord, read the knot pattern. It was the simple one sailors used for speed, and lifted the wax from the end. That afternoon, a messenger brought orders for the Theris. The ship would leave at dawn carrying 2 ambassadors, a priest of Athena, and a sealed chest of state records. Its fire chamber had been installed beneath the forward deck. Ariston, the captain, requested that Damaris accompany the vessel as a heat tender. Eudoxus objected. She has no place in a battle, he said. Ariston replied, the chamber has no place in a battle, yet here we are. Thuron had stood behind Ariston when the captain spoke at the sheds. The Theris is a sacred courier, he said. Sacred things burn without being burned. If you are challenged, Captain, our enemies must understand their error. The ambassadors will witness the city's protection. Ariston had a fish seller's face, tired and lined, the kind that can smile without any part of the eyes moving. He bowed from the neck to Thuron and then turned to Damaris. You know the notes, he said. Not many do. I want the man who pumps the bellows to see your hands. If he sees a woman with rope scars pull the heat in and out with care, maybe he will not harden his fingers when he is afraid. Damaris accepted the assignment before Eudoxus could stop her. He took one step after her as she nodded. She did not look back. She liked to leave a thing clean behind her when she made her mind. Once on a practice day, a man from the fourth bench had told her that was a masculine trait. She had smiled until he did not know what he had said. Damaris, Eudoxus said later, after Ariston had gone and Thuron had laid a lawful hand on the side of the bronze chamber as if it were a cow, and he were some rustic praising a good flank. The workshop felt emptied by the orders even as it still stank of heat. I can go in your place as observer. You can come, she said, as advisor, but the captain asked for a heat tender by name. He has every right to choose the person who will call when he should not pull the lever. He will not listen, Nesarchus muttered. Then I will say it loud enough that he must choose whether or not to hear me. Nesarchus retied the scrap of wax to the cord and threw it on a peg where it swung. You will take the whistles, he said. Make him hear an instrument sing yes and no if he does not wish to hear a woman do it. I do not sing yes and no, Damaris said. I sing wait, I sing stop. She lifted the cloth cover from the short reed and blew once. The note wavered between two pipes, a thin high keen like a gull, then a belly sound that made the wood of the table thrum along its grain. The chamber sings back when the animal pushes against the valve. When it is calm, the throat is wide and the reed's cut catches more air and the note drops. When it is frightened, the reed sings thin. Teach the bellows man to fear thick sound, Nesarchus said. You mean teach him to fear himself, Eudoxus said. Nesarchus ran his thumb around a bronze plug the size of a knuckle. And this, if the cap fouls, if tar gums here. It will not gum if you let me clean it after each charge, Damaris said. After each, he made a small, hopeless sound. We trimmed a dozen valve seats this week. They still stuck when a man with soft hands turned them. They do not stick when you turn them. Why? Because you listen while you turn. Because I have held the leather when it was on fire, she said. As the hour lengthened, men from the sheds drifted past the doorway to see if the orders had arrived. One or two stepped in and then out again with their eyes down when they saw Thuron was gone. A boy whose hair was cut in the rough circle of a new oarsman peered with his lip under his tooth. Damaris watched him the way a dog watches a man who might be thinking of picking up a stick for play or to hit it. She already knew which ships sent boys and which sent men. Boys were sent to learn. Men were sent to die and to remember. The rain thinned. The afternoon took the light with it, and the shapes in the corners of the workshop grew their own outlines. You could tell where the ants walked because the dust there was moved. I will come to the dock, Eudoxus said. I want to mark the hour your K2 takes its bend if it bends against the shore tide. If I am wrong, I prefer to be wrong in front of a ship than in front of a board. Bring clean wax, Damaris said, and your mouth shut when Thuron is listening. He nodded and began to wrap the instrument's small inner wheel in wool, the one that could be held in the palm, and turned with 2 fingers to set the offset tooth to its error. You could build a city on a bad tooth. Men had done worse. Before dusk he climbed to the council hall again and found Thuron where he knew he would, on the marble bench where the lintel shadow fell. Thuron had dismissed the last of the day's men and had his hand flat against the bench, as if he were feeling whether it had been cut square. Do not tell captains not to fire, Thuron said without looking up. I will speak to the heat tenders, Eudoxus said. They answer to the ship answers to the city answers to the war. You leave out the animal. I leave out Ares also, Thuron said. The pattern holds without gods, and I will tell you this in wine light and not in a decree. Say beast in a public place again, and I will appoint a priest who will call your words impiety. I will bring the god's name into the chamber you keep trying to make a sanctuary in your own head. Eudoxus's cheek heated and cooled under the drizzle that found them in the hall's fringes. He did not trust his tongue to leave his teeth without slashing on the way out. He inclined his head as if to take the caution. He would measure his speech. He would not make the chamber holier by being thrown out of it. That night she visited Ash. The Pyrdrakes lay on the heated stone, its body curled around the chamber's narrow circumference. The bronze in the walls made a hollow, round sound when you tapped it, like a cup knocked with a nail. Damaris did not tap. She had learned that a creature that cannot leave will hear every reach toward it for what it is. She oiled the hinges of the feeding port. She laid the fish on her palm and cut it twice to make it soft. Her other hand rested against the bronze at the point where the heat had a different note. She could feel the breath there through her wrist bones when the animal turned its head. The chamber wickered as the flame in the firebox took a new breath of air, and the bronze skin under her hand trembled. Damaris opened the feeding port and placed a fish inside. Ash did not move. "You will come back," she whispered. "I have decided." There were other words she did not say. "I will not leave you to men who think of pitch when they say heat. I will not let a boy with strong arms and no ears kill you by impatience. If you must die, it will be with someone holding the valve like a hand holds a wrist to feel a pulse, not like a fist." The animal's eye opened. For a moment she saw the reflection of the workshop lamps in it. Then a second reflection appeared beneath the first, deep and blue, as if another light were shining from somewhere below the floor. She looked up. The lamps were yellow and shook with the drafts of the room. The coals at the furnace throat were red. There was nothing blue within the four corners of the chamber but the memory of day behind the shutters. She put her palm flat against the bronze, felt the fast breath. No, not fast, heavy, as if the space had thickened inside, and then lifted her hand away in case pressing it made the animal labor harder. There was a wet mark around the breather vent, not water but some slick that pulled the light as if it had depth even on the dry metal. She lifted the edge of a rag and wiped it. When she drew the rag away, there was a faint grit against the cloth, like salt, but not quite. She shook it off into the ash pan and told herself she would ask Nesarchus whether the condensate had changed its taste with the change in the wind. Damaris closed the port. She packed her kit the way she always did, as if she were ordering the things you could make with your hands against the things you could not. Leather gloves, a plug wrench, a narrow awl to scrape tar out of a joint, a folded hood of wet felt that would stink when it warmed but keep at least some of the lash from her hair, the reed that would sound the chamber's breath. She placed a small flat stone in the bottom of the kit, the size of her palm. A woman had lifted it on the volcanic shelf and given it to her with no words after a training day when 3 men had blistered their hands, and a boy had vomited into his own shirt from the smell of burning eel. The stone had a shallow cup to it, and she used it sometimes to cool a drop of sweat to press to her throat when the heat made the world move too fast. It was a superstition to carry a stone you had not quarried. She carried it anyway. The bell for the harbor watch sounded. Sound went strange when it crossed water at night. The bell struck up by the pole house seemed to bend, as if the air itself curved around the ropes and spars and sleeping hulls. Men called back to it from the sheds in voices made broader by exhaustion. In the rain, the torch baskets made a hard light on the edges of things and threw nothing in between. She lifted her kit and went out under the eaves. 2 figures moved past, heads down, cloaks dark as seals. One of them coughed into his fist and swore without raising his head. The rain was thinner, but the world was wet now, and every touch made something else wet also. The dog that slept by the levee stone lifted its head, exhaled, and set it back down. Far out in the darkness, something struck the underside of the Theris. The ship rocked once against its moorings. A thick rope creaked like an ox. The bronze-fitted post on the quay drew a tight groan from its stone. A headlamp swung and threw its ring out into the black. One of the bowmen stubbed his toe in his hurry and cursed. "By all gods, did you feel?" Damaris stood under the rain lip and did not move. Alert body makes a different silence than drowsy body. The men in the nearest shed had fallen into that second silence. "Log," someone muttered. "A clouded log." But he did not say it as if he believed logs rose in a closed harbor and struck clean on the center of a hull. The mooring line quivered again as if the sea had taken a breath in and then let it out through a narrow throat. The sea's surface looked flat when a light passed over it, but Damaris could tell where it pushed hardest because the fenders knocked. 3 wooden fenders on the Theris port side struck the quay in succession, forward to aft, like knuckles walking. Then they were still. "Sound the bilge," a voice on the Theris called. The shipkeeper had his duty even in the night to lift the plug at the stern and taste the water if it rose. A boy with a shaved neck scrambled with the eel lamp under his arm. His feet left mud on the ladder rungs. When he came up the rope gate again, he swallowed and said nothing. If there had been water, he would have said. A long stir went the length of the harbor. The noise traveled from hull to hull where men slept and let their ears keep watch. Somewhere a dolphin breathed. It made its usual soft cough and was gone. No one on deck saw what passed beneath the black water. Thuron had the false recipe copied in 3 hands. The first copy was sent to Corinth. The second was given to a merchant who claimed to have friends in Syracuse. The third remained in the treasury vault, sealed behind a tablet that described the ingredients as a matter of state. The list was plausible enough to waste a man's life. Oil, resin, sulfur, ash, a mineral scraped from volcanic stone, a measure of vinegar to keep the mixture fluid, a final ingredient described only as the breath of the sea. Eudoxus found the tablet in the archive and held it beneath the lamp. "Who wrote this?" he asked. Thuron did not look up from the account sheets. "You did." "I did not." "You described the secretion." "I described what it is not." Thuron's pen continued moving. "The distinction has little military value." "It has moral value. That is a luxury of men who are not being attacked." Eudoxus leaned over the table. "If the enemy follows this recipe, men will die." "Men are already dying." "Because we are using the animal." "Because we are at war." Thuron finally looked at him. "You want the city to confess that the fire belongs to a creature. Then what? Will the enemy return it to the nest? Will the council apologize to the dead?" Eudoxus had no answer. Thuron pushed the tablet toward him. "A formula can be stolen and failed. A living source can be hunted. And if the lie fails, then they will believe the recipe was incomplete." The political genius of the lie was its ability to survive failure. Every failed attempt would send men back to the page rather than toward the island. Eudoxus signed the tablet. He used a false name. That night he entered the chamber alone. The Pyrdrakes was awake. Its body lay along the heated stone, and its eye tracked him from the dark. "I told them you were not a recipe," he said. The animal's throat glowed faintly. Eudoxus placed the copied tablet outside the chamber door. The Pyrdrakes turned away. The theorist crew did not trust the chamber because they had watched it fail in the workshop. The failure had not been spectacular. No white flame had risen. No bronze had melted. A valve had simply refused to close, and the secretion had continued to gather in the lower line until the chamber crew noticed the smell. Cleon had been the first to find it. He cut the line with a chisel and threw the leaking section into a bucket of sand. The men stood around him waiting for an explosion that did not come. "That is the danger," he said. A sailor laughed nervously. "The danger is that nothing happened. The danger is that we will believe nothing happened because we are safe." After that, Ariston made the crew practice silence. They loaded the chamber without speaking. They opened the valve by hand signals. They moved the wet hides from one side of the deck to the other while the ship's bell sounded at irregular intervals. The bell was meant to simulate panic. It became panic anyway. Damaris watched the crew, learning one another's movements. The youngest rower, Theon, had a habit of touching the bronze chamber before every drill. Cleon slapped his hand away. "Do not make a friend of it," he said. "It is only bronze. That is how bronze becomes a master." Theon looked at Damaris. "Does the animal know we are here?" "Yes." "Does it know what we are doing?" "No." "Then why do we keep asking it to help us?" No one answered. The question remained on the ship longer than the men who had asked it. Chapter 8: The Theorist in the Gulf. The Theorist left Athens under a gray sky, with the state's blessing painted on her prow. The carved dragon head had been gilded around the eyes. Its open mouth housed the bronze nozzle, and the priest of Athena had tied a white ribbon around the neck, as if the ship were a sacrificial animal being led to a festival. Captain Ariston disliked the ribbon. "It catches the wind," he said. "It is sacred," replied the priest. "So is the sea. We do not dress it in cloth." The priest pretended not to hear. The key watched them go, Old men with salt in their beards, boys with dust on their feet, widows with veils that pressed flat in the morning gust. The aulites piped the slow cadence that took a trireme past the armored fishermen and out beyond the darker water where the city's rubbish no longer floated and the gulls began to thin. Ariston stood with his hand on the rail until the last housewhite of Piraeus blurred into rock. He did not speak loudly on a ship. He rarely needed to. It had been said he was given Theris because he would keep the sacred ship from becoming a rumor. A triarch could be chosen for any reason. Ariston's reason had been that he failed to swear at priests and rarely drank. The ambassadors brought their own certainty. They sat upon the small dais amidships with their little portable altar between them and a cedar chest at their feet to hold the tablets and gifts for Corinth. One had a family signet heavy enough to be seen across the deck. The other watched the sea as if judging a servant's work. Their attendants smoothed their hair when spray caught it and whispered speeches in their ears as if speeches could be kept dry. Time of arrival, the elder ambassador asked Ariston before noon. When the wind removes delays, Ariston said. We have a schedule, the man said. The Isthmus festival begins on fixed days. So do storms. Ariston's eyes did not leave the horizon, and ambushes. The younger ambassador smiled at the word. You carry the state's fire. Only a madman harasses a sacred embassy. Madmen usually row faster than piety, Ariston said. Beneath them the benchmaster, Calouste's Dorian, scarred left ear, good with rope and men both, called the stroke with his voice as well as with the flute, not singing, only counting and correcting. Hold ready, give way, oars clean, no slack after the feather. Again. The Theris oars were fresh-planked like the slender shoulders of youths. They moved the hull forward without fuss. She gave the impression of behaving out of propriety. Damaris worked forward of the mast with the heat crew and the siphonmen. She had come to ships for the wage and stayed because one day on land taught her she could not get air in the city. She found air near furnaces. It was the cruelest kind of honesty. Metal and fire spoke clearly. The Theris bow held the thing she would not name. At the lowest level, beneath the cheeks of the dragon carving, lay the copper-lined furnace with its mix of olive wood, coal, and the blackened stones that held and returned heat. Above that, the bronze holding tank ran long along the keel, ribs cradled against it as if the ship had been built around the thought of a captive heart. Small viewports faced into the chamber, thick mica in their round frames. The siphon tube, looped like an intestine along the interior of the prow, led to the nozzle in the dragon's mouth. Valves, stopcocks, and pressure indicators studded the lines like barnacles made clever. Damaris's hands knew all their weights. She could tell how the port valve would turn before it did. She could tell when a gasket would fail by the way the hemp tasted when she cut it with her teeth. She could tell when the animal, Little King, the men called it as a joke that kept them from thinking, woke from torpor. The air changed, not hotter, thinner, as if light had been drinking it. The creature felt with heat more than with sight. When its attention came upon you, your forearms warmed as if a brazier had been set nearby. On the first night out, they ran close to Salamis to make an offering. The priest had a little clay saucer for coals, and a water jar he insisted was sacred because he had said so. He peered at Damaris over the edge of the bow when he learned her name. A woman under oars, he said, on a sacred ship. Under decks, she said. He took it for insolence. The priestly terrors always mistook sweat for contempt. He threw a pinch of grain to the water and declared that Athena, who had rescued a city by advising a naval battle, favored minds that made heat in ships. Damaris did not answer. The chamber's heat shivered in faint pulses beneath her palms, like breathing held and released to account. Little King's scales rasped against bronze when it shifted. They had lined the interior with hammered bronze plates cushioned on tamarisk and soaked wool, because Nesarchus had learned hemp rope and resin softened, and iron did not last and would win a smoke on contact. Nothing was perfect. The beast marked its world with bright lines. Better to keep it calm than to cage it harder, Nesarchus had said back in Piraeus, the day an overseer demanded he fit biers of stone to the chamber floor. Stone remembers heat, it gives none back. That had been the last day they were left alone, without orders. It was not truly a beast. It was not truly not a beast. Whatever it was had been cornered under human logic. The morning they saw sails the gulf was the gray of hammered pewter, the kind that takes a polish but will always show tiny hammer marks if you know to look. 3 Corinthian vessels appeared from the east, low on the horizon and running before the wind. Their cut was lower than Athenian hulls, a little thicker forward, as if they expected work with rocks. Ariston ordered the ambassadors below. The priest began to pray. The rowers shifted their rhythm. The signal bell rang, once for enemy sighted, twice for preparation, 3 times for the fire crew. Ariston leaned over the low wall of the quarterdeck to the helmsman, a dark man whose hair had gone gray the way a sail goes threadbare, slowly and without show. "Kybernetes," he said, "keep their prows off our beam. We stay in their sight long enough to make them think we are foolish or afraid, not longer." "Aye," the helmsman said. His hand never left the steering oar's shaft. "Calousts," Ariston called to Dorian, "hold the benches for the turn." The piper's melody snapped from ease to intent. Color came up along arms and backs as men tightened. "Run out the siphon," Ariston said aside to the weapons officer, who had no name on a pay list because he had a family and too much to lose if anyone wrote it down. He had burned his left palm once on the exercise nozzle and had never flinched at heat since then. He made a sign with 2 fingers. The bronze mouth at the prow lifted a little with the help of a lever. The stopcock's wheels were checked. The ash man fed the furnace. Another man braced a jar of sand by the valve housing with his foot and set 2 soaked hides ready. On land, men had buckets of water for fire. On this ship, water meant nothing. Vinegar and sand mattered more. Damaris felt the chamber grow hot. She crouched near the small mica port and spoke toward the dark. "Not yet," she told the animal. A faint glow under its scale ridges answered, not light, a suggestion of light. She adjusted the dampers with her thumb and ring finger because the wheel spokes were worn in a way that liked that grip and would chatter if you held them wrongly. Above, the lookout boy, bare feet, snot at his lip, fearless in the way of those who have not yet earned a reason to be careful, shouted, "They wear skins." His voice scratched the sky. Damaris climbed the ladder far enough to see. Hides. Hundreds of them, sewn together in long panels and soaked until they sagged against the hulls. They were pale in a way that meant the tanner had hurried, and some hair might still cling. Water streamed from their lower edges and fell in a soft hiss back to the sea. Men on the enemy decks were dark behind the wet curtain. "What are those?" asked one of the deck crew, as if asking the question could keep the answer from being real. "Vinegar," said the helmsman with disgust. The wind shifted a finger's width and Damaris smelled it, the sour of it threading the damp air, a stink like wine gone to rot and straps drying in a yard. Ariston understood at the same moment. He did not allow anger into his face. He allowed room. "Close the lower ports," he ordered. "No air below that we cannot spare. Calousts, hold for the cross. Kybernetes, bring us across their bows and take their wind if you can. Archers, brace. Marines with hooks to the starboard rail. We will not allow a ram to take us clean." The theorist answered like a thinking creature. She leaned into the wind as her starboard oars drew short and her port oars lengthened. The forward momentum did a small, necessary wrong to the current as they cut across it. The piper lost his place and found it again. The Corinthian lead vessel angled to meet them, and then, at the distance where men looked like men and not puppets, showed a discipline that did not fit with the old Athenian stories told about Corinth. She turned her head a breath and spoiled Ariston's intention. At the last instant, the lead ship dipped away, forcing the theorist to alter course to avoid a glancing kiss that would have split planks and made shame out of pride. The 2nd Corinthian vessel crossed behind, oars feathered so gently their water fell soundless. The 3rd had been farther out, no longer now. It moved in from the side. They were not trying to flee. They were hurting. Ariston leaned into the wind to hear the helmsman and spoke without moving his mouth. "They have learned the trick of the cattlemen." "They count on haste," the helmsman said. "We will borrow theirs." Ariston raised his voice. "Weapons ready, do not give them the whole measure." Damaris dropped back into the chamber space. The bronze skin trembled beneath her knee. She put her palm to the viewport. It warmed in pulses. She pressed harder, as if she could smother the animal with a touch and keep it docile. Above, the weapons officer shouted, They are closing. Ariston gave the order. Open 1/3. The siphon opened. The first stream of fire crossed the gap and struck the wet hides. It did not hiss like water on a hearth. It struck with the sound of a great leather bag being snapped taut, and then a noise like the breath of a furnace does when a boy pulls the bellows wrong, and the flame licks outward to find more fuel and more air, and takes both without asking. The rope of burning secretion uncoiled and stuck to every seam in the hides. The sour drift sharpened to a bite at the back of the throat. Steam exploded outward. The Corinthian crew disappeared behind a white cloud. For one breath, the theorists seemed to have one. Then the hides began to glow. They did not ignite. They absorbed the heat, steaming and blackening while the fire broke around them. The hide sheets flexed where they were sewn to rings driven into the hull. Men behind them heaved their oars without a cry. They had drilled to the smell of this very thing and did not break. The Corinthian vessel drove through the cloud. Its ram struck the Theris amidships. There was no preparatory groan, only the cry of bronze meeting bronze where the band of the ram kissed the strap of the Theris keel, and then the sound of ribs being instructed by force. The impact threw Damaris against the chamber wall. She felt the bruise bloom as if a hand had pressed a peach too hard. Bronze screamed. The ship's timbers split. The voice of the benches altered in a single breath. All the wooden talk of oars and frames became a hoarse whisper of water tasting the bilge. Calouste's Ariston called, "Backwater port, give way starboard." The instruction came too late for perfection, and just in time to save them from another clean blow. Rowers in the third and fourth files cheated backward. Oars snapped like ribs. The Theris belly took the breath of the Gulf. Men went down into water that was not yet part of the sea. The pressure gauge spun past its red mark. They had painted the marks with cinnabar, so the color would not be a lie. The needle jittered where no human was touching it. A crack appeared in the Pyrdrakes' holding chamber. It was small at first, a hairline that leaked light and wet in equal measure. The wet was amber and glue-slick and moved as if it had reason. "Shut the line," Damaris shouted over her shoulder. The weapons officer did not hear, or he heard and weighed. The deck above had become a storm of feet, splintered wood, and men crying for the pumps. The ship slammed together twice more as the other Corinthian took its place and taught the sacred ship what a herd learns when a bull is proud. Damaris reached for the portside valve and found the wheel hot to the palm. The stopcock had already been turned too far. Easing it back felt like twisting glass. The ridge of the wheel bit into the long roughened callus of her hand. The valve gave the smallest fraction. The iron pin that kept the wheel from slipping had bent at the first impact and made the movement ugly. She did not have time to coax beauty. A rower banged the hatch with his head in panic, trying to climb through to air that was fire. Someone shouted a name he would not need again. The piper's music had gone to pieces. He kept blowing because his body had been taught to blow when frightened. Little King struck the bronze wall. The chamber rang with a low tone that bent the air and went into her bones. At the mica port, the throat glow that was not light whitened. It pulled at her eyes like a hearth on a starving night. She climbed into the control space and found the pressure valve jammed open. The main capstan chain that assisted the valve had slipped a link and bound its own teeth. She drove her weight into the wheel. Steam hissed where the me-seated gasket was making a liar of every clever tool Nesarchus had given them. Above, a splash in a rope. Marines on both sides had tried to throw hooks, and steel met wet hide with the sound of a strike on soaked leather. The hooks slid and came away bearing strips of skin. Corinthian laughter ran along the enemy rail, not mockery, only something like relief that proof had arrived confirming their plan. Little King was awake. Its throat burned white. The heat through the mica went through Damaris's cheek into her jaw and made her teeth ache. She tasted coins. "Not yet," she said again, but spoke to herself this time, because a creature in a storm hears only that it is in a storm. A shadow crossed the viewport and resolved into a Corinthian soldier plunging through the broken deck, feet first and then hip, shouting a name that was not one of theirs. He landed beside the valve housing and did not understand what he had fallen among. He saw a woman, a wheel, a glow. He did not see the line tied above his unsteady grave. He raised a short iron sword. Damaris drove the valve handle into his knee. Something in his leg sounded like a loaf splitting in a baker's hands. He fell with a shout and rolled into the amber slick. He tried to scramble out and left most of the skin of his palms behind in a stringing web. He had a child's look of astonishment for a breath, as if he had put his hands into honey and could not believe how it took him. An oar rammed through a broken plank and thudded into the chamber, a lever that no man had chosen, and turned the valve that quarter-turned Damaris had fought to deny. The holding chamber split. It did not break like clay. It opened like a wound, a seam parted, and the sewn edges let go in sequence while the rivets made a sound like a fast man knocking. The Pyrdrakes secretion flooded across the floor, amber and shining. It crawled into the cracks between the planks. Wherever it touched, the wood smoked. The smoke was not gray. It had a color she had no word for at the back of its shadow. The amber found the soldier's calves, and for a moment it held there like a lover and then took him down as the tendon burned to wire. Damaris reached for the emergency hide and tore the binding cord with her teeth. The hide was goat, thick and treated with everything the priests disdained: ashes, old urine, a sting of vinegar, folded on itself so the wet would not dry. Her hands moved to unfold it even as her mind told her the burn would not care. The hide caught fire before she could unfold it. It turned black around the edges like a slice of bread left on the coals, and then withered inward, leaving dark petals. Her palm blistered between thumb and finger where the hot edge licked her. Little King screamed. The sound shook the ship. It was not a sound that went only in ears. It bent ribs and made a pressure in the lungs as if a swimmer had miscounted strokes. Men froze on the deck above. The Corinthian soldiers stopped climbing. Even the sea seemed to pause around the hull, the slap against the planking stopping, the wave lips holding for a breath as if they had been told to wait. Damaris pulled the chamber release. The bronze door opened inward with the oomph of a hinge whose pin had been drilled by careful men, and now did not wish to join careless events. The smell that came with it was old rock warmed by sun, and something else she had only tasted once in a cave where air had moved with tide though no water was near. It was the smell that had told Eudoxus, years before and in another chapter of the world, that heat could travel in bones through stone and sea. The Pydrake lunged through the gap, not toward the enemy but toward the open air. It did not look like safety. It looked like a found door. Its body struck the deck, claws scraping for purchase. Bronze took the marks deep. The dragon head at the prow seemed to answer it. Only the light in the carved eyes did not change, and the bronze in the mouth did not shape reply, but the flame made a mouth out of the whole forward deck and spoke with one word. Fire flooded forward through the broken siphon. The Theorus burned from the middle outward. Ariston did not waste any breath on how or why. He had counted the number of handfuls of air left to say things worth more than noise. "Ambassadors over," he said, as if moving cargo. The older ambassador stood as if he had not heard. The younger reached for the altar flame though it had gone out at the first ram. The priest refused to leave the altar. He seized it with both arms and pressed his cheek to its cold edge as if to a lover. "Unthinkable," he said into the copper. "Unthinkable." One ambassador struck him because he could strike that and not the sea. The second disappeared beneath a falling mast that moved with the bored grace of a street dog that has decided to lie down where a cart also intends to pass. Men leapt into water already shining with fire. They had been told a dozen times at drill, swim under, not on. Some remembered, some did not. The ones who forgot came up with their hair burning not red but white, and the color went into their bones. Others slid under smoke and opened eyes into green and saw embers above them that did not go out like embers should. They came away later speaking in small voices, as if the whites of their eyes had been rubbed off. A marine grabbed a bronze shield and held it over his head as he waded in to cover a swimmer. The shield grew too hot to hold on the second breath and cooked his palms where leather had pulled away. Damaris crawled toward the stern beneath a smoke that did not rise evenly. She found her way by the feel of planks under her knees and by listening to the ship. A deck tells you where you are. It has 3 ways to lie and does them all at once when broken. She put one hand on a beam that had not decided yet whether it would be part of the ship anymore and used it anyway. Behind her, the Pyrdrakes moved through the smoke on 3 limbs. Its back plates had split. Light poured from the wounds in a way that did not choose a direction, as if a thing beneath had grown tired of skin and was trying to be everywhere at once. Its tail lashed and left a black line along a length of railing that first went glassy and then gave up. A Corinthian soldier thrust a spear into its side, not in courage or hate, but because his training answered when danger came near. He might have thrown the spear at a falling roof beam the same way. Little King turned. The white fire that came from its mouth was not a stream. It was a short, violent burst that consumed the soldier, the deck around him, and the Corinthian boarding party beyond. It had a shape without form, the way a thrown pot has intention before it knows whether it will be a bowl or a jug. It burned to the bone of the ship in an instant, and then the bone burned too, and the blackened ends of ribs looked like the teeth of a sheared jaw. Calouste's Ariston called on the next breath, "Strike the bell, all off who can swim." Dorian did, and then he did a thing he had done in a harbor once for boys who could not swim. He cut 3 oar looms near the locks and shoved them over for men to take hold of. It did not matter. The oars smoked where they touched the water, because the water was not water any more near the ship. He did it anyway. The Theorus rolled. The sea rose over the burning rail. For a breath there was a circle of sky in which no smoke moved, and everything was quiet, and the priest's white ribbon twisted in a wind that had not existed a heartbeat before. It was as if a mouth the size of the ship had opened somewhere unseen. Then the mouth closed. The place where Damaris had been on her knees was not a place anymore. She was where water had been. She was thrown into the water. It was not cold until it was, and then the cold bit so hard it felt hot. For several seconds she saw nothing but green darkness and fire above. The ship's hull passed overhead, descending slowly, its sacred ribbon trailing like seaweed. The dragon head broke away and sank separately, turning as if surprised to find a different sky beneath it. Through the smoke, a shape moved beneath the wreck, too broad for a man, too deliberate for drifting timber. It moved in a way that made other currents make room. As she fell through the water, she felt a pressure swell that did not come from the wave above her. It came from below and pressed her ear as a mother would press a coin into a child's palm and close the fingers over it. Then the water closed. She kicked into the new gravity of the world. Something, the stripped shaft of an oar, a floating plank, perhaps the wooden box where the priest had kept his coals, bumped her shoulder and spun away as if it did not wish to share fortune. She surfaced among floating embers. The smoke lifted on the next breath like a curtain, deciding the play had ended and finding it had not. The Corinthian ships had withdrawn. Their wet hides steamed in the distance. The Theorus was gone except for a field of black timber and bronze fittings, and the glint of the sacred ribbon looped once around a spar before letting go and going flat as a dead eel. The wind shifted again. The sour he had smelled earlier came back and made a string down his throat. The vinegar reek of the hides traveled poorly over distance, but it came anyway because it had more meaning now. A voice shouted her name. She could not tell from which direction, and then it didn't matter. A light boat, the Theorus' own small longboat that had been lashed midships and then kicked free by a man now not here to note his cleverness, skirted the embers. 2 men in it pulled as if they were trying to pull time back into something whole. One hooked a forearm around her and took a curse from her as if it were a greeting, because curses counted as breath and breath meant not dead. They hauled her in by the armpits and draped her over the thwart. The world tilted. Someone put a wet cloth to her palms and it did not help. She had a stone in her chest where air should be, and she held it because she did not trust what happened if she set it down. Row, someone said. It did not matter who. There were only 3 words on the sea after a ship went down. Row, breathe, count. They pulled away from the bright water into a darker place where the sea behaved itself, and then waited in an ugly little circle with other pieces of floating intent. There were 12 men in all on 3 bits of boat. The rest were ash and iron. What happened to the animal? One of them asked at last. He had no name now, only skin and a rope burn at his neck from where someone had mistaken him for cargo. His hair smoked where the heat had kissed it. He did not ask in fascination or fear. He asked the way a rower asks how many strokes remain to the jetty. Damaris looked at the place where the ship had sunk. She felt the old cave smell on the back of her tongue and recognized that it would haunt her when weather turned. Nothing, she said. She could not make herself say that it had died. Captain Ariston selected the Theris's chamber crew by asking each man what he feared most. The first answered fire, the second answered drowning, the third answered being trapped beneath a deck while other men decided whether to open it. Ariston accepted the third man and rejected the first two. A man who fears fire will watch the flame, he told Damaris. A man who fears drowning will watch the water. The man who fears being trapped will watch the valve. The third man was called Cleon. He had spent 10 years repairing ships and had lost 2 fingers to a pulley. He believed every machine could be persuaded to fail if a man listened long enough. Does the animal listen? He asked Damaris. It listens to the chamber. Does it understand the chamber? It understands that the chamber is not the sea. Cleon considered this. Then it is wiser than the men who built it. The crew loaded the sacred cargo at dusk. The ambassadors brought sealed tablets, a priest brought a bronze bowl, and the chamber crew brought fish, wet hides, water jars, and tools. The ship carried more material for preventing disaster than for causing it. Ariston walked the deck after the cargo was secured. He inspected the knot at each water jar, touched the lashings around the chamber line, and counted the hides. Damaris stood beside the dragon-headed nozzle. The men are afraid of the figurehead, Ariston said. They should be afraid of the chamber. They are afraid of both. The Theris's sacred ribbon had been tied around the nozzle by the priest. Ariston cut it away. The priest objected. The ribbon is a sign of protection. It is a sign that can burn. It has been blessed. Then the blessing will have to swim. Damaris watched Ariston tie a plain cord around the nozzle instead. It was not beautiful, it held. The ship left at dawn. On the first day, the crew practiced loading the chamber without firing. On the second, they practiced cooling it after a discharge. On the third, they practiced abandoning the ship. The last exercise caused an argument. The priest refused to rehearse, leaving the altar. The youngest rowers laughed until Ariston ordered them to carry the altar overboard. It was heavier than expected. The bronze bowl struck the rail and cracked. Now you know, Ariston said, that sacred things sink. That evening, Damaris found the priest beside the broken bowl. You hate us, he said. I do not know you. You have placed an animal beneath a holy ship. I did not place it there. But you tend it. Yes. Then you must believe it is holy. Damaris looked toward the dark chamber hatch. I believe it is alive. The priest shook his head. That is a smaller word. Sometimes smaller words carry more weight. Thuron selected the ingredients for the false recipe from things men already believed. Oil was obvious. Resin had been used in shipbuilding for generations. Sulfur carried the reputation of hidden fire. Ash suggested volcanic power. Vinegar had defeated the first test and therefore belonged in the lie even though it weakened the flame. The final ingredient was called marine breath. Eudoxus objected to the phrase. It invites men to search the sea. Thuron dipped his stylus. It invites them to search badly. You cannot control what a phrase makes men do. I can control what the city believes it has found. The tablet was read before the council in a room filled with merchants. Each ingredient was discussed as though it were a matter of ordinary craft. Men asked where the sulfur could be obtained, whether the resin should be boiled, and how long the oil must rest. No one asked where the fire came from. Damaris sat behind Eudoxus and watched the merchants take notes. One of them was a man she had seen near the Pyrdrakes chamber. He had a scar on his thumb and a habit of looking at doors before looking at people. He is not a merchant, she whispered. Eudoxus did not turn. How do you know? He has never touched a barrel. The man copied the recipe carefully. When the meeting ended, he folded the tablet into his robe. Damaris followed him into the rain. He reached the harbor before he realized she was behind him. At the quay, he turned with one hand near his knife. "You are not a merchant," she said. "Neither are you. I work for the chamber. You work for the city." "No." The man looked at her. "I work for the animal," she said. The lie surprised her because it was closer to truth than any title the council had given her. The man smiled. "Animals do not own people. People say that when they want to own animals." He drew the knife. Damaris struck his wrist with the wet end of a rope. The tablet fell into a puddle. Ink ran across the ingredients. The words dissolved in the rain. The man fled. Damaris recovered the blank clay and carried it back to the ship. Thuron was waiting. "You destroyed the copy." "I destroyed a spy's copy." "Then you admit the recipe has value." "No, I admit that men will kill for a lie." Thuron looked toward the chamber hatch. "That is value." Chapter 9: The Hide That Would Not Burn. The official account of the theorists called the loss a tactical defeat. It did not mention the soaked hides. It did not mention the chamber breach. It did not mention that the weapon had burned inward before it burned outward. It did not mention the young Pyrdrakes, because the city had not yet decided whether the animals were part of the weapon or the secret behind it. The decree was cut into wax with a dry-scraping finality, a clerk's stylus biting, lifted, biting again. A runner stood with the tablet at the door of the shipwright's sheds and read the words without a breath out of place, his voice practiced to carry and not to tremble. Men paused with half-driven rivets and hot tongs in their hands, their hammering stilled as if the city's speech had nailed the air itself. It was everything the city wanted to remember, and nothing that it feared. Damaris returned to Athens with a strip of Corinthian hide wrapped around her forearm. She had tied it there with a thong because her hands would not stop shaking and she needed something to press into. It stank of vinegar and brine and old animal. It was pale where it had been cured, dark where heat had kissed it. Behind her, the long wall led down to the water, white in places where fresh stone had been chipped to patch a breach. The workshop of Nesarchus was a breath of heat, a ranked confusion of bronze bodies and tools ordered by temperament, not by appearance. The copper-lined furnace glowed with a heart-steady light. Above it, flues ticked and whispered. Coiled lengths of siphon piping lay on trestles like sleeping snakes. The dragonhead prow nozzles, cast with care, had their tongues drilled for steady flow and waited with gaping mouths that were not mouths at all. She undid the thong and set the hide upon the workbench. Her fingers left black prints where soot had settled into the grooves of her skin. Nesarchus damped the furnace with his foot, called for a lamp, and leaned over the pale hide under a yellow circle of oil light. "They knew," he said. His voice was calm. It carried the tightness of a man who has been proven wrong by someone he cannot see. "They guessed. They prepared." He turned the hide, looked at the edge where it had been cut, ran his finger over a rough seam where one piece had been overlapped and pegged to another with bone thongs. A sailor's job, cheap, strong, fast. He pinched the thickness between finger and thumb and called to a boy to fetch the ivory scale. He measured. His mouth went flatter. Damaris did not sit. Her knees unlocked and locked, and she made herself still. The room smelled of lamp oil, hot metal, vinegar from the hide, and the salt that never left cloth once it had settled there. "It did not stop the fire," she said. "It held it. Long enough. Long enough for them to ram us." Nesarchus pressed the hide with both palms and then turned it again. The underside was patterned with small black marks, not letters, measurements. He lifted the corner to the light and aligned the little charcoal dots with the pegs where the thongs had passed. Someone had marked distance between pegs, distance between layers. "They did not stitch blindly," he said. "They measured the wet." He lifted his head. "Bring me vinegar," he told the boy, "and a basin." The boy ran. They heard his feet slap down the stone way to the kitchens, return and slow, as he remembered to act with the gravity Nesarchus liked in his shop. Nesarchus took the basin, poured, dipped a strip of the hide, and pressed it between his hands. The hide did not shim. It drank. He lifted it, watched drops fall, waited, pressed again. Then he took tongs, picked a sliver of bronze from the brazier, held it over the soaked hide until a thin smoke lifted. The smoke was white at first, then yellow. It stung the eyes. Nesarchus wrinkled his nose. "Vinegar holds the wet," he said. "It does not promise anything else." Damaris remembered the way the enemy ships had come in low, oars wet to their shoulders, decks a mat of hides hung over balustrades like winter skins. The hides had smoked when the fire struck them and then smoldered and held. It had not flashed and run. It had stayed and clung as if the Corinthians had coaxed it to be patient while they came within killing. She remembered a man on the enemy rail with a bucket, flinging more water over the hides when the smoke rose too quickly, and a second behind him counting under his breath as he watched the fire crawl. She had cut the strip from near the waterline while two men grappled her shipmate by the shoulders and an iron hook bit wood. It had felt like stealing from a dead man while he breathed. She had cut and cut, the knife stubborn in her hand, and the hide had torn away with a sound like tearing sail. Eudoxus entered carrying a fresh tablet from the council. He was wind-dusty. His hair had collected grit from the breakwater, and his sandals left half-moons on the packed clay floor. He held the wax like a man bringing bread to a household where no one had eaten. "The city has declared the theorists lost in service to Athens," he said. Damaris laughed. It was not a sound she liked in her own mouth. It felt sharp and too high in her throat. Was it supposed to be lost somewhere else? Eudoxus's face did not move. He had never been good at indignation. He had other tempers. "There will be another deployment." "Of course." Nesarchus looked up. "Which ship?" "The Delia." The name changed the room. It had ritual weight. The Delia bore the gods' offerings to Delos. Its oars were counted in civic prayers. Its captain wore not a plume but a wreath when he brought it into harbor after Theria. Its cedar benches had been rubbed with bay leaves. Its prow had been washed by priests. To lash a bronze throat beneath that prow was a blasphemy to some, a necessity to others. The captain had made speeches. The council had smiled and cut a new order. Nesarchus wiped his hands on a rag that did not take the soot away. He glanced at the bronze cylinder that stood in the corner, dull where it had cooled, bright where oil had been spread to keep the day's salt from eating it. It was the spare holding chamber, lined with hammered copper beaten thin and then doubled. Braces like ribs ran around it. Damaris looked at the bronze cylinder behind them. How many animals remain? Eudoxus did not answer. She turned on him. How many? 5. Yesterday. 6. Then the theorist carried 1. The animal in the theorist was not the one that died on the island. Do not change the number by changing the name. Eudoxus closed his eyes. He could count ships and men without a list. He could see a coastline he had not sailed. He could lay gears in his mind and make them turn, but he still chose certain words when certain men were listening. Nesarchus sat heavily on the edge of the workbench. The chamber rupture killed it. Damaris looked at the black soot beneath her nails. It escaped. Into the sea. Yes. Then it may have survived. Her mouth opened and closed. She remembered the body striking the deck and the deck giving slightly as if it were skin, not timber. She remembered the sound the bronze belts made when they were pried open by something that could not be in the world. She remembered the way the young one had flinched from the first blows, even as it coughed a light that stuck to men and did not let them go. Light is the wrong word, she thought later when she tried to tell it, but there had been a way that the heat shone, that it had edges. She had seen the plate over the animal's flank split, and seen light pour from the wound as if its life were a lamp that had been broken. She remembered the soldier's spear go in and come out grimed with a paste that smoked, remembered the spearhead catch on the wound as if the animal's edge had grown teeth. She remembered, too, the moment when the listing hull floated just enough that the wounded thing slid, and then the whole ship groaned to one side. The young one's head had tipped and looked at the sea in a way that made her think it could see a home that men could not see. It had thrust and floundered and dropped. Between the broken hull and the enemy's oars she had seen a dark shape move beneath, between wakes, not a fin, not a man. The water had lifted and pressed as if a hand beneath it had patted the hull to see if it would float. It may have, she said. The boy who had brought the vinegar started to speak and swallowed his words. He had seen her forearm when she reached, bare where her sleeve had been burned, first pale, and then blackened where a splashed mouthful of the stuff had kissed her and stuck until a comrade had thrown sand by the handful and peeled her skin away with the cloth. The pattern the burn had left looked like coins, laid one beside the other, where the rivets of a bronze plate had printed themselves through heat onto soft meat. Even he, who had never gone farther than Salamis, knew to say nothing when a mark like that showed itself. Eudoxus set the wax tablet on the bench where no oil would drip on it. He did not sit. He did not reach for the hide. He looked not at Nesarchus but past him, at the dragon-head nozzles gleaming on the trestles. Their polished copper teeth were not teeth, their open throats not throats, their hammered scales not scales. They were cast to please men, to make a weapon look like a story. He had argued against that mouth months ago. It had been a losing argument, like the others that mattered. "Thuron wants the Delia prepared by the next fair wind," he said. The priests protested. The archons nodded and spoke, and the words they spoke were law. There is to be an inspection this afternoon, and the furnace is to be lit, and a squad from the Delia will be sent to learn the tending. Damaris did not bother to ask if she was on the list. She would be. The men who made plans understood just enough of what she knew to make her valuable, and not enough to honor what it cost. "You will present the chamber," Eudoxus said to Nesarchus, "and you will, if asked, assure the captain that the belts are stronger than those on the Theris." Nesarchus's mouth tightened. "They are," he said. "I have doubled the bracing where the ram struck. I am not a child who learns only when he burns his hand. I know where they will aim now. I know what a wedge does. I have added a belt inside the belt." "Will you tell him what cannot be told?" Damaris asked. Nesarchus looked at her. "That the stronger the brace, the harder the blow it will take before it fails. That the failure will be greater," she said. "That if the chamber is opened not by plan but by force, it will not be a mouth, it will be a throat torn out." Nesarchus looked away, then back. "We either carry it with skill," he said, "or we let others carry it without us." The same argument could be used to justify teaching a child a knife so he does not cut his fingers in the dark, Damaris said, and then shut her mouth, because she had run too close to heat. A shadow crossed the workshop mouth. Thuron's aide, a man whose name Damaris could not hold because he had the face of 100 such men, set down a sealed packet. He did not come in. He did not look at the bronze, or if he did, he looked as a man looks at an altar of a god not his own. He simply placed the packet within the door and said in a clear voice without contempt, "By the authority of the Council of the Areopagus and the Naval Board, the workshop of Nesarchus is to be inspected this afternoon. The Delia is to receive the chamber, the heating apparatus, and the siphon. The priest of Apollo on the Delos committee will attend and sing if he wishes. The captain of the Delia has been told to await Nesarchus's assurance of the chamber's integrity." He lifted his head slightly. "And there is this for Eudoxus," he added, indicating the packet, "a request that his instrument be made to show fair weather for 7 days." Eudoxus did not smile. The aide's mouth twitched, as much humor as he would allow himself in someone else's house, and then he was gone, his sandals whispering on stone. "That is not how it works," Nesarchus muttered. "It is exactly how the city thinks it works," Eudoxus said, and took the packet. He did not open it. After the aide had left, after the boy had gone back to his tongs, after even Nesarchus had found a task for his hands so he would not speak anger to a friend, Damaris washed her forearm with a cloth that had been dipped and wrung in water scented with crushed leaves. The skin was puckered and white in the pale places, ramped and red in the burns. She pressed and lifted and pressed. She still smelled the Theris even when she closed her eyes. Green wood going to black, fish oil, blood hot enough to be sweet. "Go home," Nesarchus said to her when the hammer of noon struck from the Acropolis. "Eat something. Sleep if you can. Come back before evening. We will meet Thuron in my doorway and tell him the chamber is ready. Eudoxus will stand a little behind us with his instrument and his eyes, and it will be as if the city has one mind." Damaris did not move. "Go," he said again, more gently. She looked at Eudoxus. "Tell me what happened on the island," she said. He looked at his hands. "Tell me why you were not there," she said. This he would answer. "Because I was here," he said. "Because I believed for one day that if I stayed, a thing would not happen. It happened. So now I will not be here, I will be there. It will not save anything, but I will be there." That night, Eudoxus returned to the mechanism. He had done his part for daylight. He had stood with Nesarchus in the doorway while Thuron, whose shoulders were growing a commander's stiff pride like callus, judged the chamber with a practiced glance and a hand that did not quite touch the bronze. The priest had smelled like wool and olive oil in judgment. Men had looked everywhere but at the animal because there was no animal in the room to look at. The animal was at the yard with a hood over its mouth, surrounded by buckets of sand and jars of oil and men with eyes that would not lift. He had said the words asked for. The belts are stronger, the arcs are true, the gaskets are tight, the siphon will not bubble back if tended. He had not said the rest. It would have been seized and turned. When the city slept a little, never all of it, ships moved on a scale that did not allow full silence. He lit a lamp in his own small place. The instrument sat on a low table where he could reach it without standing. The year dial was a sun's slow walk. The lunar pointer had been set to its nightly turn. The K1 gear turned smoothly. The K2 gear had stopped. He had noticed it that morning and ignored it while men stood in his doorway. He had noticed it again while the sun was high, and he stood among bronze mouths and voices, and flexed his hands so he would not open them and lose the grip of patience he held by its tail. He noticed it again now in a room where his breath showed between lamplight and wall. He removed the cover and found a hairline crack running through the offset tooth. The metal had been cut too thin. He had made the error himself, choosing delicacy over strength. He could have blamed the bronze, but that would have been a lie his own hand would have refused. The tooth's edge had shaved itself to failure on the shaft. The offset, a mistake made on purpose to capture the wobble that was not celestial, had become a mistake made by pride. The machine could predict the Pyrdrakes cycle only if the wheel remained intact. Beneath the cracked gear, a line had appeared in the wax strip. He had stretched a film of wax along the frame months ago to catch a stylus's touching to chart the long turning of heat. It had seemed an indulgent care then, not a necessity. Now a line not made by his hand, not even made by the gear, but the accident of a tremble and a pressure in the parts, had scribed itself into the wax. It descended below every previous measure. Eudoxus placed the Corinthian hide beside it. He unrolled the hide carefully so the vinegar would not wet the wax and made himself look at the marks the Corinthians had made. 10 knuckles, 10 pegs, 10 breaths. He compared their spacing to the incremental ticks he had carved himself to keep the wax honest. The marks on the hide and the marks on the mechanism did not match, yet both recorded the same thing, a sudden change in heat followed by a long absence. The absence rattled him more than the burn did. Heat was a shape he knew. The lack of it when there should have been more was like reaching for a hand that had always been there on the stair and finding only air. He took the instrument in his arms, more carefully than a newborn, and carried it down through sleeping courtyards and under the shadow line of the long walls until the stones became slippery with moss where they met the sea. The moon was hidden. A line of cloud had rolled in and pressed a lid on the night. Lamps at the harbor edge were few, oil was dear and men husbanded it. The ships rocked against their moorings, timber groaning against stone. A dog barked and was hushed. Somewhere on the far side of the breakwater, men were repairing the Delia's chamber. Their hammers struck in a steady rhythm as men do when they are told to do, and their minds have already gone somewhere they can stand. Eudoxus set the mechanism on the stones. He adjusted the pins the way he had taught his own hands to do, and then stepped back, and in the small circle of lamplight, the K2 gear began to turn. Not forward. Backward. He was not easily superstitious. He had eaten with sailors in years when winds had driven men to speak of godlike whims as if they were weather and had learned to nod. He had read philosophers who had rejected omens and still flinched when an owl cried at noon. He felt this movement behind his ribs the way he had felt a helmsman's correction in a wind shift. That precise. The tide withdrew from the quay. Not enough to run aground a broad ship, not enough to shout about. The water's lip drew back the width of a hand, then another, then a foot while the lamp flares along the shore, few as they were, leaned on the slick stones and made them shine. Fish flopped in the shallow water and clicked like small bones. A pot that had been left soaking at the edge showed a ring where the scum had been. Oars, shipped high, knocked softly. Men spoke nervous sleep sounds and turned on their boards. A line of cold vapor moved across the harbor's surface, low and fast, as if something beneath the sea had exhaled. The line was so even that for a moment Eudoxus thought it must come from the breath of men on the breakwater, a shift in wind. Then he realized there was no wind. The lamp flame did not bend. The hair on his wrist stood. Eudoxus stood and listened. The stone under his feet had its own voice when the sea spoke to it. In winter he had felt the slow slam transmitted through the mole as storms shouldered the breakwater and shouldered again. This sound was not that. It was smaller. It was regular. 2 quick raps, a pause. 2 quick raps, a pause. Like a smith calling for the second man to strike. Now, 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 pause. Or like a man below stairs who had gone with a lamp and now wanted a rope lowered. A knock came from below the stones. Then another. He crouched and put his palm on the wet face of the quay, where a slick of streamed algae had left a long green flag under the lip. The cold reached up into his skin with a delicacy that made his jaw clench. It was not the sea's cold. It had teeth of its own. The knocks came again, closer, then away across the underface of the pier, then back as if whatever was beneath were sounding the length the way a blind man sounds distance with a stick. He looked toward the dark water and thought of the curved marks beneath the Theris's chamber, the ones he had seen only in the animal's light when it had burst from a seam and shown him not the world but the edges of the world. They had resembled waves from underneath, not the waves of wind, but the long, heavy curves of something moving water from within. He heard a bowl tip and roll somewhere behind him, a curse from a woman in a doorway, a man laugh, sleepy and unkind, and then his voice gutter out as if someone had put a hand over his mouth. The harbor filled again. It didn't rush back. It came as if a full-breasted woman had leaned forward and given a thing up and then settled, the way seas do when a deep vessel passes, and the surface admits its passing too late. The fish vanished, slipping into the dark as if they had pulled a trapdoor shut above them. The pot had a new ring on it. The line of cold burned off the top of the water and left behind nothing anyone would believe if he had not felt it. The mechanism's needle pointed south, toward Syracuse. He did not say the word aloud. He did not say any word aloud. He lifted the instrument and held it to his chest until the braced teeth of the K2 pinion dug into his skin through his tunic. He felt a stupid tenderness for the thing. He had made it to be useful. He had not expected it to feel like a limb when he carried it. On the far side of the mole, in the dark where the sea was a thicker dark, the hammering had stopped. Then it began again, too fast this time. A man's voice lifted and scolded, and the rhythm steadied. Men who are about to be sent to sea straighten the very ropes by which they will be dragged, Damaris had once said. He thought of her then, waking now or not sleeping at all, with the smell of vinegar deep in her lungs where breathing could not wash it. He stood and lifted the mechanism again, as if it weighed more with the direction it pointed. His shoulders ached as if he had rowed against something that did not move. He did not want to bring more to Nesarchus in words. He wanted to show him the needle and say, only here. He went back along the stone way and under the ark where men kissed the arch as they passed because of a story about a god and a woman and a leap into the sea. He could not pass there without touching the stone himself now, not for the god, but for the men who had touched it before him. Nesarchus had not gone to sleep. When Eudoxus stepped through the door, he found him sitting on a stool with his head in his hands, while the boy cleaned the curved inside of the spare chamber with a handful of sheep wool. The boy worked in circles that had their own rhythm and would have continued if Athens had burned. It moved, Eudoxus said. Nesarchus drew his hands away from his face, but did not speak. It moved backward. Nesarchus wiped oil from his palm onto his tunic and stood, backward. Eudoxus set the mechanism down. He did not have to point. Nesarchus had a craftsman's eye. He saw the angle of the spur in a dream and could tell you whether a notch had worn proud or true. He saw the needles set and what it implied. The wind is not from the south, Nesarchus said unnecessarily. I know. Nesarchus stared. His hands made fists and loosened. Tell me what it felt like. Like when a heavy boat passes under and the water pretends nothing has happened and then remembers, Eudoxus said. Like two men tapping under a floor, like cold where there should not be cold. Nesarchus looked down at the bronze cylinder as if, by staring, he would see through it and find the animal inside already. He reached and laid his palm on it and left it there as if it were a living shoulder. And it points to Syracuse, he said after a moment. Yes. Nesarchus's mouth worked, which is, of course, where the Delia is ordered. Eudoxus nodded. Thuron will dress it as piety and necessity. He will call it a procession and a parley. We will call it the same, because to call it otherwise would be to admit that we know we are bringing a mouthful of our own burning to someone else's table. Nesarchus closed his eyes and drew a breath that was ragged at the edges. Damaris came in then quietly, as if she had been listening from the street and had chosen her moment. She had braided her hair back and covered her forearm again. The skin of her neck above her collar was raw where smoke had lifted and sat. They posted the lists, she said. I am assigned to the Delia as heat tender, 2 others from the Theris as well. The captain asked for new men. The council pressed for experience. Nesarchus looked as if he would speak and shut his face. I can refuse, she said. Eudoxus shook his head. You can try, he said. You can spend the night speaking to men who are already acting out what they will do when you accept. You can wake in the morning to find your name on the list still, only now with a different note beside it. Refused orders. Or you can go where we may at least put a hand to the heat when it rises. She nodded once. That was a kind of comfort. It was also a sentence. I am to go under oath in the morning, she said. They will make me drink and speak that I will not talk of what I see. Drink it, Nesarchus said, anger moving low in him like a swell under a boat. Then say what you must to me when you have breath. Damaris looked at the instrument on the table. What does it tell you? She asked Eudoxus. That something under the same sky as us has turned its mind south, he said. That there will be a heat change in a place where men already stand close together with timber and rope, that the second cycle does not care for our maps. And the first does, she said. The first never cared, he said. It only let us think it did. Damaris's eyes went to the bronze cylinder again, then down to the floor. I could ask the captain to leave it ashore, she said, and the room breathed out once in a helpless kind of laughter. You could, Nesarchus said, and he would tell you that he has been ordered to bring a state weapon to a state function, and that he has sworn an oath to obey not you but the men who stand above him. He would perhaps tell you, if he likes you, that he would be killed if he refused, and he has not yet decided to die. Damaris's hands closed until the tendons showed. I will go, she said. I will tend as lightly as I can. If there is a way to vent without making a show of it, I will find it. If there is a way to calm instead of make it hunger, I will try it first. You will not be allowed to open the chamber to air, Nesarchus said, stating the thing that mattered and could not be done. No, she said, I will not. She lifted her eyes to Eudoxus. If it moves backward again, she said, will you come with us? I will be on the shore at Syracuse before you are, he said. Not by speed, by thought. I will send thought ahead. It is all I have, and I will board if they will let me, and if they will not, I will walk the wall and listen. You do not row well, she said softly. I do not, he agreed. The workshop lamp hissed as a moth found it. A little body pleated and burned and left a speck of wall behind. They stood a long while with the instrument between them and said nothing else, because words wear a place thinner when leaned on too often. Outside, the small noises of a city that knows ships even in sleep went on, ropes creaking. A drunk song clipped away by a woman through her teeth, the faint knell of a dropped ladle in a yard. Toward morning, when the harbor fog lifted in one of those sudden frays it sometimes made, Eudoxus walked again to the water and set the instrument down. The needle lay where he had left it. It did not waver. South, toward stone walls and cramped water where the city had told itself it would be honored. He put his hand on the key again and felt nothing but wet, cool stone under his palm. A fisherman dragging his basket along the stones looked at him sidelong. Counting tides with a toy, the man asked in a not unfriendly voice. He was missing 2 fingers from his left hand where a line had closed and not opened. He may do well enough without them. Listening with it, Eudoxus said without heat. The man nodded. Wind will make fools or kings of all of us, he said, and went his way. Eudoxus lifted the instrument and went to find Nesarchus and Damaris, because that was all a man could do. Go to the people who would be where the heat would be. The Delia's men had already begun to carry down the double clay jars of oil for the furnace. The dragon head had been hoisted with a care, so loving it made Eudoxus's throat hurt. The priests had chalked white lines on the deck to mark where the sacred objects would rest when they were carried aboard. A bronze vessel meant to look like a god's throat gleamed under a pall of linen. Men did small, careful things with big hands. The captain of the Delia stood with his jaw set as if a spear shaft had been driven under his ear and through the opposite side. He acknowledged Nesarchus with a nod and did not look at Damaris after the nod that took her aboard. He would treat her as something between a woman and a slow-burning coal until necessity made him look fully. He had argued the day before and had been told no. He now obeyed. Thuron came when the light had gathered itself into a day that could be named. He looked not at the dragon head or the belt or the furnace, but at the men, and they straightened. He looked at the priests and measured how much they would complain and for how long before they would bless. He turned his head and saw Eudoxus and smiled with a courtesy that was not unkind, because he did not hate what he used. "Do not be late," he told the captain in a voice that was warm and would turn to bronze if turned back against him. "The gods prefer a procession to move when the people are watching." Eudoxus waited until Thuron went, and then stepped one pace closer to the captain he knew would not heed him. "Take her out with the furnace cold," he said, too low for the priest to hear. "Wait to light until you must." The captain did not turn his head. "If I go out cold," he said, "men will say I go out faithless. Men say things to themselves, and then their hands do what their mouth said. I keep her stable by heating before the sea knows we are there." "Your oars will tell the sea first," Damaris said. He had not noticed she had stepped near. "It listens well. It is not a god, but it listens." He did not order her away. That itself was a signal of a mind working among too many prohibitions to keep track of all of them. Eudoxus saw that he would not change what would be, and did the only thing left. He fixed in his mind every line and knot and face and scratch, so that when the mechanism's needle lay south, he would have a human picture to set beside the angle of a bronze pin. He turned and found Philon, the keeper of old state records, watching from the shadow under a canvas awning. The lines at the sides of his eyes were deep, as if he had spent his life in rooms where people said things they did not mean, and he had smiled so as not to cut them. He lifted his chin, and Eudoxus went to him. "You hear more than a good citizen should," Philon said lightly. "I hear what men with bad hearing leave lying," Eudoxus replied. Philon glanced toward the instrument under Eudoxus's arm. "You will not be thanked for bringing a bad tide at the last moment," he said, "but bring it anyway. I like a man who throws stones in water and watches where the rings go." "I do not throw stones," Eudoxus said. "I only tell men they already live in a river." Philon's smile cut itself and then healed. He shifted his weight as if the stone under his left foot had grown rough. "When the first fire falls silent, other things wake," he said, not as an augury but as a thing that had lived too long. Eudoxus opened his mouth, closed it. "Words like that are a way of making a man feel that he did a thing he only watched," he said. "Or a way to make a man watch," Philon said. "Do not let your instrument be taken by men who will use it to say what they have already decided to do. If you cannot stop them, confuse them. If you cannot confuse them, wound their pride so they slow down to bleed." Eudoxus almost laughed and did not. "I make a gear that turns backward and you want me to make it turn the world," he said. "I cannot. I can only point and speak." "Point and speak to Damaris," Philon said. "She is the only one of us who listens both when the animal breathes and when men speak. She will be on the deck when it matters. We will be on shore. She is the line." Philon stepped back into the shadow with his light words and his dark understanding, and was gone by the time Eudoxus took the breath to answer. The Delia took on her oarsmen and 2 clean pours of men who had done this so often their bodies did the work even when their minds had gone ahead of them to worry. They settled, cursed, tested benches, laughed as if laughter could be fastened like a buckle to their belts and pulled tight when needed. The priests came last, slow, careful of robes. One tripped and caught himself with a small sound of anger and shame. The dragon head was eased into its cradle and the bolt pinned. Damaris ran a finger around the throat where the gasket lay. It was smooth and tight. She had oiled it herself. Eudoxus walked with the mechanism under his arm to the end of the mole, where he would stand and look like any man with nothing to sell and nothing to buy and no kin on a deck. The needle did not move. It pointed south. He felt a heat under his ribs that was not the city's fire. It was the body's knowledge of its own weakness and its determination to move anyway. The consequence did not roar, it walked. They were going to Syracuse. The instrument said so. The city said so. The air above the harbor, which now had a smell to it like wet iron and cut vine that it had not had yesterday, said so. The tide had tugged back and shown the key its own underside, and then had come in again and smoothed all the marks away as if to teach him how little men were at preserving warnings not carved in bronze. He braced the instrument under his arm as a man braces his last map, and looked south until his eyes watered and the line of the far sea shook. And then he went to catch Aegean the messenger, before he left and pushed into his hands a folded strip of scraped bark with 4 words cut into it in his own neat, unshowy lettering and a name. Light only under necessity. He gave it to Damaris in his mind before it reached her hand. He knew she would own it either way. The Delia's ropes were cast loose. The furnace, for now, was cold. He heard the first stroke of the oars and the breath of 80 men drawn as one, and the day tipped in its course and did not right itself. The Corinthian countermeasure began in a tannery outside the city wall. A woman named Melita had noticed that the first reports of the Athenian fire described the same thing. The flame clung to the hulls but failed to advance through soaked leather. The men who brought the reports wanted a weapon. Melita wanted to know why the leather survived. She tested goat hide, sheep hide, and ox hide. She soaked each in river water, sea water, vinegar, urine, and wine. She held them over lamps, coals, and burning oil. The river water steamed away. The wine caught. The vinegar made the surface dark and dense. The ox hide treated with vinegar held longest. When the Corinthian commander came to her yard, she showed him a strip of blackened leather. "This is not armor," he said. "No, it will not stop a ram. No, it will not stop the fire. No, then what does it do?" Melita held the strip between them. The inner side was wet. The outer side had charred but not opened. "It buys the ship time." The commander understood the value immediately. Time allowed a turn, a ram, a retreat, or a second line of defense. Men who treated fire as a spell wanted a charm. Melita gave them a delay. The Corinthian ships left with their hulls covered in pale dripping leather. Some sailors complained of the smell, others laughed at the sight. The wet hides made the vessels look diseased. The commander did not laugh. He had seen the Theris's dragon head from a distance. He had seen the Athenian crews practice the siphon. He knew that the enemy's confidence depended on spectacle. He intended to make the spectacle fail. When the Theris appeared in the Gulf, he ordered the hides wetted again. The men used vinegar until the air stung their eyes. Every seam was checked. Every fastening was tested. The enemy had prepared not by discovering the secret, but by accepting that the secret might not be a substance at all. The fire struck. For the first breath, the wet hides held. The Corinthian crew shouted. The Theris's men believed the fire had failed. Then the rams struck. The battle turned on that single misunderstanding. One ship mistook survival for victory, and the other mistook delay for defeat. The Corinthian ships appeared beyond the headland at mid-morning. They did not raise the usual banners. Their hulls were dark with wet leather, their oars moving in short, controlled strokes. They had no reason to show fear. Their crews had been told that the Athenian fire could be defeated by preparation. The Theris turned across their path. Ariston ordered the oars slowed. He wanted the enemy to believe the ship was uncertain. The Corinthian commander responded by closing the distance. Cleon stood beside the chamber line with a wet hide around his shoulders. "Do you think they know?" Theon asked. "They know enough." "What do they know?" that they will not die immediately. The Theris's crew loaded the siphon. The Pyrdrakes inside the chamber paced once, stopped, and paced again. The animal had been fed before dawn. Its secretion was thin. The chamber pressure rose slowly. Ariston looked at Damaris. Can it fire? Yes. Can it fire far enough? Yes. Can it stop? She hesitated. The captain understood. Then we fire once. The first discharge crossed the water in a low arc. The Corinthian crew raised their hides. The fire struck and spread. The hides smoked but held. Water ran from their edges. Men behind them moved forward with hooked poles. The Athenian crew shouted. The sound was premature. The enemy had not burned. The Corinthian commander ordered the ram. Ariston called for a second discharge. Damaris grabbed his arm. No. If we do not fire, they board. If we fire, the chamber will not recover. The captain looked at the enemy ship coming toward them. The distance between the hulls closed. He could see the men behind the hides, their faces wet and determined. He released her arm. Second discharge. Cleon opened the valve. The Pyrdrakes released its fire. The second flame was weaker and struck the Corinthian bow at an angle. It ran along the wet hide, found the gap beneath the forward shield, and entered the open or well. The hides held at the surface. They did not hold where the water had been squeezed from them by the ram. The Corinthian ship turned too late. Its ram struck the Theris amidships. The deck rose beneath Damaris. She fell against the chamber line. The bronze fitting tore loose. Cleon shouted for the emergency hide. Theon reached for it. The chamber door opened by a finger's width. Inside, the Pyrdrakes turned toward the breach. The ship's victory became another form of danger. Chapter 10: The Delia's Procession. Syracuse received the Athenian fleet behind walls that seemed to rise directly from the sea. The harbor was crowded with masts. Merchant vessels, fishing boats, transports, and warships pressed against one another in the narrow water. Smoke from cook fires drifted between them. The fortifications above the shore held lines of men who watched the Athenian arrival without cheering. The Delia entered beneath its sacred colors. A painted standard of laurel and sun was lashed to the aft rail. A small stone altar, veiled in saffron cloth, had been fixed to a platform before the mast. The priest of Apollo, his hair bound with blue ribbon, had insisted on it. He moved between coils of line as if he walked a marble court, touching the cloth with ash-blessed hands whenever the ship knocked against another hull. He had blessed the furnace mouth. He had sprinkled barley over the bronze stopcocks and called it prudence. Syracusans will not be the first to offend a god, he had said as they rounded the headland. We go as a procession, not a raid. Captain Myron stood beneath the raised platform with his hands clasped behind his back. He had argued against the fire chamber until Thuron accused him of cowardice before the council. Now he wore the expression of a man who had been proven right too early to enjoy it. Keep the lower ports closed, he told the deck officers. They will need air for the rowers. Then open them only when the enemy is beyond the reach of the siphon. The officer stared. That is not how the system is designed. Neither is Syracuse. He did not raise his voice. He watched the harbor, counting the gaps that were not gaps, the ropes that seemed abandoned and then drew taut at the touch of their keel. The fishing skiffs that could not be moved because their owners were not at the oars and their anchors lay like teeth under the water. Ahead, the island of Ortygia threw a black length into the harbor like a trap spring. The wind did not follow the lines a sailor expected inside that bowl. It turned and pressed back against its own breath. The Kybernetes, an older man named Ariston, whose left ear was fused to his skull from an old burn, shifted his grip on the steering oar and waited without asking for better instructions than the harbor could give. The bow officer called distances that grew shorter even when the oars moved. A boy with a lyre-shaped double flute had climbed to the forward rail to sound the procession notes. Myron sent him down to the benches. Music would read as arrogance. Damaris crouched beside the chamber access and listened to the Delia's hull. The ship sounded wrong. Too many neighboring hulls touched it. Every impact traveled through the timbers and into the bronze cylinder where the Pyrdrakes paced. The animal was larger than Little King and older than ash. Its plates had hardened into overlapping ridges. The chamber crew called it Crown, though Damaris did not know whether the name referred to the crest along its skull or to the fact that everyone aboard feared it. The bronze chamber sat like a second keel, lined with copper and fitted to the Delia's spine between ribs thickened with new oak. The copper carried heat from the furnace through a serpentine channel welded against the chamber's outer wall. A bronze face, hammered into the likeness of a dragon's head because the priests would not permit any practical shape to be less than myth, was fixed under the prow. A length of thick leather, oiled, studded, and sealed with pitch, connected that prow mask to the chamber's upper valve. 2 men on a swiveling yoke could aim it if the sea allowed them to keep their feet. Crown's breathing passed through the metal in waves. It had a rhythm when calm, a low stroke and a longer rest. This was different. A quickened draw that caught, a chuff against the plates, a lift and scrape of heavy scales when it turned too sharply and its side met the bronze. Crown had been fed 2 hours before departure. It had eaten half the fish and crushed the rest against the bronze floor. "It is unsettled," Damaris said. Myron came below. He did not stoop. He had learned the ship's angles. "It has been unsettled since we took it. The harbor is too crowded. The army says we cannot remain outside the walls. The army does not have to share a keel with it." Myron looked through the smoked glass. Crown's eye was open. The creature had stopped pacing and pressed its flank against the heated stone. "Will it fire?" he asked. "If ordered." "That is not what I asked." Damaris met his gaze. "It will release the secretion if frightened, hurt, or overheated. The siphon does not command the animal. It only gives the fire somewhere to go. Then we must not give it another place." He glanced at the pressure arm fixed above the valve wheel. There was no number, only a bronze pointer that lifted against a spring hammered by Nesarchus's apprentices to a shape that meant nothing to anyone who had not watched it rise and fall for weeks. Damaris watched the pointer and the light under Crown's jaw. The two did not match, and that too meant something. Above them, the harbor bells began to ring. The sound came over water as a slow strike, then a faster one. The priests of Syracuse would not risk confusion if they meant to welcome a fleet. The bells called men from the market to the walls. "Then pray we are not frightened, hurt, or overheated," Myron said. He climbed up to the deck. Damaris touched the chamber again and felt the counterpulse. She did not pray. Below the oar deck, the rowers listened to the conversation through the planks. Simo, the senior lower-tier oarsman, had been rowing since he was 12. He knew the sound of a hull taking water, the sound of a steering oar breaking, and the sound of a commander lying about either one. The new chamber had introduced noises he could not classify, a slow scrape beneath the deck, a pressure knock in the bronze, and a pulse that seemed to pass through the bench before it reached his bones. "What is below us?" asked the boy beside him. The boy's beard was a month's shadow. He had the wrists of a potter and a farmer's back. He could keep a beat even when frightened, which was why the Kelusts had put him on the Thalamian bench, lowest tier, where a missed stroke forced the man above to miss one as well. "Stores," Simo said. "Stores breathe. Then the stores are alive." The boy laughed because Simo had made it sound like a joke. Simo did not laugh. Air moved over them in little currents, not wind, but shifts of warmth and cool as the sun went in and out, and the heat from the furnace found leaks in the deck. The leather sleeves that closed the oar ports around their shafts gripped with a pitch-scented kiss whenever an oar went forward. With the lower shutters fast, the sleeves kept water out and air in. They also trapped breath. The Kelusts rapped the mallet against a bronze plate. The oars took the stroke. The chant rose, unmusical and exact. They pulled forward into the crowded water and stopped when the capstan men on a nearby transport lost their timing and the transport swung across the path. They backed water. They surged. The Delia moved like a man in a press of men, elbowed from all sides. A shaft from the upper benches jumped out of its sleeve and struck a Thranite in the mouth. He gagged, spat blood, and kept rowing with one hand as he wedged the handle back into the leather. "What do you see?" the boy whispered to Simo. "Wood," Simo said. "I always see wood." He dipped his fingers to the floor and touched the trickle that had found its way along the seam from the starboard side. It was clear water with a taste of harbor. He grunted, "And that we are not yet leaking enough." The first attack came at midday. Syracusan ships moved through the harbor in groups of 3, using the crowded water as armor. They struck at the outer Athenian vessels, withdrew behind transports, and returned from another angle. The Athenian triremes could not form their usual line. Their oars collided. Their turning space disappeared. Men ran along the walls above with spears and slings, not yet throwing but ready. A signal horn sounded from behind the island, the note cut short and repeated. Somewhere beyond the reach of Delia's prow, a line of moored boats shifted all at once, as if a hand beneath the water had tugged every rope in a sequence. The Delia tried to advance toward open water, and was stopped by a grain ship drifting across her bow. It had come loose from 2 of its moorings. The third held. Its stern veered, its bow stuck, caught by the fouled anchor line. Sacks of wheat lay under a tarpaulin, swelling as they took spray, their cords darker where water had found them. A boy with hair to his shoulders stood on the grain ship's low foredeck with a boat hook that could not move the mast beneath him. "Clear it," Myron shouted. The grain ship's crew waved frantically. Its anchor had fouled the harbor floor. Ariston braced his legs against the after rail and called to the paddle man on the steering oar, "Hard to port. Give me the line." Men cast the Delia's bowl into the grain ship. A heaver caught it. The Delia pulled against the stuck ship and felt the knot bind. The line creaked. The knot held, nothing else did. A Syracusan trireme came around the grain ship. It slid in on the offside like a fish coming around a rock. It had a boar's head crest on the stem post, a bright and stupid flourish that made its speed feel like mockery. Men on its prow crouched behind high shields, their faces lost behind the bronze. Its oars beat a clean 3 against the Delia's one end a shiver. Ariston shouted for room that did not exist. The Delia could not turn. Myron ordered the oars to reverse. "Back, back!" The Kelus hammered the plate and the chant spun in a new pattern. The rowers pulled against one another. The ship shuddered and moved only a few cubits. The enemy rams struck the starboard quarter. It did not punch through cleanly. There was too much wood and rope under the impact for a perfect blow. But the bronze prow found an old knot and a newer seam, and the cut went along both. The Delia took the strike like a man taking a spear in the flesh and keeping his feet. Water burst through the hull. Men fell into the benches. The raised platform tilted. The sacred altar slid across the deck and broke against the rail. The saffron cloth tore. The stone split. The priest's hand flew out to save the idol and caught nothing. He screamed that the gods had abandoned them. "They have not," Myron said without looking at him. He looked down through the hatch. "Fire crew." Damaris understood. She had thought as they came into the harbor that she might persuade Myron to hold the fire until the open water. There was no open water. There was the ram, the sound of men boarding from the enemy's high prow, the slap of grapnels cast and lines thrown. There was the shape under the deck shifting from unease to fear. "Captain, prime the siphon. The wind is wrong." The wind met them from the land and drove whatever they put into it back against their own face. The harbor lay in a shallow bowl. Fire ran where air pushed it. "The enemy is already aboard us." Crown struck the chamber wall. Heat rose through the bronze. Damaris opened the feeding port. "Easy." She slid the plate aside and let her arm into the channel. The inner door was still closed. She did not put her hand into a chamber where the jaw might meet it. She set a wooden wedge under the outer plate to keep it from ringing when the ship moved. She spoke without words, the soft clicks she had found when Ash had been young enough to learn that people were not always hands in pain. The animal turned toward her. The light beneath its jaw had become a dull, feverish red. The scales along its throat lifted and sealed in a slow wave like barley under a wind. Its mouth did not open. The heat that reached through the metal was not flame. It was a pressure, like a storm felt in the old injury of a shoulder. "Hold," she said. The word meant nothing. The sound might or it might not. Crown put its jaw against the inner door. Damaris watched the skin there, as thin as a stretched bladder, and saw the fluid pass along a canal from the throat to a deeper pocket. The bronze pointer lifted another hair. "Furnace," she called, "enough to prime, no more." Ian, the junior stoker, put his shovel into the coke bed with care and fed fire to the pipe that wrapped the chamber. The glow that came back in his face might have been from the coals. He told himself it was. Above, the Syracusans boarded, the deck filled with shields and iron. Athenian oarsmen fought with broken poles. The harbor around them narrowed to a corridor of flame-colored water and shattered wood. It was the color of paint at first, sunlight broken on stirred mud and old dye, and then it took on a deeper cast as oil spilled from a merchant's cargo. A cask rolled, struck a rail, broke, and sent its skin toward the Delia. The air filled with the smell of freight and tar and men who had swallowed harbor water and vomited it back on the deck. Ariston held the steering oar as if he meant to break it over his knee and stab someone with the haft. Bow off," he shouted. A grapnel bit the rail near him. He kicked it free and sent it into a Syracusan's teeth. The first of the enemy marines came over the bow in a twist of shield and shin and spear, shouted something in their dialect that might have been a name or a curse, and met a spare mast support in Myron's hands. The support was not a spear, but it took a man's breath from his body as well as any iron. Simo felt the change below. He did not see the borders. His world was the oar and the oarlock and the man in front of him, but the shock of the ram had told him where the wound was. The rush of water against his feet told him how far it had gone. The air closed in against his chest. Sweat ran into his eyes and would not lift. He blinked and saw nothing but the plank and the line where light came between boards. "The door," the boy said. "It is getting harder to breathe." "It does that when men are dying," Simo said. He wished he had not said it. Keep stroke. The Kelusts shifted their rhythm. The beat came faster. Someone was trying to turn a ship that could not turn. Simo sucked air that had been in better bodies a moment ago. He tasted iron. Above, a Syracusan leveled a short spear at Myron's ribs. Myron swayed and let it pass him. He caught the shaft as it went by and used the enemy's pull to drag him forward onto the deck. Another man struck down with a cutlass. The blow bit into the altar cloth and tore the ribbon and stopped in stone. The priest had gathered up the fragment of the idol and held it like a man clutching the head of a child that had not lived. He was not at this moment a coward. He did not run. He stood and shouted words about Apollo that the men around him did not hear. On the Delia's bow, the bronze mask gaped heat and waited. The yokemen who would direct the siphon had taken their places. Cleon, who had guided it in exercise and never in battle, put his shoulder under the bar and spat to clear his mouth. His mate, a Thracian who had no Greek and who had been told with signs, and a handful of coins that turning the dragon's face meant a wage, rolled his neck and looked for cues in Cleon's eyes. "On my word," Myron said. "Captain," Damaris said louder, "if we fire at this range, the surface will take it." He looked down again through the hatch. He could not help looking. She did not lie with her eyes. "What are you telling me?" "It will not go out. It will not sink. It will spread on the water and lift heat into the lower benches. Then tell the sea to make room." He was not a cruel man. He was a captain inside a trap. He signaled with 2 fingers and a cut across his palm. He had told his officers before they left Piraeus what his sign would be if the priest made a scene, and if the army's signalmen waved flags that meant nothing on crowded water. They had learned to watch his hands. The Proreus shouted the word he used for now. The pressure line opened. The sound in the chamber changed. It found a higher note. Damaris felt the tremor run along the bronze like a struck chord. Crown's eye moved to the inner door and did not blink. The gland under its jaw swelled. The little passage filled. The seal on the second flap flexed. Ian wiped his palms on his tunic. "Do we give it more?" he asked her, and then regretted the question because it made him sound as if he thought she commanded the thing. He put his shovel into the coals again anyway and fed the pipe, and the pointer lifted a fraction, and Crown made the soft grinding sound it made when it was about to stop holding back what it could not hold back. Damaris touched the inner door with the back of her knuckles. "Easy," she said. She pressed the wedge tighter under the outer plate so that when the ship lurched the wrong way, the metal would not shriek. She was not soothing the animal. She was keeping human things from sounding like knives. Up on deck, Myron raised his hand. The valve wheel turned. The siphon roared. Syracuse made every Athenian maneuver look like a mistake. The harbor was not merely crowded, it was layered. Merchant ships rode at anchor near the shore. Warships occupied the deeper channel. Small boats moved between them carrying water, grain, orders, and men who had decided that speed was more valuable than courtesy. Every open patch of sea was temporary. Captain Myron studied the harbor from the Delia's raised platform. "Where is the open water?" he asked. The pilot pointed beyond the outer line of ships. "There." Myron looked at the distance. "That is not open water. That is a space someone has forgotten to occupy." The pilot's mouth tightened. "The army says we are to hold the channel." "The army is standing on land." Below deck, Damaris worked through the heat crew. She had assigned each man a task that could be performed without waiting for an officer's command. One man watched the furnace. One watched the animal. One watched the pressure gauge. One watched the emergency hides. The last watched the men and was instructed to shout if anyone began to behave as though the fire were a victory. The last man was Simo. He had been a rower before the chamber arrived and had no patience for the upper deck's language of sacred duty. "Why do they call the ship holy?" he asked. "Because the name makes men obey. Then they should call it dangerous. That would save time." The Delia's Pyrdrakes moved inside the chamber. Its claws made a dry rhythm against the stone. Each scrape passed through the lower deck and into the rowers' benches. Simo felt the vibration beneath his ribs. The boy beside him, Philon, pressed his palm to the plank. "It is tapping. It is walking. It has nowhere to walk." Simo looked toward the hatch. Above them, priests were preparing the altar. The sacred procession had been arranged so that the ship could be blessed before it entered combat. Myron had argued that a ship could not be in a procession and a battle at the same time. The priest had answered that the gods had no difficulty keeping two thoughts in their heads. Simo had no reason to believe the gods were rowing below deck. The Delia carried more than the chamber. The priest had brought a small altar, 2 sealed jars of oil, a carved image wrapped in linen, and a list of names belonging to families who expected the ship to return. The sacred cargo filled the forward compartment and left the crew less room to move than the ship's plans allowed. Captain Myron objected to each item. "The altar can remain ashore. The altar travels with the ship. The oil can remain ashore. The oil is for the altar. The names can remain ashore." The priest looked at him. "The names are the reason the ship travels." Myron turned toward the harbor. "The names will not help us turn." Damaris heard the argument from the chamber deck. She had grown accustomed to the priest's belief that sacredness increased with weight. The more objects the ship carried, the more protected it would become. The rowers had a different belief. Every object that could not be thrown overboard was another object that might trap a man. Simo found her beside the altar. "Can we move this?" he asked. "Not without permission." "Then ask." "I have asked." "What did he say?" "That the altar has never been moved during a voyage." Simo looked at the crowded deck. "It has never been on this ship." The Delia left the quay at midday. The altar was tied beneath the forward awning. The jars were wedged against the chamber wall. The list of names was stored in a bronze tube beside the captain's quarters. The priest stood at the bow, reciting a prayer to the sea while the rowers pulled them through the harbor traffic. A fishing boat crossed their path. Myron ordered the starboard oars shortened. The Delia turned slowly because the sacred cargo prevented the forward crew from reaching the spare oars. The fishing boat passed so close that its mast struck the awning and tore the altar's linen. The priest cried out. Simo muttered, "The sea has already objected." Chapter 11. The harbor boils. The fire struck the Syracusan deck and spread across the water. It did not travel as a single sheet. It separated into bright islands, each one pulled by wind and current. Wherever it touched a hull, it climbed. Wherever it touched a body, it clung. The breath that blew it came from the dragonhead on the prow, a bronze open mouth with tongue of hammered copper. The siphon's throat rattled as if a living gullet lay hidden behind the brass scales. Bronze bolts sang. Vapor skinned the inside of the pipe and flashed to flame where it found air. Men on the other ship raised their round shields and found themselves holding suns. The Syracusans fell back. Their shields became mirrors of white heat. The first men to lift them straight over their heads did not understand that the strap hooks would heat as quickly as the faces. Fingers began to go black. A tower of smoke rose from the enemy's forward deck, greasy and salt-bright, stinking like roasted pitch and fish oil and something more animal. Between the mooring lines, oars, and the grain ship that had been sheltering under the wall, there was little room for anything to move that was not flame. The great harbor took heat and threw it back. The fort above the quays sent down pebbled shadows that writhed where the boiling patches broke and rejoined. Sound died in steam and then returned as muted roaring. Every wooden plank became a drum. The Delia was trapped between them and the grain ship. The siphon continued to discharge because the pressure governor had been calibrated for open water. In the harbor, there was nowhere for the force to go. The fire rebounded from hull to hull, turning the narrow channel into a furnace. The governor itself was a bronze bell weighted on a spring, a device Nesarchus had promised would save lives by smoothing the discharge. It had served them well on calm days beyond Aegean when the sea had somewhere to lay the secret down. Now it did what a good device did. It kept doing its one task. The bell trembled on its tiny axis, dump valves chattering, and obedient to its design, it breathed more. "Close it," Myron shouted. The weapons officer reached the valve and vanished behind a burst of flame. His name was not spoken again. He had been the man always careful with his hands, who wrapped his fingers with oiled leather before touching any gear that had known heat. He had a son somewhere beyond the long stone mole who would grow without a father or any reason that would make sense in words. Damaris felt the heat through the chamber floor. Her shins took it as a low ache first, something like the soreness after long benches. Then it changed, became oppressing, the way a fever sometimes lays its palm beneath the skin. Crown was no longer pacing. It had braced all four limbs against the bronze and was pushing its head toward the siphon line. "It is not going to stop," she said. Myron came down the ladder in 3 sliding steps. Sweat ran from his temples in clean lines, cutting the soot on his cheek into black commas. The iron rim of the hatch was already too hot to grasp. He used his sword as a bar on the next rung and swung off it as if dismounting a horse. "Then open the sea vents. They are beneath the benches. Open them. That will draw water through the hull. Water is better than fire. Not if the secretion is on the surface." Myron looked at her for one hard moment. The ship pitched to starboard and lurched back as though pulled by several ropes at once. The captain's jaw flexed. He was weighing the order and the shame of it, the knowledge that some men died of obeying and some of disobeying, and that it would all look the same in smoke from the wall. "Do it." Damaris pulled the first vent lever. It took both hands and her shoulder. The leather-wrapped grip had dried in the heat, and the tongs groaned as the gate valve released. Salt water burst into the bilge, sudden and ferocious, bearing up bits of rope, a broken cup, a dead fish that must have come in with the net the night before. The stream sought low ground and found shins. Men swore in thanks and then in fright as what followed it came brighter. The lower hull opened. Harbor water rushed beneath the benches, rising around the rowers' ankles. For a heartbeat, the heat diminished. Then the burning surface flowed through the vents. The rowers screamed. The vent mouths slurped bright things. They were not liquid in the way water is liquid, though they moved like a spill falling over flat stone. They came in ropey threads from the skin of the harbor and crawled forward, stickier than pitch, more patient than oil. The vents themselves became mouths drinking fire. "Second lever," Myron's voice came down through the heat, hoarse and far away. Men above tried to work another gate with a spar. It jammed. The spar end flamed where it kissed metal and fell inward like a torch thrown down a mine. Simo saw the fire before the boy beside him did. It entered between the benches in bright threads, slid over the water and wrapped around the oar shafts. The boy tried to climb toward the upper deck. Simo seized his belt. Stay low. There is fire. I know. There is water also. We should breathe slow if we want more breaths. The lower tier was too narrow for panic. Men could not turn without striking one another. Oars jammed across the openings. The deck above them blocked the smoke. Heat became the only air. A man in the third frame from Simo tried to draw his knees up, and could not because his neighbor's thigh was in the way. He pushed and bought himself a hand's width, and that cost the man behind him a burned calf. Behind the boy, somewhere toward the bow, the Kelus struck his staff against a beam and tried to keep time for men who could not row. The rhythm went mad and then fell apart and then became a lullaby for dying. Simo tore a wet cloak into strips and pressed one against the boy's mouth. He had soaked it in the bilge earlier when the first smoke rose. He felt the cloth grow warm in his hand as if the boy had a fever. The cloth began to steam. Breathe through it. What about you? I have breathed worse. He had not. He had breathed smoke from cookfires on windy nights and the reek of a tannery when a job had taken him past the vats. He had held his nose and gone into a pit to pull out a man whose foot had broken through rotten planks. He had never breathed heat that felt as though a god had put his face in an oven out of spite for the mechanics of men. A pulse of brightness reached his feet and went for his toes like an animal that knows where men are softest. He kicked it with the back of his foot as if it were a dog. It clung to his heel and crawled up. Something between his tendon and his calf shrank away from it without the permission of the rest of him. He bit the strip of cloth and did not make a sound. The boy did. Simo put a hand over his mouth for a heartbeat until the sound resolved into breath again. Above, the flute player lay unmoving. The reed had gone soft and then hard in his mouth as if it had been cooked twice. Someone slid him aside with a knee while trying not to step on his throat. The sound that replaced the allos was the loud accidental percussion of a ship that had lost the one low instrument that told men how to be one creature. Myron ordered the upper ports opened. Smoke poured out, but the lower benches remained sealed beneath the deck. The ship had become two vessels, one dying above, one dying below. On deck, men beat at the slatted shutters with grapnels until the pegs released, and the shutters fell on their cords and took some of the smoke with them. There was a momentary sweetness in the air, the kind one tastes after a long fever when someone opens a door. It lasted as long as it takes to count the sailors close enough to the hatches to breathe first. Damaris opened Crown's emergency vent. The chamber exhaled a wave of heat that drove her backward. The Pyrdrakes' throat pulsed in rapid sequence. 3 flashes. 2. 3. The K1 and K2 pattern. She had watched Eudoxus grind the little teeth of that strange gear in a rented room in Piraeus. He had set the disc on a low table and turned a pinched piece of bronze held on a slender axle, and the plate had wobbled. "Do you see?" he had asked her then, and she had said that she saw nothing except a mistake. He had laughed, soft and pleased, and said that this was the point, a deliberate error that told the truth. Eudoxus had said the machine could predict the animal's seasons. He had not said what happened when the animal's season met a warship. He had said nothing about what happened when a dragon's breath beat on the inside of bronze, and the bronze kept breathing anyway. The harbor water began to boil. Not everywhere, only in the bright patches where the secretion had spread. Bubbles rose around the Delia's hull. They came in complex rings and tiny silver threads, as if something stirred beneath and licked at the skin of the sea with many tongues. The sea slapped the timbers with the sound of cooking fat. The ship answered with a tight new song, the sound a stretched rope makes when the men who pulleyed it in the yard say, "Now that is as tight as a line has ever been." A Syracusan ship broke loose from its moorings and drifted sideways, its crew jumping into water that burned around them. 2 men clung to the same oar in the water and pushed the burning forward with their feet, as if it were a mat that could be sent away. One disappeared with a noise like wet leather thrown on a fire. The other held onto the oar with his eyes pinched shut, as if willing the world to be some other world. The grain ship that had been the Delia's shield had no shields of its own. Its crew ran to the bow with axes and cut a mooring that had not yet burned through. The rope parted and sprang back to strike a man in the face, so that he went off the ship backward as if the rope had stolen him. Bales broke their bindings on the deck and fell apart like burst beehives, spilling grain in a bright trickle that laced the smoke, and fell into a world where fish would eat invaders' bread. Backwater, a boatswain shouted out of habit to men whose oars were now hooks of fire. Backwater port, he cried again like a prayer that will not become true in this life. A Syracusan pile driver on the wall hesitated for once. Someone on the height held a stone ready on a swing and found no target that was not their own men in the water. The man turned and looked to his commander for absolution. He got a hand that flicked down like a knife. He loosed anyway, and the stone went low and took away the railing of a ship already on fire, because all orders were wrong now. The Delia's sacred colors collapsed into steam. The standard that had never been lowered in port, the painted eye on the prow that had been re-oiled each time the ship came home from a festival, the ribbon that had brushed against priests' hands, all slackened, and then dematerialized like hides left too near the hearth. Myron stood at the hatch and stared down at the lower rowers. "Can we reach them?" he asked. Damaris shook her head. She had a carpenter's eye for distances in small places. There were arm lengths between them that were no longer arms for use, and a deck between that was now also part of the sea on fire. "Can we cut the deck? The fire is between us and them. Is there any way to pull them out through the vents? The vents eat fire." The captain's face changed. He had spent his life believing that every ship contained a solution if a commander found it quickly enough. Now the solution was on the other side of the burning deck, and every action he could take would kill someone below. Every breath was a choice. A captain is a man who lives by adding the future to the breath in his chest. Myron looked as if all the futures were smoldering copies of the same one. A body struck the hatch from beneath. Once, then again. The second blow had weight. It was not fingertips, not panic beating. It was a man who still had his shoulders and thought the wood was the enemy and that therefore the wood could be defeated. It cracked a peg and left a lick of blue heat against the iron rim. Myron stepped back. Crown screamed. The chamber door buckled. Damaris threw herself against the release bar and held it shut with both hands. The Pyrdrakes' fire was bright enough to shine through the bronze. The shine was a different light than the one on the water. It struck the inside of her eyes with a blue-white that was almost the color of winter clay seen through ice. The vent grills flashed red, then dull, then red, as the creature's gullet pulsed. She could feel the skin on her palms tightening as if it would rather be hide. "If that opens," she said, "the ship goes." Myron looked at the hatch, then at the chamber. The man under the hatch hit it a third time. Then there was nothing but the sound of slow rolling where his attempt had made him slip into the space beneath the grating. "The ship is already gone." He drew his sword. Damaris thought he meant to kill the animal. Instead, he cut the last pressure line. He had to hack twice. The line was thick bronze, annealed by fire and then hard again. The blade skittered the first time as if striking a spring. The second time he found the soft between a joint and the valve assembly and cut there with all his weight. The siphon fell silent. For one breath, the harbor darkened. Silence is a shape at sea. The sudden absence of the terrible panting from the prow made a hollow that the men all felt against their teeth. In that fixed heartbeat, Damaris heard another thing, lower than hearing. A push, as if the whole harbor had exhaled and then paused before deciding whether to draw in again. Then the fire already on the water continued to burn. The governor did not govern anything now. The wound fed itself. Patches of flame that had been stoked by the ship's constant coughing had enough to live on until the breath of wind turned and flung them against another hull. An enemy trireme that had held back at the edge of the boiling slid along the chain of moorings and began to back water with frantic strokes, oars biting shallow because the men feared drawing too deeply. Its captain made the sign for starboard to feather, a little gesture with his hand that would once have turned a wide machine of men with dignity. The men tried to comply and tilted their blades on fire. They became torches rowing themselves away. The Delia listed to starboard. Its sacred colors collapsed into the steam. The grain ship drifted away, its cargo spilling into the harbor. Above the walls, the defenders of Syracuse watched the Athenian ship sink in a circle of boiling water. The listing pulled the lower benches into a new geometry of harm. Men slid against frames, legs tangling, the boy's chin striking the rung before him with a small, careful sound, as if he were putting his head down to sleep on wood. Simo caught him by the scruff like a father who has learned to pick children up by the part that will not bruise. He felt then the thing he had been ignoring. The rope under the hull gave a single long settling sigh. The hyposomata had been overtight from the days they had built the Delia to be both faster and more ornate than anything she had to be, and now the rope began to find a new place to live inside the wood. The sound was like a ship's soul scratching its name deeper into herself. "Can you hear me?" Simo asked the boy, because the boy's eyes had glazed and he had stopped trying to force his body anywhere. The boy nodded once, with the obedience of a man twice his age. "Think of your mother, she is not here. That is a gift because she cannot watch you die. Breathe for the one who is not here. Breathe through the cloth. Is yours wet?" "It is enough." The words browned at the edges as he spoke them. On deck, 2 men tried to lever the chamber door open against Damaris when they saw that Myron had cut the line. One of them thought, like a good soldier, that a weapon that cannot be used should be extinguished like any lamp. Damaris's elbow went against the release bar. Her shoulder kept the latch from dropping. Her eyes ran water that boiled off her face and made her feel ashamed for weeping, until she realized it was a thing the body does when it is hot enough to light a reed. Myron did not push the men back. He reached and put his blade through the loop of iron on the door and levered it down to lock again. The iron popped against the lip as the heat found the soft in it. He swore, not at the men, at the door for being a door. "Captain," one said, and then coughed, and then said more hoarsely, "Sir." "You will sleep later," Myron said, though he did not believe in sleep any more than he believed in later. "Sir, she will tear the chamber if." "She," Damaris said, because she heard the pronoun and found that it mattered that someone had used the right one for once, "has breath left and rage enough to take you with her if you unlatch that door." Myron's attention flicked to the weapon cradle on the deck. The bronze head of the siphon lay slack now, its tongue blackened, its teeth glowing in red crescents where the sockets that had held its teeth to the pipe came hot, then cool as the wind chased the last breaths back and forth. The head itself had been fashioned by a metal worker who had once made a pair of bracelets for the daughter of an archon. The man had done his same best work on a thing that spat fire. It occurred to Myron then that he was likely to die on the only ship that had ever had priests walk its deck as part of her crew. He had mocked it in private and bowed in public, because a captain's opinions were not worth his ship's safety in the city's mind. He thought of the drums on the Delian festivals. He thought of the women with gold threads in their hair leading the procession to the Apollonian altar. They would burn the wreaths for them all now, and no one would taste barley cakes. He took a breath, and the air burned his chest all the way to the little cartilage places where the ribs hooked to bone. He stepped left and right like a man straddling 2 loyalties, and found there was no plank left between them. "Can we reach the shore?" he asked no one in particular. The answer was all around them. The water was not water. Damaris found the latch for the emergency vent with her palm. The bronze tongue of it stung her hand like an animal and then became something alive with pain against her skin. She pulled on it with her last grip that had not blistered. The vent cracked a sliver, relieved a pressure that had been asking to be relieved since the first shot. The air that came out smelled like the inside of the earth. "Hold," she heard Myron say. "Hold," as if that were a command that had ever had power beyond the hand that receives it. A body moved against the Delia's hull on the outside then, a long gray thing. Men shouted down because everything that touched them was enemy even if it was a piece of storm. It was not a hull, it was not a friend. It was not a thing that would rescue them. It was a pressure only, a glide of force. It passed, and all the burning places near where it had been leaned toward that place the way a log leans toward where the current is strongest. Damaris felt it in her feet even through bronze. Crown made a sound that was not for human ears, not the scream that made teeth hurt but a low, iterated tone. Damaris heard it beneath her sternum in a place that had once known the pattern of her own blood when she had spent long nights next to a heating chamber counting breaths. 3 flashes. 2. 3. The splintered ladder shook as a man came down to demand orders, only to find that the lower deck was a hot fog that made orders a child's game. He retreated like a fisherman whose spear has struck something under the water that did not feel like a fish. On the wall, a herald banged a bronze plate in an even, almost curious rhythm. Not a call to arms, an accounting. The men of Syracuse were counting how many breaths it would take one ship to die so that they might later say they had mastered this new thing by understanding how long it lived. Captain, one of the Delia's boat officers, he had been a Pyrdrakes' cousin once removed and was on this ship because the gods had thought it a good joke, clutched Myron's arm. His hair was burning in slow little bubbles. If she breaks. I know. They'll say we wasted a sacred ship. They will say anything they like. They were never on the lower benches. The officer blinked, perhaps surprised that Myron had remembered the word sacred. He let go and staggered, and his legs made a sound like bark split off a tree. A crack ran along the deck, not the shudder of a rammed hull, but the slow parting of something that had been too long in the sun of men's ambition. Smoke rolled through it in a polite curve as if bowing. Myron, Damaris said, because she realized then that she had been calling him captain, and that saying his name meant she would be able to say it once more only if she lived. He answered with his eyes. You cut, she said, good. Her mouth was powder. She shaped words by wanting them to exist. His jaw clenched in something like grief. I cut. A sound like a man's heel sliding down a wet stair came from beneath, then a single cry, surprised more than pained, and a hissing. Simo, by luck or punishment, watched one of the bright threads turn white where it sucked out the last air of a pocket between benches. In that moment he could have believed a thing had lips. Keep breathing, he said in the boy's ear, because if he could make one person live through one more breath, then time would still be a thing of persons, not of maps and decisions. Can we, the boy began. No. You didn't let me say. I know what you would say. There is no hole that will take us that is not also a grave. Men above them were striking the deck with axes made for clearing brush from roads. The axes rang and made no impression. The rings were so clean that they made sorrow by themselves. Damaris loosened the hatched dog on the chamber, a hand's breadth to cool the inside by a finger's worth, if the inside of a bronze room could be said to cool. The heat that came out took her eyebrows and the first line of hair at her forehead, and she did not care because it made Crown's breathing slow by one count in 10. The bright islands drifted and merged. A long slick ran between them as if an invisible hand had drawn a line in the water with a burning brush. The Syracusans learned something then that the Athenians already knew, that to dive beneath such a thing is also to die because the thing finds faces. A boy in a brown rope belt jumped anyway, and his head came up with a crown of light that went down his back as he kicked. He became for a moment a prophet on fire who could not say his last word. The grain ship, finally away from the stone quay, drifted into a patch and caught, the stacks of sacks going like a row of houses when a city burns, and then bursting so that the contents sprayed in a blizzard of wheat that flashed to bright points in the air, and then went down singing into the water where fish and fire met and ate as brothers. On the Delia, a man made the sign against the evil eye and then stopped in embarrassment, because what was happening was neither the craft of jealous neighbors nor a casual curse. It was a plan on a table in Athens that had become a thing beneath his feet. Myron looked again at the hatch. The blows from beneath had stopped. He put his palm against the iron rim as if to say farewell to something that had deserved words. The skin stuck and then pulled away. He left a print. Captain, said the Pyrdrakes' cousin, almost cheerfully now because there was nothing more to do, and the cheerfulness that comes in at the end of all human plans is a kind of mercy. Any last? No. Orders. Yes, stop talking. Damaris's mouth twisted. She could hear her own breath. She could hear Crown's. What would you have me do? Myron asked her suddenly, in a voice that acknowledged that she had always been his second conscience when it came to the thing in the dark room. Open the door when I say, only then. When? When she stops pushing. How will we live it? We will not. It was not cruelty. It was simply what a keeper must say when another person asks her to map a world she did not build. The harbor's wind died and then returned from the sea's mouth, as if breathed by a man lying on his back and deciding whether to continue. The burning mats slid with the new breath and found a new path along the quay. In the shifting, A clear patch opened in front of the Delia's starboard quarter the size of a room. That room stayed empty for the span of 10 heartbeats. The shout went up from men on the other ship who had been preparing grapnels again, because a path was a path. They dug in with starboard oars and clawed their way to that open water the way men in deserts walk toward a lull between dunes. Their bow kissed the edge of the room and then went black and gold as the open water closed like a mouth with lips made of heat. Myron spat black and laughed once in the raw way men laugh in execution yards at jokes that would have been childish at the market. "We have taught them something," he said. "What?" Damaris asked. "To hesitate," he said, "which is what we needed to learn." He looked at the dragon door again. He had not asked for it. He had lectured against it when asked to command a sacred hull. He had said, in rooms where men drank and stroked their beards, that gods who needed ships were not gods in whom he would invest his life. He had been given the Delia because someone else wanted a different ship. He put his hand on the latch. "Now," Damaris said. He lifted. The bar dropped. The latch came clear. It threw his hand back with the force that lay behind it. Damaris opened the chamber door. Crown came out low and fast. It crossed the deck through smoke, reached the broken rail, and dropped into the sea. The water closed over it. It was like unstopping a wineskin that had been bound too tightly with cord, and then watching the wine make its own road where no road had been. A gout of light ran under the surface where the creature had gone. A long line of fire followed the creature beneath the surface, descending toward the dark. It was not the surface fire that licked. It was a wound that glowed within its own blood. The way the light moved along it made Damaris's spine think of fish without having the word fish at hand. The light went down, dimmer but true to its line, and found a place none of them would ever see. For a heartbeat, the air above the door tasted like the moment before rain. Damaris climbed onto the tilted stern. She could hear men below her, though she could no longer distinguish voices from the groaning of the hull. The harbor had become a storm of steam, burning oil, and shattered oars. Myron stood beside her. "Jump," he said. She looked at the water. Now that the creature had left, the space it took up with its fury was empty. The water began to act like water again near the stern, though that lie only held half its face. Now, they leapt together. They did not leap like men who had had time to count. They simply let go of wood and sought the one angle that did not have a licking brightness near it. The sea took them hard because it had been heated as if by kitchen fodder, a vast pot. Damaris's skin said no in 1,000 little places, and then stopped saying anything except yes to not breathing. Under the surface, the Delia sank through green water filled with embers. The embers did not go out because they were not like fire on land. They rode the slicks and slid in pockets like complicated fish. The lower benches remained visible for a moment, rows of dark bodies behind the slats. A hand lay open on a rung, as if asking a last fair price. Then the hull dropped into the harbor's deeper channel. A shadow moved beneath it. It did not move in a way that ships move. It did not move like Crown, whose motions Damaris knew as one knows the house callings of a bird that sleeps under one's eaves. It made the burning places above sag inward as if pulled. It passed like a draft under a door, like the withdrawing of something that had been near the lip of a well and then went down. Damaris saw the outline only as a disturbance in the fire, long, curved, and vanishing into darkness. It did not resemble Crown. It did not resemble any ship. Her ears made a sound then that came from the bones and not the water. The world grew thick around the inner ear. She felt her own throat try to open wider to take in a pressure that had not asked her permission. Myron dragged her upward. They broke the surface among floating timber. Her hair hissed. His helmet was gone. A piece of the Delia's nameboard knocked him in the jaw, and he let it go because he could not be a man who pulled himself to safety by letters. Men who could still move did. Those whose legs were caught under benches became part of the ship's last weight. A beam drifted between Damaris and Myron. He put his forearm over it and gave her the other end because there are gestures that hold the world together even beneath walls full of shouting enemies. Syracusan cutters hung back at the edge of the heat, crews with hooks ready to pull survivors out as prizes and testaments. One boatman lifted his hook and set it down again, because there was a ring of brightness between himself and a woman clinging to a spar, and he was old enough to have learned when to pretend he had been too slow to save. On the wall, someone cheered too soon and was struck to silence by a man with a writ of command on his chest. A gull that had swum down into the harbor like a fisherman came up with one wing singed to nothing and turned in place 3 times, and then put its head under the brown slick and breathed until it could not tell the difference between air and the idea of air. Myron looked at Damaris, and Damaris looked at him. It was the first time since boarding that they were simply 2 people among other people. Neither had hands enough to save this city, either city. He closed his eyes for a blink and opened them again, and in that half-breath there was the whole of a man's private life that is none of God's interest. The Delia gave a last long sigh. The singing rope under her released with a sound like a thought let go. The stern rose, slow and polite, as if bowing to a friend on shore. Then the bow pointed at the dark and followed it down. The Delia was gone. The lower rowers knew the ship by sound. They knew when the hull rode cleanly and when a neighboring vessel struck its side. They knew the difference between an oar dragging through weed and an oar breaking against a submerged stone. They knew when the upper deck had become crowded because the footsteps changed from separate impacts into a continuous tremor. On the day of the battle, the upper deck grew crowded before the enemy appeared. Men moved above them carrying shields. Orders crossed from bow to stern and returned altered. The rowers pulled harder without being told because the ship's weight had shifted. Simo watched the water through the slit beside his bench. The harbor's surface was already marked by oil from cooking fires and spilled cargo. If the Athenian fire reached it, the water would not remain water. "Tell the captain," Philon said. "You tell him. You are closest to the hatch. Then you are closest to the oar." Philon gripped the oar. "I am always closest to the oar." Simo almost smiled. The rams struck. The lower benches jumped. Men fell into one another. A jar shattered beneath the forward seat. Water entered through the side and spread around their ankles. Above, the captain ordered the fire crew. Simo heard the order and understood its danger. "Release the lower vents," he shouted. No one above heard him. The ship rocked again. A man fell from the bench and disappeared beneath the feet of the rowers. Simo hauled him upright. The man had a broken nose and blood in his mouth. The first fire entered through the open seam in the hull. It did not descend from above. It came along the water. The men nearest the opening tried to climb. There was no space. Oars blocked the way. Benches pinned their knees. The lower deck became a room in which every attempt to escape pushed another man into the heat. Simo tore his cloak into strips and soaked them in the water jar. The jar had been cracked by the impact. The water ran across the deck, mingling with the fire. Philon stared at the flame. "Do not watch it," Simo said. "I have to see where it is." "No, you have to breathe." The boy pressed the wet cloth to his mouth. Simo moved down the line, forcing men to lower their heads. The smoke gathered against the deck above them. The fire burned with a sound like fabric being torn slowly. A body struck the hatch from above. Then another. The captain was trying to reach them. Simo looked up. "Do not open it." The hatch moved. Heat fell through the gap. The men beneath the deck cried out together. Simo threw himself against the hatch and held it closed with his shoulder. Someone above shouted his name. He did not know whether it was Myron or Damaris. "Keep it closed," he yelled. The fire rose around his legs. Philon seized his belt and pulled him back. "You cannot hold it." Simo looked at the boy. He suddenly understood that the boy had been waiting for permission to leave him. "Then climb," Simo said. "There is nowhere to climb. Find somewhere." Philon looked toward the side opening. Beyond it, the harbor burned. He stayed. The harbor mouth was narrower than the maps suggested. The charts showed distance between the rocks, but not the boats anchored there, the ropes that crossed the channel, or the wind that entered from the open water and struck the walls before turning back upon itself. Myron sent a pilot into the bow to call the depths. 6 cubits. The next call came before the ship had moved a length. 4. The Delia's keel scraped stone. The rowers felt the impact through the benches. Simo stopped his oar before the captain gave the order. The men behind him followed. The ship lost momentum. Myron shouted for the port side to pull. The priest shouted for the crew to remain still. The pilot shouted that another ship was crossing. 3 voices entered the lower deck as a single confusion. Simo made the decision. Port side half-stroke. The rowers obeyed him. The Delia swung away from the stone. The crossing ship passed close enough to scrape its paint against the Athenian hull. Above, Myron looked down through the hatch. Who gave that order? Simo raised his hand. Myron studied him. You are not an officer. No. Then do not command the ship. Simo looked toward the narrow water ahead. Then give the order before the ship needs it. Myron had no time to punish him. The harbor opened beyond the last line of anchored vessels, but the enemy had placed small boats across the channel. Their crews carried hooks and jars of burning pitch. They had turned the mouth into a gate. The Delia slowed. Damaris felt the Pyrdrakes' heat rise beneath the deck. The animal had been disturbed by the cramped passage, the scraping hull, and the noise above. Its breathing became faster. The chamber's pressure gauge rose by small, regular increments. Cool the stone, Damaris ordered. The furnace crew opened the water line. The water did not flow. A rope had been tied around the valve handle during the procession. It took 2 men to cut it loose. By then, the needle had climbed beyond the safe mark. Damaris looked at Myron. He was above deck, trying to choose between the enemy boats and the open water. She climbed the hatch. Fire now, she said. Myron looked at her. We are not clear. If we wait, the chamber will fire without us. The harbor mouth narrowed around them. Myron turned toward the enemy. Prepare the siphon. Chapter 12. The men beneath the deck. The survivors were counted on the shore by men who had not seen the lower benches. They counted 37 from a crew of 180. They counted the priest, though he had lost the altar. They counted Captain Myron, who had a burn across his cheek and no expression left behind his eyes. They did not count the men beneath the deck. The counting took place by lamplight among damp reeds and sand that held heat, and then surrendered it in a breath. The lamps were caged against wind. A clerk with a reed stylus leaned over a wax tablet on his knee and asked for names. The names came raggedly at first, hoarse from smoke and brine, offered by men who had been dragged ashore by hooks and oars. The clerk placed a line beside each name. He did not look up when a man answered with silence. He had orders to complete the list before dawn. They made a place for the wounded beyond the smell. They laid men on cloaks and sailcloth cut from a captured boat. Vinegar and water were poured over burns with the care of men who had run out of linen. The smell of the harbor lay under everything. Fish cooked in place, pitch, rank mud overturned by hundreds of oars, and the faint sweet note of the secretion smoke where it had found a seam and clung. Out in the blackness, the great harbor collected moonlight in ragged strips. In one place far off there was a dull orange that did not dislodge, no matter how the current tapped it. The stone there had kept a memory of flame. Damaris stood with the rowers who had escaped. She watched the clerk's hand until his rhythm set the breath in her chest. Thalin, Thalin, line in line, silent as a drum. She could hear the habit of it, the torchlit musters, the plate of bronze struck to gather, the tallying done after winter gales, but not like this. The men near her were Thranites and Zygites. Their hands had the thickened ridge beneath the thumb where the oar's leather had rubbed a lifetime's line. Their shoulders were ash-dusted and salt-crusted, set in the angle of men braced against memory. They did not speak of the bench beneath them because they had been above it and had seen nothing but the smoke push up and the faces vanish. A boy who had lied about his age hiccuped into his blanket and then retched quietly off to one side. A Syracusan slave keeper came and stood at the edge of the light. He said nothing. He was there because the city was watching the counting. Damaris asked for the tablet. She did not ask the clerk. She waited until he set it down to warm his hands on a brazier and then lifted it. The wax held the grooves of other nights. She stood where the lamplight would not blind her. The breeze kept trying to flip the cloth of her sleeve. It had been written by a clerk using a lamp shielded from the wind. Names were grouped by rank, then by position aboard ship. The lower-tier rowers occupied the final column. Beside each name, the clerk had drawn a short line. No marks indicated how they had died. Damaris took the stylus and wrote a second column. She remembered as many names as she could. Some had been loud, some silent. One had sung constantly through the voyage, and another had feared the chamber more than the enemy. She began with the corners of her mind she kept for the heat cycles. The man whose cough always came halfway through Crown's long breaths. The one who would spit twice on his hands before each beat. Ariston, who had told her, without quite looking at her, that he could not stand to be told when to breathe by a drum, and had learned, after 3 campaigns, to make friends with orders. Pythian of Acharni, who hummed a fragment of a shepherd's call when the oar bit deepest. Micken, who had carved a dolphin into the leather of his belt, and refused to say why because he had no sons, and did not want any boy to go to sea after him. The Thracian, who had learned enough Attic to say yes, and no, and water, and stop. She wrote until the wax filled with names, and there was no room for the dead she had failed to remember. When she could not recall a man's name, she set a small dot where the line for his name would have been, and she wrote the bench number instead, 3rd or starboard lower. The clerk saw what she was doing and made a sound with his teeth and then said nothing. He had orders to count. He had no order that forbade a second hand to remember. Myron stood behind her. "Leave it," he said. "Why?" "The official record will be sealed." His voice was as even as it had been when he told the keeled ship to back water into a storm. It had no place to grip. "Then the official record will be wrong. The record is meant to explain the loss. The loss does not need explaining." The captain's burned cheek shone flat in the lamplight. He had been struck by a rope made furious with tar and fire. The hair there was crisped in a neat scallop. The eye above it did not blink. The other eye tracked the clerk's read. He looked toward the harbor. It was dark now. The water had cooled, though dead fish still floated near the quay. A few patches of fire remained where the secretion had lodged in cracks between stones. "Will the animal be recorded?" he asked. Damaris set down the stylus. "No." "Why not?" "Because if they record it, they will have to admit what it is." Myron looked at her burned hands. They were bandaged in strips cut from an old sail. She could not close them without feeling the memory of bronze. "And what is it?" he asked. She thought of Crown's body moving through the chamber, of the way it had searched for air, of the line of fire descending beneath the sinking ship. She could hear again the moment the Kelusts broke his own rhythm, and tried to shout through steam that did not carry voices, the brass taps opening above the lower benches, the decision to leave them closed because to open them would be to invite the enemy down their own corridors. "A prisoner," she said. The captain did not answer. He turned and walked to the place where the water lapped at the sand in a thin line. There were men there, bent over, pulling at something that had caught on the bottom. A fragment of the bronze head had lodged in the silt, the dragon's teeth blackened and dulled. They used 2 oars and a rope to bring it up. It had once been an ornament, a mask to make weapon into emblem. In the torchlight it looked ruined and ashamed. "Keep that under cover," Myron said without raising his voice. 2 Marines wrapped it and carried it inland. The Syracusan at the edge of the light watched the place where it had been and then spat, not from hatred but from habit. A coxswain from another ship came and squatted next to Damaris and asked, very softly, which benches had failed. She told him what she knew without turning her head. 3rd to 7th on both sides, lower tier, where the steam pooled first. She described the little hiss that had begun under her feet, the way it had become a skin on the water within the hold, white then clear, then something with no color at all that burned the lungs when it was breathed. She said it in pieces because the words did not want to be in one place together. "The grates," he asked. "Never opened." He nodded once and looked down. "Good," he said, and then after a while, may the men forgive us. A wind out of the northwest creased the lamp flames and then smoothed them with its palm. From the city walls there came an echo of iron. The night had not ended battles, it had only covered them. In Athens, Eudoxus received the news 3 days later. The messenger described the Delia's loss as a harbor accident complicated by enemy action. The report mentioned fire only once. It did not mention the rowers. He read the tablet standing in the yard because he would not take dust in where the mechanism stood. He read every place where a name should have been and was not. He saw the hand that had written it. The clerk was well trained. The lines lay straight. They had not wavered where they should have. Eudoxus carried the tablet to the workshop and placed it beneath the mechanism. The mechanism sat in a frame that was plain by design. Its ornaments were its teeth. The plates had been cleaned without polish so that the numbers and letters would not disappear under reflection. Salt had crept into every seam of the city. He kept it from these with oil and discipline. The room smelled of bronze, olive wood, lamp smoke, and the lemon oil a shipwright had once given him to soften a stiffened pin. The K1 gear had begun to turn again. The K2 gear moved in small backward increments. On the bronze strip, a second line had appeared below the first. Eudoxus had cut that second line into the plate with the same hand that had cut the first, refusing to let the student in him believe that the world could be written cleanly in one row. Eudoxus read the report over his shoulder. 2 ships, he said. 2 animals. 1 escaped. Perhaps Eudoxus did not know where he had placed the line between humility and evasion. The line had moved in the last season. Eudoxus looked at him. You still use that word. It is accurate. It is a coward's word. Eudoxus turned on him. You built the chamber. I built what they ordered. You built the cage. I built a cage because you brought me an animal and called it knowledge. They stood in the habit of men who had argued across many seasons and would argue until one of them died or the other left. The mechanism made a small ticking sound that was its own breath, regular as a crab on stone. Eudoxus tapped the tablet with the back of his finger. They will send the Salaminia, he said. It was the thing that he held most dearly to contempt, confidence as a shield. They will ask for new valves. They will ask for greater pressure. They will not ask for more air. They will ask me whether the second line is victory or warning, Eudoxus said. They will ask in a manner that supposes it can be one of those and not the other. He reached to the frame and slid his thumb along the scoring line, a practical mark, ugly beside the engraved letters. He had cut it himself the night he first watched the K2 gear move not with the cycle of the moon or the cycle of the sun's anomaly, but with something like an animal's waiting. He had thought then that the device had found an error. He had not then thought that the error was his. They are not accidents, Eudoxus said softly to the machine, as if to justify it to itself. They are the same pattern folded twice. Speak to men, Eudoxus said, not to bronze. Eudoxus was about to answer when he heard the sandals in the courtyard, the particular confidence in the cadence of someone let through 2 doors without challenge. He had time to turn the tablet with the names so that the wet corner did not drip on the floor. Damaris entered carrying the list of names from Syracuse. The wax tablet had been wrapped in cloth. She had wrapped it not to protect the wax but to keep from seeing it when she slept sitting upright on planks. She had not slept. The skin under her eyes was the color of figs after drought. She placed the tablet on the workbench. Eudoxus read the first few lines. His shoulders dropped. He saw the way her hand had made corrections where the memory had come after the first attempt. He saw bench numbers where names had failed. He did not ask which column was the clerk and which was Damaris. The hand told him. Eudoxus did not touch the tablet. Where is Myron? He asked. Alive. The animal. Damaris looked at the mechanism. The light on the brass reminded her of the light on the bronze tank when they fed the fire, and the creature held itself quiet because it had learned that quiet kept the heat away for a while. I saw something beneath the ship, she said. Eudoxus frowned, crown. No. What did you see? She struggled to describe it without making it larger than memory. The harbor in her mind carried too much. Words could make it a giant for no reason but grief. A shape in the fire. She held her hands square as if to hold distance. When the line went down, when the stream ran off the bow as we sank, there was a place below where it did not spread. It lifted and bent to one side as if something pressed up. The fire touched it and went out there, just there, not as when water smothers, but as if it moved elsewhere. The water pulled. Not the tide, this was in the same breath as the sinking. The drum had stopped. The men had stopped, I heard. She stopped because she had heard the men, their feet on the deck above as they hammered for air, the slow lower thud of a bench that had not learned to fear drowning yet. The whistle crown made through its nostrils when its head had been pressed to the vents, and there was no air to take. The sound under the water had been like a bell rung far away and answered twice. Eudoxus felt the workshop grow cold. Were there fish, he asked, for want of any bet or purchase on what she had said. Not where the fire went, everywhere else. Nesarchus rubbed the back of his wrist across his mouth as if to wipe away something produced by his own tongue. There are vents in those shallows, old ones. The stones keep heat. Do not make it a god. I am not making it a god, Damaris said. The anger surprised her because she had left most of her fire in the harbor. I am telling you what I saw. The fire fell and then altered. It was as if the water knew it. She put her hand flat on the table and closed her fingers until the bandage coughed ash. Before that, she said, and now she looked only at Eudoxus, crown changed. Not when the enemy closed, not when the first ram struck. Before, the long pulses broke. He gave me 7 quick breaths one on another. He has never done that unless you starved him of air, Nesarchus said. She did not look at him, unless there was something else below. Eudoxus turned to the mechanism without meaning to. The K2 gear moved another backward tooth. It was like watching a man breathe out in a room that had been still the moment before. The bell, he asked. You heard something like a bell. She shook her head once. Not a bell, a pressure, the sound the bronze makes when it speaks to itself, but not here, she added and touched her breastbone. Here. She meant the way a diver hears the sea. Eudoxus's hands were gentle on the wood of the frame. He thought of the nights he had sat on the stones above the warm places and held his hand over blackness, and felt the thread moving just above the water where the heat rose and the night pulled it back down. He thought of the time he had cut the second eccentric gear, in defiance of a student who had said that error should be erased. I made the second line for a season of wind that did not return, he said only to her. It did not return because I had written it in the wrong place. Myth, Nesarchus muttered. The sea does not change its mind because a man writes on bronze. Eudoxus wiped his palm on his robe and then, with care, placed it under the spinning plate and stopped the K1 gear with a touch. The K2 continued to move for a heartbeat and then arrested against his unmoving hand. He let go. The K1 resumed. Listen, he said. They listened. Outside in the yard, a swallow took a last mouse from his perch with a snap. In the workshop, the oil made a clean small sound as it wicked into a lamp. The mechanism made nothing, because when it worked properly, it had the courtesy to seem inevitable. Trouble the dates, Nesarchus said, because he could not bear quiet that asked to be believed. Prove it. I can show coincidence, Eudoxus said. I cannot show cause. Coincidence, Nesarchus said, and spat it carefully into a bucket as if it were a bitter seed. They will take coincidence and pay silver for it if it says victory. Eudoxus reached for the knob that allowed him to read the ridged underside of the bronze strip without forcing the teeth. He turned it with respect rather than haste. The first line was the long wander of a planet that took its time. The second was a smaller wave that had made him proud the night he had cut it because it was his. He had not thought the second thing would humble the first. He set the pointer against the day the theorist had burned and found the second line lifting slightly against the first. He set it for the night before the Delia had gone into the great harbor. The second line lay under the first then, and rose when she had descended. He set the pointer for the season when a thing had happened on a rocky shore beyond a shallow black shoal, long before any of them had put a dragon's head on a prow, and watched the second line move when no fleet sailed. He had stood there and smelled heat without seeing flame. He had written a mark in the margin because he did not trust any gear that moved when no man had moved it. He straightened. Not victory, he said to the air. Nesarchus thumped his hand lightly against the side of the bronze tank he had brought to show the difference between a valve and a stop. He had brought it to argue with. He had brought metal to beat words with. Say it. Eudoxus looked at Damaris. She was breathing evenly for the first time since she had walked in, because she had found a thing to hold to, even if it was only a shape underwater. It predicted the conditions under which the animal would panic, he said. Nesarchus closed his eyes. The lids made 2 clean half-coins of shadow on his face. Then it is useless as war, he said. Then it is honest as a warning, Eudoxus said. They looked at one another over the machine. Neither was consoled. In the yard, a boy from the Piraeus entered without speaking, because he had been told to run, and to put the tablet in the hands of the thinker, and to run again. He placed another clay-framed strip on the table. It bore the hand of an officer who liked straight lines. It recommended the immediate fitting of additional reliefs to the boiling chamber. It noted that a crowd had gathered at the counting, that a priest had been seen weeping, that a marine had struck the priest for weeping when men were still being recovered. It said that orders would be issued by Thuron concerning narrative. Nesarchus lifted his head at the last word as if he had heard a footstep behind him in a lane and did not trust it. Narrative, he said. We are all to be turned into words. Words, Eudoxus said, and lifted the list Damaris had brought, or this. He held 2 accountings of the same night. The one sent by the state had a neat tally. The one made by a woman in the dark had dots where the memory had loved men and cannot bear that they be metal. Will they make you put your names away? Nesarchus asked Damaris, and tried to make it a joke because he had done wrongs he had not intended and wanted to feel like a man again. They can make me say nothing, she said. They cannot make me forget. She looked at the mechanism again, not because she loved it, but because she hated it less than she hated the men who had decided that anything named by bronze could be owned. Do not tell them about the second line, she said suddenly. The words ran out of her as if a rope had been cut and a load had fallen. Eudoxus closed his hand over the knob out of reflex. If I do not tell, they will use the first line and stop their ears against the second. If I tell, they will use both for war. There is no safety in silence. There is no safety in speech. Then give it to no one, she said. It already belongs to everyone with a long memory and an old wound, Nesarchus said. He had not meant to be moving when he said it. He had meant to be a stone. He found that his feet had already taken him to the shelf where he kept the little valves he had made and left them on the bench because a man with a purse had taken the bigger ones away. He looked at the valves and hated their neatness. He said to the metal, I am not your priest, and then to Eudoxus, they will come for it in the morning. Send them a different plate. Eudoxus would have answered but did not. The K2 gear had stopped. No wind came through the window. The flame did not waver. The air of the room lay calm as water in a sealed jar. Somewhere under the plaster, a little thread of water found a bead and slid and let go. A drop fell from the beam and struck the bronze housing. The mechanism answered with a single, deep click, not the chatter of teeth, the click of a thing that has been asked to be what it is and has agreed. Outside, somewhere beyond the harbor, the tide turned against the moon. It did not turn like a flood. It went the other way in small places, in the sound beneath a quay, in the way a rope dragged at a pile, in the whisper a fish makes when its back lifts through a slick. A boy down by the boatyard looked up because the skiff he had tied hard to the post made a different knock. He looked at the sky and saw nothing to answer his hands. Nesarchus opened his mouth to speak and closed it again. The little valves on the bench rolled together as if a hand had nudged the table. Damaris took one step and then another without knowing she had meant to move. Eudoxus placed his hand flat on the machine and felt it not as a prophet but as a man who has put his ear to a wall and learned that walls keep secrets only from those who never touch them. He saw in his mind a harbor in darkness and a place where fire moved as if it had touched a thought. He did not call it a thing. He did not name it at all. He stood with his hand on the bronze and felt the room listen. The first report from Syracuse described the Delia as a sacred vessel lost under enemy pressure. The second described a mechanical failure. The third described an accidental ignition caused by an unstable mixture in the forward chamber. The fourth was never sent. Myron wrote it by lamplight on the shore, his cheek bandaged and his hands shaking from cold. He listed the names of the men trapped below deck. He wrote that the weapon had been deployed in a harbor where the water had nowhere to carry the heat. He wrote that the chamber had continued to burn after the order to close it. At the end, he wrote, "The fire did not defeat the ship. The belief that the fire could be controlled defeated the ship." The message was taken by an officer before dawn. Thuron read it in Athens and folded it into quarters. "Where is the Pyrdrakes?" he asked. The messenger hesitated, lost. "Lost where?" "In the harbor." "Then recover it." The messenger looked at the floor. Thuron understood. "You did not search." "We searched the wreck." "The wreck is not the animal." Damaris stood beside the door. "It may have escaped." Thuron turned toward her. "Escape to where?" She thought of the line of fire beneath the sinking hull and the broad disturbance beyond it. Somewhere the ship could not go. Thuron's eyes narrowed. "Then the animal is still a resource." "No. Do not use that word. It is not a resource because you cannot reach it." He stepped closer. "Everything reachable is a resource." Damaris looked at the official report on the table. "Then the sea has saved it." Thuron slapped her. The sound carried through the room. Damaris did not touch her face. Eudoxus entered behind her and saw the mark forming on her cheek. "Thuron," he said. The treasurer turned. "You have brought us an animal that can burn a harbor, and now you object to discipline." Eudoxus looked at the report. "You have omitted the rowers." "The report concerns the weapon." "The rowers were beneath the weapon." "Then their deaths are included in its failure." Eudoxus's hand tightened around the mechanism case. The K2 gear turned backward inside it. The water in the room's basin shivered. Thuron saw the movement and smiled without warmth. "You see, even your machine agrees that the city must continue." Eudoxus closed the case. "No," he said, "it agrees that something is moving." The lower rowers saw the fire first. It arrived as a brightness beneath the bench, spreading along the water that had entered through the scraped keel. The men nearest the port side shouted. Those farther forward had no view and assumed the enemy had thrown a burning jar. Simon knew the difference. A jar burned upward. This fire moved sideways. "Raise your feet," he shouted. The rowers pulled their legs onto the benches. The heat climbed through the water and turned the air above it sharp. Philon dropped his oar and tried to climb toward the hatch. "There is no room," Simo said. "I cannot breathe." "Wet the cloths." "What cloths?" Simo tore the strip from his waist. The water jar had broken. He pressed the cloth into the shallow flood and tied it over the boy's mouth. The Delia struck another hull. The impact drove the men against the benches. The altar above them fell. Its bronze bowl rolled down the deck and struck the hatch. The priest screamed that the sacred image must be saved. Simo looked up. The hatch opened. Smoke fell through. "Close it," he shouted. The priest reached down for the bowl. Simo shoved him aside and pulled the hatch shut. The priest struck the cover with both fists. "You are sealing us in." "We are already sealed." The fire entered the lower deck. Water began to boil around the oar blades. Men screamed as the heat reached their legs. Some abandoned the benches and climbed over one another toward the stern. Others remained because the ship still needed to turn. Simo saw Philon looking at the broken side seam. "What are you watching?" "The water." "Stop. It is moving against the ship." Simo looked despite himself. Beyond the fire in the shallow harbor, a dark movement passed beneath the Delia. The water lifted, settled, and lifted again. The ship's burning wake folded around it. Simo pulled Philon away from the opening. "Do not look." "Why?" "Because there is nothing you can do." The lower deck beams cracked. Simo called the rowers toward the stern. They moved in a single mass, carrying the injured between them. The heat followed. The water around the benches boiled in pockets, rising in bursts that struck the deck above. At the stern hatch, Myron appeared. He had blood on his face. "Can you reach the sea?" Simo looked at the opening behind him. "The sea is already here." "Can you reach the boats?" "Some." "Then take them." Simo pointed toward the remaining rowers, and the others. Myron looked down into the smoke. The captain's face changed. "Take everyone you can." Simo nodded. The priest's voice sounded from the forward deck, still calling for the altar. Myron closed the hatch. The Delia began to sink by the bow. Chapter 13, the Salaminia's Oath. The Salaminia left Piraeus carrying a new captain and an old reputation. Captain Euryx had not commanded a sacred ship before. He had commanded faster ships, smaller ships, and one vessel so badly built that it had taken on water at the dock. But he had never commanded a ship whose name entered a harbor before its sail did. The crew believed the reputation was a kind of armor. Damaris knew better. She had been assigned to the chamber because the Delia had reduced the number of trained heat tenders. The council had called it an honor. Euryx called it necessity. Nesarchus called it a temporary arrangement and did not meet her eyes when he said so. He did not enter the chamber that morning. He stood on the gangplank with his sleeves rolled and his hands behind his back, fretting the seam of a callus where a burn had knit crooked. "You will serve," he said. "I have served," Damaris answered. "I said serve, not grieve. Grief is not a choice." He looked past her into the bronze-walled chamber as though it were an argument, not a room. "Temporary," he repeated, then nodded to a boy with a chalk to notch the ship's manifest and walked off before she could tell him that the dragon below did not take orders from chalk. The Pyrdrakes aboard the Salaminia was the smallest yet. It had been found after the loss of the Theris, clinging to a ledge above the volcanic shelf. Its body was narrow, its plates pale around the edges, and one hind limb dragged when it walked. The crew had named it Ember. Damaris disliked the name but kept it because the animal did not answer to any human word. The shipyard had burned its nozzles bright until the dragonhead prow shone like a promise. A polis official in white wool had walked the length of the quay reading from a wooden tablet that made no mention of animals or tanks. "The Salaminia," he cried, "goes out to carry our message as she carried hope at Salamis." He poured a libation to Athena and another to the sea. Thuron stood at his shoulder, rings at his fingers, and watched the men with no expression on his face. Euryx waited until the libation darkened the planks, then raised his hand and spoke not to the council but to his crew. "We are not a shrine," he said, "and not a threat. We are a blade. A blade must be forged and tempered, never brandished from pride alone. Hear me now." He had the oarsmen, the deckhands, the marines, the furnace men, the boys who carried water, and the one woman who tended the heat stand in a rough circle around the foremast. He set his palm to the wood. "By this mast and by the girdles of her hull," he said, "we swear, we do not run our name ashore to save ourselves. We do not break our speed for easy show. We do not beg our prow to spit fire to win us what our hands cannot. We use what we must when we must, and for the city's face, not our own. Say it with me." Kellust's oarmaster repeated the lines. Men spoke them awkwardly at first, then stronger. Damaris did not speak. She felt the wood against her back where she leaned, feeling it answer with its faint long groan as wind and weight settled differently with each step on the deck. Oath or no oath, the bronze under the keel would do what it did when the living inside it woke. Before departure, Eudoxus inspected the chamber. He came aboard with his cloak already smelling of cold metal and lamp smoke, the instrument cradled as though it were a wounded thing. He nodded to Euryx, but did not stop to be used as display. He went straight below and knelt in the cramped passage beside the bronze hatch. The chamber took the hull's shape. Copper lining kept the furnace from biting into the planks. Trussed staves and bolts fixed the heat tank in place over the keel's spine. Oxhide gaskets swelled in grooves where bronze plates met. 2 pressure lines ran forward under the rowing benches to the siphon pump by the bow, where a dragon's head of cast bronze waited with its mouth closed under a canvas hood. The governor sat atop the chamber like a squat animal, a weighted arm linked to a reed that dipped into a water cup, a simple way to watch how hard the thing inside breathed. "You have changed the venting," Damaris said. "I have changed the measure of the pressure, governor." "Why?" "The previous setting allowed too much variation." "The animal is variation." "Not according to the readings." She turned toward him. "Your readings told the Delia to enter the harbor. They told the council that the harbor would be dangerous. And the council heard what it wanted." Eudoxus's face tightened. He had lost weight since the Theris. He slept in the workshop and kept the mechanism beside him even when he ate. The K2 gear had begun moving backward at unpredictable intervals. He had tried to repair it twice. Both times the new tooth had cracked. He pulled a pin from the governor's arm and slid on another ring of bronze, heavier by the weight of a thumbnail. The reed in the cup sank a finger's width, wavered and steadied. Ember moved on the other side of the plates with a slow rasp of scale on metal, a dull thump of tail against rivets. The rhythm of it was irregular, long breaths broken by quick shivers. Its smell reached them, mineral, hot stone and oil. "Your shoulder," he said. "What about it?" "The burn has darkened." "It is healing." "Damaris, do not give me a physician's voice when you have not earned one." He looked away. He set his hand on the chamber wall. It was as cool as the ship's belly, and after a moment a low vibration traveled into his palm, like a cat's purr but slow, as if something deep below mimicked it. He took his hand away. "Do not touch what you cannot feel," Damaris said. He tipped the instrument to draw a chalk line on his wax tablet and stood. In the cramped passage his forehead nearly touched the beam. "If the reed drops below that mark," he told her, tapping the governor, "open the forward bleed. If it jumps twice in quick order, twice, not once, close all and open the aft." She said nothing. The new weight was wrong. It would make the animal work harder for the same intake. It would teach the reed to lie. When he had gone, she slid the tips of her fingers into the narrow seam between the chamber plates and the frame and felt the clean line of brine where the hull bled and dried. Her shoulder itched. She did not scratch it. She crouched and opened the small gate to peer in at the eyeport where the observation slit gave a strip of darkness and a wet glimmer. A pale edge of plate, Ember's flank shifted. Its bad hind limb lay folded under it like a broken oar. "Eat," she told it later, when the shipyard shriek of ropes on wood gave way to the harbor's braiding noise. The high voices, the creak of yards, the slap of water against stone. She tossed in the bucket of warmed fish, cuttle and small bream, and counted the sound of their fall. The animal lifted its head after a pause and took, mouth working, the rough noise of bone grinding audible through the plates. The Salaminia moved out between ships whose crews had stopped their own labor to watch her pass. She kept her oars shipped to carry the picture of invincible ease. Children on a warehouse roof cried out and pointed to the hooded bronze head at her prow. Two women crossed themselves against a door jamb and turned their faces toward the ground. Uruk stood at the stern with the helmsman and the Prorius at his right. He did not smile. "We will not use the flute," he told the Kelusts. "I want them to hear nothing but our water." He wore no plume. He had wrapped his hair in a strip of dark cloth to keep it from blowing in his eyes. His hands were quick and sparing when he touched anything: rope, rail, man's shoulder. He moved like a man who had learned to steer by feel instead of by mark. The first day he ordered the rowers to practice turns. Backwater port, ahead starboard, hold water. The oars lifted, dipped, and the hull came about like a knife turning on a board. In open water he had the sail lowered and raised until the boys with their bare feet on the yard could move as one thing. He made them shake the reefing lines out and tie them again until even the clumsiest knew his knot by heart. Not because the enemy was near, but because he wanted every man to feel the ship answer as a single body. The second day he ran them without the sail to hear the hull. The oars beat and the awleets, denied his pipe, beat time instead on a drum of stretched hide. The hollow of it met the hollow of the hull, and the sound was a machine that moved forward, not music. Damaris sat with her back against the chamber wall and matched the animal's breath to the strokes, until she realized she was doing it and stopped. Eudoxus stayed mostly aft, eyes on a horizon the others could not see, shawl wrapped around the instrument as if the sea might steal it. He offered little and watched much. At night he slept rolled in sailcloth beneath the stern rail, and when he woke he listened before he moved, like a man who tried to hear his own thought before it fled. The Salaminium moved with grace. Its tall mast leaned into the wind. Its sacred name seemed to move ahead of it like a promise. On the third day, the birds disappeared. Damaris noticed first. She had watched gulls follow every Athenian vessel from Piraeus, feeding on scraps and riding the wake. Now the sky was empty. Even the small storm petrels that usually skated ahead of the bow had vanished. She went to the rail and spat twice, a habit she had picked up at sea when there was no temple to mark with grain. A boy at the ropes glanced up. "Bad," he whispered. "They know something," she said. The navigator, a compact man with legs bowed by years at a bench and a scar along his chin where an oar had split, joined Euryx with a wetted finger in the air. The day's heat sat on him like a blanket. Sweat ran down his temples and made dark lines in the dust on his cheeks. "The wind has no mind," he said. "It will change." Euryx disagreed. "Weather does not remove birds from the sky. It removes them from this part of the sky." By afternoon, the horizon had become a hard line of gray. The wind dropped. The sails sagged. The sea flattened until the oarsmen's strokes seemed to move the entire world. The helmsman glanced at Euryx. "She does not like it." "She is a ship," Euryx said. "She feels what we feel and gives it back. Put her head north by west. Keep her off that long smear to leeward." "What smear?" the Boreas asked. The navigator pointed. Far ahead on the starboard quarter, the smooth water ran out in a patchwork of slicks and ruffled dark. A line of black seemed to ride just below the surface where the weeds did not grow. "Shoals," he said, "not where I have them on my board." "Black rock?" the Boreas asked. "Rock does not move," the navigator said. "That moves." Euryx read the water. In two places the small chop stood wrong, as though the wind there had slowed. There were no whitecaps anywhere, and yet the patches rucked like blankets kicked from below. He did not use the word omen, he used his arms. "Take us 3 points off that line," he told the helmsman. "We do not test our old name on new stones." "Cape Sepia's water, Captain?" the navigator asked. "Not yet," Euryx said, "but we smell its cousins." Below, Damaris checked lashings as if lashings could help. She ran her hands along the heated copper of the furnace box, where yesterday's coals lay banked under ash ready to wake if air were given. The bellows sat folded. The forward bleed was closed a thumb's turn short of snug. The aft was loose by a hair. The siphon's twin cylinders, polished bronze on oiled pivots, stood tied and ready under their hood. The pressure needle that Nesarchus had made for her from the core of a thorn reed quiet. The reed in the governor cup sagged to its new mark and stayed there as if it had always lived at that depth. She put her ear to the bronze. Ember breathed with the ship, a little behind it, the way an animal in a sling will move with the rope not because it trusts, but because there is nothing else to do. Eudoxus stood at the stern with the mechanism beneath his cloak. Damaris joined him, the sea stretched flat as beaten metal. Somewhere ahead the sky and water had joined hands and made a new, straighter line. "What does it say?" she asked. "It is not a weather instrument." "What does it say?" He opened the cloak. The K1 gear turned forward. The K2 gear jerked backward. "Something is wrong. That is the one prediction you make with confidence." He did not smile. He pressed his palm flat over the wood box as though searching for warmth. The mechanism's noise was so small that only a man who had taught his ear to hear it could have called it noise, a faint ticking no harder than the click of 2 sand grains. The small backward jerk came again. He winced as if the machine had pained him. A sound rolled beneath the ship. It was not thunder. Thunder moved through air. This moved through the hull. It came from no direction in all directions. A long, soft pressure that traveled from the keel into shinbone and rib and made men look at each other without meaning to. The oarsmen stopped. The Salaminia drifted. An order died half-born in the Kelus's throat. The helmsman held the tiller steady and felt nothing in it, like holding a fish with no life left. A circle of darker water widened off the port side and vanished before anyone could see what had made it. "Lift your blades," Euryx said quietly, and every oar came up in the same breath because quiet orders at sea could be more fearful than shouted ones. Damaris went to the forward hatch and looked along the line of the gutter between planks. The faintest trickle came through, a cold line that tasted not of salt but of rock. The air in the passage deepened, as if an invisible hand pressed on lungs and left again. Eudoxus set the instrument down and crouched as if to balance himself for a blow. His face had gone paler than the linen under his cloak. He put his ear to the deck. "Do you hear it?" he asked no one. "Do you hear that not sound?" "Sound enough to make the birds go," Damaris said. Then the wind returned. It came from the south with such force that the mast groaned. Men ran to the rigging. The sails snapped open. The sea rose in a single dark wall. The ship heeled until the rail touched the water. Euryx shouted for the storm lines. "Reef, reef," the Proteus cried. Boys swarmed up the ratlins like ants on poured honey. The yards swung. The sail cracked and tried to tear itself free until hands nailed it with rope. The hypozomata, the great girdle cables that held the hull, throbbed and sang. A lash unfroze and whipped a man's ear bloody. He did not put a hand to it. He hauled. Damaris ran her palm over the furnace door and felt heat gather under the ash as if the copper itself remembered fire and wanted more. She slammed the damper shut and dogged it with both hands. Ember moved inside the chamber and struck the plate once with its tail. The reed in the Governor cup danced to the old mark, back to the new, as if uncertain which world it lived in. Euryx planted his feet against the sloping deck and put both hands to the tiller with the helmsman. "Keep her head up," he said. "Do not let her fall off, or the sea will take her by the ribs and throw her like a toy." "Storm comes from the south, Captain," the navigator shouted above the wind. "That is a strange quarter for it at this season." "It is the quarter we have," Euryx said. "Hold her, pull, you bastards. You will not let a sail do what you would not with your arms." Down the benches the Kelusts beat the drum until his hands bled. Heave, heave, heave. The oars took the water again, fighting a wall of liquid air. Each blade rose with effort, fell into it, came out with a moan. The cloud bank swallowed the horizon. The line between sky and water went away, and with it every man's sense of distance. The gray came down and flattened everything it touched. Eudoxus dragged the instrument under a tarp and tied it as if he had tied his own lungs there. The Salaminia entered the storm before the crew had finished preparing for it. Captain Euryx gathered the crew before dawn. The Salaminia lay in the harbor with her mast dark against the paling sky. The Pyrdrakes chamber had been sealed. The furnace crew had been warned not to speak of the animal's condition. On the quay, merchants shouted over one another as they loaded grain, and the noise made the ship feel less like a war vessel than a piece of the city being dragged away from itself. Euryx brought the men around the foremast. Damaris stood at the edge of the group with her hands folded. She had been aboard long enough to know which men would look at the chamber and which would look away. The crew had selected their fears in private. The oath would give them a public shape. "By this mast and by the girdles of her hull," Euryx said, "we swear that we will not mistake speed for safety." The men repeated him. "We will not fire to make a story." The response was weaker. "We will fire only when the fire has somewhere to go." This time the words came together. A sailor near the stern raised his hand. "What if the captain orders otherwise?" Euryx looked at him. "Then you will remember that a captain is a man inside a ship, not the ship itself." The answer traveled through the crew and changed the air. Men who had been standing loosely straightened. The oath had ceased to be ceremony. It had become a promise that the ship's safety would not be handed entirely to one voice. Damaris watched Euryx touch the red cord around his wrist. "Who tied it?" she asked later. "A priestess." "Really?" "No." "Then why wear it?" "To remember that I lie when I need the crew to believe I am certain." She looked toward the chamber hatch. "Are you certain now?" "No." "Good." The ship left under a clean wind. For 2 days the oath held. The crew practiced shortening sail, releasing the towboat, and shifting the wet hides without waiting for an officer's order. Euryx gave Damaris authority over the chamber crew, which meant that he had finally understood the difference between responsibility and command. The animal remained restless. It ate little. The heat beneath its plates moved in uneven waves. When the ship crossed deep water, it raised its head and listened to the hull. Damaris began sleeping beside the chamber. On the third night, she woke to find the pressure gauge moving without heat. The needle rose, fell, and rose again. Beneath the ship, something knocked twice. The crew on watch heard it. No one named the sound. Euryx kept a ledger of every mistake made aboard the Salaminia. He wrote the time of each error, the man who had made it, and whether the ship had survived because someone else corrected it. The ledger was not a punishment book. It was a map of the places where confidence broke. On the first voyage, the mistakes were small. A rope left wet, a water jar tied too loosely, a signal flag folded in the wrong order, a chamber attendant who forgot to close the furnace screen while carrying a coal. Euryx wrote them all. The crew learned to watch him writing. Some men believed the ledger would be used against them. Others believed the captain was making a monument to his own competence. Damaris knew the truth. Euryx wrote because he feared memory would turn failure into a story with a clean ending. The day before the storm, he showed the ledger to Damaris. "You have not written your own name," she said. "I have written it more often than anyone else's." "Not here." He turned the pages. The paper was crowded with marks. At the bottom of the last page he had written, "We entered open water, believing open water meant freedom." Damaris read the line twice. "The storm has not begun," she said. "It began when the weather reports stopped agreeing." The wind had shifted 3 times in an hour. The pilot's tide marks did not match the current around the ship. The Pyrdrakes' heat rose whenever the hull crossed a darker band of water. Euryx ordered the crew to reduce sail. His first officer objected. "We will lose speed." "We are not racing. The enemy is ahead. The sea is beneath." The officer looked at Damaris. "You permit him to speak like this?" Damaris answered, "I permit the ship to remain afloat." Chapter 14, Cape Sepias. The storm drove the ship toward the shoals. From the quarterdeck the coast lay as an unlit wall, a line of blacker black where the surf burst without showing itself. Lightning did not fork so much as bloom and gutter behind cloud, lighting the rain in white plains. The sea came in layers, one moving under, one moving across, and one that fell from above in cold sheets. The air had the taste of iron scraped against stone. Euryx had a choice for less than a minute. The helmsman's twin steering oars shook under his grip. The yard swung and the square of sail belled and snapped, white for a heartbeat, then blew flat again. He could strike the mast and drift low among the shoals like a beetle turned on its back, steering to the sound of surf and the touch of pole on rock, or keep the sail and attempt to clear the teeth at speed while the oars fought the side set of wind and sea. He chose the second option because the Salaminia had survived bad water before and because the crew was watching him. The ship's reputation watched with them. The painted eyes at the prow turned toward the cape, the wreaths once fastened to her sternpost, the oath taken under the gaze of men who were not on the water now. Priests had sent her out with oil on her timbers. The council expected her to come back and to be seen coming back. "Starboard helm more," Euryx said, and the helmsman leaned his weight the other way to balance the push. "Kelusts, give me 3 long strokes, then hold." The Kelusts braced near the midships ladder with a leather cap bound over his hair against the rain, raised the mallet and struck the block. The pulse ran down the benches, loud even against the weather. Thranites bent to it, and the next rank down, the Zygites, took the rhythm a half-breath after them. Lower down the Thalamites pulled blind, only the hammer telling them what the world did. "Leadsman," Euryx called. A man with a pole at the bow leaned out and tasted the bottom. The pole rang when it found rock and hummed when it found nothing. "No bottom," he cried, and a wave hove the bow high, and the same man slid backward on the wet foredeck and caught a cleat with his heel and did not go over. "Belay the yard 2 points down," said Euryx. "Take strain on the forestay. Let the brails run." Men let go and caught hold again. The sail bellowed and partial brails gathered its belly into hooked folds that still drew, only smaller. That was his thought: cut the force, keep the steerage, keep the oars in the water. Keep the line for 1 more minute. After that, decide again. Under the deck, heat lived. Damaris descended below deck. Ember had begun to burn. Not brightly. A low red glow moved beneath its jaw and along the plates of its neck. The chamber heated around it. The bronze had the sound a jar has when you trail your finger along its rim, full, trembling, a little dangerous. Rain hammered above. Here the storm turned to a skin of wet on the beams. The creature's chest rose and fell with a roughness Damaris had learned was not breath alone, but a kind of muscular forcing, as if it could refuse air until it wanted it. Water struck the hull in sheets. The pressure lines shivered against their brackets. The weapons officer, Timon, a man who believed numbers steadied the world, stood with his palm on the main valve as if presence could keep it closed. He did not look at Ember. He stared at the bronze. "Vent it," she told the weapons officer. "We have orders to remain ready." The furnace lay forward of the chamber, copper-lined and braced, its fire banked as low as they could make it and keep pressure. The bellows were chained. Steam leaked where valves were old. The pressure flute in the upper pipe, no true gauge but a bronze whistle tuned by experience, had begun to sing under the noise of the rain. "We are not under attack. We may be. By the sea." He looked at her. The sea attacks everything. He was not wrong. So did men who had never fed the thing they used. She opened the vent herself. Steam burst into the hold. Ember struck the chamber wall. The animal's heat rose. The act of venting calmed pressure and angered flesh. Damaris felt it in her teeth. Ember's plates clicked as they shifted. Its tail beat once against the low rear of the chamber and left a bright smear where scales had scraped bronze. "Hold her," said Timon, as if the animal could be held by words. He moved to close the tertiary feed. The lever was cold in Damaris's hand a moment later, then too hot. Above, the captain shouted for the starboard oars. The ship turned. A wave struck the bow and lifted the Salaminia high enough for Damaris to hear the entire hull creak. The sound came long and low, timbers talking to one another, mortises threatening to let go if forced 1 inch more. Nails screamed inside wood. A man's shout cut off where a thrown rope caught his throat, then was free again. A bronze fitting broke loose and struck the pressure line. It was a stupid fitting. She had pointed at it a day before when they had been in a bay with light winds and had breath to do anything not in the daily round. It had twisted under a load, and the peening had not been rehammered. The bracket had knocked itself larger with every mile. The line split. Secretion sprayed across the lower deck. It came in a sheet first and then in beads. It did not ignite at once. It spread in a shining fan between the boards. Damaris had seen it stuck to a rope once and burn under water for a breath where the rope ran through. She had not liked how it caught light. She grabbed a wet hide and threw it over the spill. The hide smoked but held. Vinegar bit the back of her throat. It made the air taste like copper shavings. "Close the line," she shouted. The weapons officer crawled toward the valve. He pulled himself by the studs along the side, keeping low, the way a man moves around an animal that could choose to hit him in any direction. A wave struck again. The ship rolled, the hide slid away. A spark from the furnace fell into the secretion. Fire raced across the deck. It ran faster than a man. The wet boards cupped it like a hand cups oil. It sought edges. It lit itself where nothing had yet burned. Men flung cloaks and trampled at once and found the stuff under them instead of on top of them. It shone like a thing that loved itself. Damaris pulled the emergency bar. The chamber door opened. Ember lunged into the narrow passage, its claws striking sparks from the bronze floor. "Get back." The animal reached the siphon assembly. There was no thought to it that a person could read. It did not seek them. It went to the mouth of bronze where it had been fed out before. It knew the polish there, the taste of copper and salt. Its throat showed white where lines of heat moved under the softer skin. Its lids were half down against the brightness of the furnace flare, and it did not blink. Above, rain beat harder. The Kelus's hammer thudded with a violence that meant he was no longer setting rhythm, but trying to keep men inside the act of pulling. "Backwater port," bawled a voice. "Starboard, give way." They obeyed because the storm left no other thing to obey. Oars rose and fell. Wet hands slipped, knuckles split against loom and thole. A Thranite spat blood and laughed because he had all his teeth a moment before and now counted fewer with his tongue. Above, the enemy ship appeared through the rain. It had followed them into the storm, waiting for the shoals to do the work. Its bow rose behind a curtain of water. It showed a painted eye and a strip of red below the rail where the tholes were. Men along its side held shields low against spray. It was not broadside yet. It hung like a stone at the top of a throw. Euryx saw it and ordered the Salaminia to fire. He did not have his full voice. He did not need it. The order lived in the ship. It was the answer men had been bred for a year to give without asking what. He had avoided it for as many breaths as a man can measure in a storm. He had watched the rocks under the clouds and chosen the wind and chosen the oars and chosen to lower but not strike, and he had kept the dragon like a thought he would not finish. He finished the thought. The weapons officer heard the order. He opened the main valve. The vent that Damaris had cracked spat steam. The main pipe coughed and shook. Ember's chest convulsed and locked. The dragon-head nozzle at the prow gaped like a mouth. The stream traveled 20 cubits, broke apart, and turned. For an instant, it hung in the air between the ships like a burning rope. Then the gale caught it. Fire swept back across the Salaminia. It struck the sails first. The canvas vanished in a white sheet. There was almost no sound with that much heat, but a kind of deep crying as the cloth tried to be one thing and became another. The rigging ignited. Burning strands fell among the oarsmen. Men cut at the ropes, but every severed line became a falling torch. Cut it now," Euryx shouted. Euryx ordered the mast cut. Hands that had looped new line 100 times suddenly could not find a single knife. Then a blade appeared, one of the Marines, a man with his beard bound up with bronze rings for ceremonial look, hacked at the stay until it parted, and the yard swung wild and broke someone's collarbone where it fell. The mast came down across the deck. It took a man with it. The second stay wrapped around his waist, and he cried once without words, and then the pull took him over the rail and he was gone, still tied to the ship after leaving it. The enemy drew up with its nose turned enough to watch without closing. They were not fools. They had done their day's work by merely staying. The sea did the rest. The Salaminia struck the shoals. The impact lifted the stern and broke the ship's spine. There was a short, clean sound, like a reed split in a boy's hand. Then there was a long, not clean sound, and the ship came apart the way a mouth tears bread. Oars splintered. Hands that had held looms a moment before closed on nothing and opened again, and found burning rope. Men yelled names because the place in the mind where names live does not close even when the house is on fire. The forward hull climbed the rocks while the aft section swung sideways beneath the burning rigging. The steering oars wrenched the helmsman into the rail and left him with a bone sticking wrong out of his arm. He kept his hands on the handles because he did not know he was hurt. He did not take them off when he died. Water came on with the weight of walls. Below, the siphon assembly groaned where ember's weight met bronze. Damaris reached the upper deck through a corridor of smoke. She ran her hand along the cool parts of the wall because the hot would skin it, and she knew by the damp that she was heading for open air. The smell above was a city on fire, tar and curb sand and singed hair and the sweetness of sap and planks. She came out near the prow because that was where the way took her. Ember stood at the prow, one claw braced against the dragon head.